Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook, Planting Trees for All, 3 consecutive SSS-level talents at the beginning. Chapter 91. Tip: you have been connected to the islands of other sacred tree masters. You can choose the following options. 1. Active challenge. Block the other party's perception of your sacred tree island, and kill the sacred tree master on the island within 7 days to obtain its sacred tree and all the island's range. 2. Alliance. The 2 islands merge and form an alliance. If it is not successfully captured within 7 days, it will be deemed that the island defense is successful, and Wei will be isolated again and the location of the Sacred Tree Master Island will be moved. It turns out I'm the attacker. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. The scope of his own island has expanded even wider. Therefore, he has active choice. The defender of the island has restrictions on the attacker's information, and cannot see the attacker's island. If you calculate it this way, your advantage will be greatly limited. Lu Shu immediately chose the first option. Form an alliance. Non-existent. Although Lu Shu will not take the initiative to kill other sacred tree masters, if there is a battle for the island, he will not show mercy. In 7 days, it is not an easy task for other sacred tree masters to successfully capture others. It will take a lot of time to cross this coast. But for Lu Shu, he has Squirtle. There is also a golden dragon koi. It is much easier to cross this sea than other sacred tree masters. At this time, a reminder came to Lu Shu's ear. Ding, you got Devil Fruit X1. Ding, you have obtained Spiritual Fruit X1. Devil Fruit is ripe. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. During the past few days of the Grey Realm's attack, although the gray fog blocked the sunlight, Lu Shu's sacred tree did not stop production. Sunshine mushrooms absorb enough sunlight and can still provide production for the sacred tree. These 3 days of fighting, plus the preparations the day before. Devil fruit production has been completed. The spiritual fruits produced by the nether fruit are now mature. Lu Shu's mind moved slightly and asked. System: can spiritual fruits be planted using spring recovery? System: when the sacred tree islands are merged, non-professional superpower fruits will trigger the effect of spring resurrection. I see. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. The fruits of the professional system are in conflict with the fruits of the cultivation system. In other words, the fruits of the professional system are rather special. Only the tree master himself can take them, and pets cannot take them. They are not ordinary superpower fruits, and they cannot trigger spring recovery. It can only be planted in the corresponding sacred tree. However, the neutral type of superpower fruit does not conflict with the divine tree's own divine tree. Subspecies of spiritual trees can be produced. You can also give it to your own pets. After the sacred tree islands are merged, other sacred trees will be closer to their own sacred tree. That way, you can receive the blessing of spring revival. It turns out the islands are going to be merged. Lu Shu smiled. The expansion range of your own island is getting bigger and bigger. The 3 nearby sacred tree islands have all been merged. Next, once spiritual fruits are produced, subspecies of spiritual trees can be planted. As for other career fruits, just take your time. Once you reach the Grandmaster level, the room for improvement is also quite limited. As expected, I still want to cultivate immortality. Lu Shu sighed with emotion. Should the 3 sacred tree islands be integrated? Yes. The next second, there was a rumbling sound in my ears. The Nether God Tree Island, Shadow God Tree Island and Undead Magic Island have all been merged into Lu Shu's natal island. 4 sacred trees grow in close proximity. Suddenly, the nourishing power of the natal sacred tree covers the other 3 sacred trees. The land area of the island has also expanded a lot. The terrain even changed a little. If, in the past, the island area could only build 3 layers of defense lines at most. So, Lu Shu's current sacred tree island can completely establish a 5-layer defense line. It can also stretch every line of defense very long. Greatly increases the island's defense capabilities and security. The sunlight and spiritual energy obtained by the sacred tree have also been improved. The area of the island can also affect the growth environment of the sacred tree. If I integrate many sacred tree islands, is it possible that I can piece together a continent? This idea suddenly appeared in Lu Shu's mind. It doesn't seem impossible when you think about it. If there are enough integrated islands, wouldn't it be possible to create a country by yourself? Lu Shu suddenly began to look forward to the day when his island would evolve into a continent. Plant both devil fruit and spiritual fruit in the soil. Soon, 2 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Water fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: devil fruit. Period: 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 1. Spiritual fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: spiritual fruit. Period: 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 3. Is water fruity? Lu Shu's eyes lit up. This ability can make any object liquid and swim in it. If you let Squirtle swallow the water fruit, you can even swim on land. When capturing an island, if you have the water fruit, you can also liquefy the local island. You don't need to attack the opponent from the front, but break through directly from the center of the island and instantly kill the opponent's divine tree master. In the future battle for the sacred tree island, Squirtle will be a very important maritime force. If you have the power of the water fruit, you can even turn the island into a battleground like the sea. This will greatly increase Lu Shu's chances of successfully attacking. Just need to wait for half a day. Lu Shu will be able to harvest 100 water fruits and 100 spiritual fruits. During this time, Lu Shu has not been idle. He looked at his other rewards. The Holy Light Mirror can condense the power of Holy Light. As long as they are blessed by the Holy Light, the attacks of all troops can have the attributes of the Holy Light. In this way, if I encounter monsters from the Netherworld and attack my island, my other combat capabilities will be able to come into play. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with surprise. Then there is the Holy Light Cannon. It has a similar function to the Psychic Cannon. It also condenses spiritual energy to attack. Most of them have the attributes of Holy Light. Other than that, rare plants. The newly obtained watermelon pitcher has greater range attack power. The leaf umbrella is ready to protect against these highly capable flaming imps. Once these magic soldiers jump over, the leaf protective umbrella can release extremely powerful elasticity and bounce the enemies away. And there are clovers. The clover is like a huge fan that can release powerful wind. The attacking monster was blown up by the clover's wind and instantly flew into the sky. The cactus is similar to the tall nut, and it is responsible for blocking the front. The difference is that if ordinary zombies try to eat tall nuts, they won't be able to bite them at most. If you mess with the fairy grass, you might die. The fiery pepper is similar to the destruction mushroom, releasing area of effect damage. The most important thing is that with peppers, Lu Shu can unlock some devilish recipes. When the time comes, throw it to the transaction interface. Tisk tisk tisk. Combined with top-notch cooking, it might make other sacred tree masters unable to extricate themselves from the ultimate experience of pain and joy. Next, Lu Shu began to replan the defense line. The most peripheral defense line of the island has been replaced by the legendary Basalt Mine, followed by Ziling Mine, and Tianling. The magical plants on the island have also undergone some adjustments due to the expansion of the island's scope. Now, Lu Shu's island defense is simply overwhelming. At this time, 2 reminders popped up in his ears. Ding! Your water fruit tree has reached the production cycle, water fruit plus 100. Ding! Your spiritual fruit tree has reached the production cycle, spiritual fruit plus 100. Squirtle, come here, everyone. Lu Shu called immediately. 100 Squirtles slowly ran to the water fruit tree. Seems to have a natural affinity for water fruits. Squirtle immediately wanted to swallow these fruits. Eat. Lu Shu smiled. This shows that Squirtle also really wants the power of the water fruit. 3 times 5 divided by 2. The fruits on the trees were quickly eaten. Although Squirtle doesn't run fast, the speed at which he eats is no slower than those of Pikachu and Little White Fox. A pet panel immediately popped up in front of me. Squirtle. Type. Pokemon. Powers. Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Foam Light, Water Fruit, New. Physique. A+. Speed. A. Spirit Laughing Face. Overall Potential. A+. The potential has reached A+ level. Lu Shu was a little surprised to see Squirtle improving so quickly. By the way, Squirtle's mental attributes are not inherently very high. Can my spiritual fruit have some effect? Give it a try. Lu Shu asked Squirtle to take the spirit fruit. Suddenly, Squirtle's spirit has changed from D level to B level. It instantly improved by nearly 2 levels. The comprehensive potential has also reached dollar level. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. If Squirtle's spirit is raised and he eats the growth fruit, he can gain new superpower attributes. This upper limit is much higher. Very valuable for training. Everything on the Sacred Tree Island is almost ready. Pikachu, Little White Fox, Yumi, Squirtle. Get ready to go and attack the island. Following Lu Shu's order, the pets followed Lu Shu and came to the coast. The mighty army, with Squirtle riding on it, launched an attack in the direction of another sacred tree. After Squirtle ate the growth fruit, the size has increased a lot, and it is no longer the little turtle it was when it first came out. Activate the water fruit's ability. You can swim as fast as you want in the sea. At this time, Golden Dragon Koi also followed behind the large army. You want to join in the fun too? Lu Shu couldn't help laughing. After a period of movement, he was somewhat surprised to find that there were more and more fish around the Golden Dragon Koi. Some of these fish schools are huge, no less than sharks, and are extremely aggressive. But like a good baby, he followed behind the Golden Dragon and Koi. Lu Shu was happy. During this period of time, the Golden Dragon and Koi Carp actually became the big brother in the sea. He also recruited a lot of younger brothers. Sea area. Rider Squirtle, look at this vast sea. Under the sea. Lu Shu's mental power penetrated to the bottom of the sea and discovered many behemoths. Some of them are as dangerous as A-level monsters even in the gray world. After the gray fog dissipates, the sea turns out to be just like the gray world, with a wealth of treasures and space for exploration. Same, those dangerous big fish also pose a certain threat to the Sacred Tree Master. But along the way, they did not provoke Lu Shu, but chose to stay away from him. The intimidating power of the Golden Dragon and Koi made this journey without any danger and extremely smooth. After only half a day of movement, finally, an island appeared in front of me. A Sacred Tree Master panel popped up in front of Lu Shu. Sacred Tree Master, 10,000 arms. Ability, Monster City Defense, Building Upgrade. Comprehensive Strength, S-Level. Talents, Monster Fruit Level A+, Building Skill Fruit Level A, Divine Tree Domain Level A+. Lucky, E. Spirit, B. Monster Fruit can create an army of monsters, and it can also continuously upgrade the combat effectiveness of the troops. The Construction Fruit can also unlock some specific collection items, learn construction skill illustrations, build some specific city defense buildings, and upgrade the power of city defense buildings. This guy's Divine Tree Domain is not a fruit talent, but centered on the Divine Tree range, all troops can receive blessings. This is a kind of aura that comes with the Divine Tree. I only need to kill the opponent and get his Sacred Tree, and the Sacred Tree field can still be triggered, because this is the inherent effect of the Sacred Tree. Then these 3 talents are almost equivalent to becoming my Divine Tree talents. If this guy's Sacred Tree can be obtained, it will greatly improve my Sacred Tree Island. I saw the Divine Tree Master panel popping up in front of me. Lu Shu's eyes revealed surprise, as if she had discovered a treasure. The fruits of Monster City Defense and Building Upgrades. Lu Shu looked at Wanjin's Divine Tree Master panel with a thoughtful expression. From the names and levels of these talents, it's not difficult to tell. These 2 fruit talents are standard city defense fruits. One can create an army of monsters. A level that can upgrade city defense buildings. If you get the other person's talent, city defense buildings such as psychic cannons can also be upgraded. Lu Shu immediately became interested in this Divine Tree talent. He smiled slightly. This talent is quite useful to me. I didn't expect that the Divine Tree Master I met during the first range expansion had such a good talent. In that case, I will accept your Sacred Tree. As for whether it is difficult to attack this island, Lu Shu can easily resolve even the siege of S+ level Lord monsters. The comprehensive strength of Wanjin's Sacred Tree Master is only S level at best, and the city defense building is at most in trouble. But in front of his own troops, it is simply not enough. Continue towards the island's defense line. Taking advantage of this time, Lu Shu took out the deep-sea fishing rod. While fishing leisurely, you are planning how to attack this island. You can use the fastest movements to completely capture it. Another Sacred Tree Island. This island is covered with various city defense buildings. DXZ. An army composed of monsters from the Grey World is stationed at various defense lines. Most of the monster soldiers are zombies, skeleton soldiers, and a small number of demons. The number is about 10,000. 0. The average risk factor level is level B. In the center of the island, next to the sacred tree, sat a young man. Wan Jun opened his eyes, and a warning appeared directly in front of his field of vision. Your sacred tree island is being attacked by other gods. Someone actually came to capture my island. Who is it? Wan Jun's face suddenly turned aside. He didn't expect that he had just completed an island defense battle and something like this happened. Immediately sensed the opponent's sacred tree island. However, a large formation containing heavenly secrets suddenly cut off his perception. Wan Jun only felt his mind trembling, and even his mental strength was somewhat impacted. I can't sense the opponent's sacred tree island. Isn't this too unfair? Who is coming to attack my island? Wan Jun's expression was filled with surprise and uncertainty. It was also the first time for him to encounter this situation. The sudden warning and the island battle between the sacred tree masters made Wan Jun panic. But he quickly calmed down. My defense points are worth millions. It shouldn't be something that ordinary sacred tree masters can solve. If the other party really comes to attack me, then I will make it impossible for him to come back. A sharp look flashed in Wan Jun's eyes. With millions of defense points, he is not a character to be trifled with. This army of tens of thousands of grey monsters, as well as the various flourishing buildings on the island, suddenly restored Wan Jun's confidence. The area of his island has also expanded to the outside of the sea. In fact, Wan Jun was not completely ignorant of the battle between the Divine Tree Masters and had made preparations. Only, I didn't expect it would be so sudden today. All troops, be ready immediately. Wan Jun immediately gave orders to his monster army. Tens of thousands of monster troops immediately followed his instructions to defend and control each pass. Wan Jun took a deep breath. Although the origin of the enemy is unknown. However, there is no need to be afraid. As a sacred tree master of the city defense system, even if he cannot kill the opponent, it should not be a big problem if he has to defend it for 7 days. With the monster troops on the island, under the control of Wan Jun's consciousness, they stood guard at various intersections. Wan Jun's consciousness immediately unfolded, observing the wind blowing Sao Dong inside the island. This is my place. If that sacred tree master dares to come in, I will sense it. My blooming buildings and missiles are ready to attack the enemy at any time. In my domain, monsters have additional attribute bonuses, and the delay can be delayed until 7 days later. Besides, with 1 million points, although I may not be able to make it to the rankings this time, my strength is definitely not surpassed by many sacred tree masters. Besides, I am a divine tree master with city defense talents, so there is no need to worry about the other party. Think of this. Wan Jun suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. He laughed. I was too nervous just now. Forgot about his island, but it has a unique defense line in the God Tree game. Wan Jun can be sure that there are only a few sacred tree masters who can have an army and island defense line like him. If you rashly attack your own sacred tree master, you must make the other party pay the price. World public screen. This battle in the Grey World is finally over, thank God, I am not alive. I don't know when the rankings will come out, but I can't wait to admire the heroic figures of those big guys. Strange, according to the normal progress, by this time, wouldn't the rankings have already started to be announced? It seems like it is indeed slower this time. Does anyone know the reason for this? It may be that the stage of the Divine Tree game has changed to a certain extent, but we don't know what the situation is. In the chat box of Shenshu Game, many sacred tree masters have a little doubt about the delay in the announcement of this ranking list. Many big players who have made breakthroughs in this battle can't wait to see the rankings. Well, even if you may not be able to make it, at least take a look at how big the gap is with other big guys. Set a goal for your next effort, especially the first one. The points accumulated by the Tree Master were like a huge mountain, weighing on the hearts of all the sacred tree masters, stimulating their motivation to become stronger. But this time, there has been no movement in the rankings. Many sacred tree masters realize. Maybe the delay in the rankings this time is related to the changes in the game rules, and there are still some progresses that have not been completed. But everyone will complete the Grey Fog battle within 3 days. If it can be successfully guarded for 3 days, the monsters behind will automatically retreat into the Grey Fog. But after 3 days, almost another day passed. Why hasn't the ranking been announced yet? Not only. The Grey Realm has not reopened either. This made some Sacred Tree Masters who have studied the Grey World realize that there are still some steps in this battle that have not been completed. Therefore, everyone's progress will be temporarily halted. Only when the battle is truly over and the Grey World is reopened can the regiment continue to start the next round of calculations. Some people think this is a good thing. At least this way, the next time the Grey World attacks the Sacred Tree Island again, the time will be much longer. Some people find this very troublesome. Among them, there are those who like fighting and want to quickly enter the next stage and experience the feeling of killing monsters and mowing grass. There are also a small number of people who are thinking about what happened. When something goes wrong, there must be a monster. Some Sacred Tree Masters couldn't help but cast their eyes to the other side of the sea. Beyond the sea is the enemy. More than one Divine Tree Master is aware of this setting. Whenever the battle in the Grey World ends, the island range of the Divine Tree Master will be greatly expanded. At this stage, are some of the Sacred Tree Masters already connected with other Sacred Tree Masters? If this setting is triggered, what will happen between 2 Sacred Tree Masters, or more Sacred Tree Masters? Fight, or form an alliance? Divine Tree Masters who are aware of this will be cautious about this. This is not as simple as other people's affairs. All Sacred Tree Masters may encounter this problem. So when that time comes, how should they deal with it? Sea area. After another half a day of moving, Lu Shu is getting closer and closer to Wanjin's Sacred Tree Island. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod caught a gold-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Yes. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, the deep-sea fishing rod immediately fished a golden treasure box out of the deep sea. Open the treasure chest. The interior of the treasure chest. A blue rune appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Water rune. Type: Deep Sea Rune. Level: Intermediate. Function: Control the sea water within 2,000 meters of the deep sea. Use intermediate water magic to attack opponents. Lu Shu looked down. I saw a blue rune appear on the back of my hand. Just like the color of the sea. Contains mysterious natural magic. Lu Shu tried to communicate spiritual power to water runes. Soon, as his thoughts moved, the surrounding seawater suddenly turned into a huge wave, surging forward. The nearby fish schools were all frightened away. Water runes can control the power of the sea. Lu Shu felt the power of the intermediate water rune and showed a slightly satisfied smile. If it is just an intermediate water rune, it may not be able to release such terrifying power. But Lu Shu has very high-end jewelry and equipment on her body, plus several professional bonuses. The mental power has reached a quite explosive level. Of course, there will be certain bonuses when using the magic of water runes. Therefore, the destructive power is even comparable to that of advanced water runes. Finally, it is less than 2,000 meters away from the island. Lu Shu's consciousness moved slightly. He sensed that the opponent's Sacred Tree Island also had a lookout tower. You can see the sea level from a distance. The range of the opponent's island is probably about 2,000 meters away from the coastline. Keep this distance. The observation tower of Wanjin cannot see the existence of Lu Shu. Only a gray fog can be seen. Therefore, to Lu Shu, he is like a monster slain from the Grey Garden. He becomes the attacker. Squirtle, you led other large troops and sneak towards the deep sea. Try to stay below 2,000 meters under the sea, and then go directly from the other side. The island, use the superpower of the water fruit to attack it. You 4 little guys, follow me and pass from the front. Lu Shu quickly made an attack plan. He took a Yumi, Pikachu and a little white fox, rode on a Squirtle, and attacked from the front, that is, under the eyes of others. But this is just a cover. The real large force is the other 99 Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox and Squirtle. They set off from the deep sea and directly use the water fruit's ability to instantly kill the opponent. The Sacred Tree Master. The order is issued. Soon. The entire army began to take action according to Lu Shu's strategy. 10,000 troops stood on the watchtower. This is his investigation-type building. From this lookout, you can see the coast far away. Suddenly, a turtle carries a man, a mouse, a little fox, and a cat. Slowly move towards your own sacred tree island. That arrives so fast. Wan Jun was stunned for a moment. With his vigilant character, seeing the enemy come within the defense range of his island in such a short period of time should have been something worth noting. This lineup of a turtle, a mouse, a fox and a cat is really funny, isn't it? Are you sure that such a team can also attack your own sacred tree island? Wan Jun couldn't help laughing. I thought the one who came over was a king. It turned out to be bronze. From this information, Wan Jun immediately judged that the opponent's superpower fruit may be a summoning fruit of the beast-controlling type. This fruit is suitable for attacking the Grey World. But this guy's army is really too weak, right? There is no comparison at all with my own monster army. You are simply here to die. What a fool. With this little strength, come and attack my sacred tree island. Haha, I originally didn't think much of your divine tree talent, but now that you've brought it to your doorstep, don't blame me for being rude. Wan Jun sneered. All his attention was placed on Lu Shu. But don't know, already under the island. A mysterious force quietly activated its powers and attacked the island. The next second, Wan Jun suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. He instinctively wanted to retreat and escape. Just turned his head. A large army suddenly appeared around me. Yumi possesses the little white fox. Activate dark fruit. The endless death light suddenly flooded Wanjun's entire body. The sacred tree master, Wanjun, uses the reincarnation pool to reincarnate. Remaining times, 0. Cooling time, 7 days. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. Little white fox's dark fruit successfully killed Wanjun. Wanjun is indeed dead, but not all of them. His sacred tree island also has a very special building, the reincarnation pool. This building can not only resurrect the dead monster legions after a certain cycle. Even if the sacred tree master dies, if there is a reincarnation pool, he can temporarily get a chance to be resurrected. There's just a cooldown and remaining times. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. Not killing the opponent immediately was not only a happy thing in his eyes. This means that the sacred tree of Wanjun has greater occupying value. The reincarnation pond is such a good thing. The city defense buildings born from this sacred tree can be said to be quite good. Quickly go to the reincarnation pool and kill the opponent. Squirtle, speed up and send me to the opponent's island. Lu Shu thought about it and ordered. The pets successfully launched an attack on Wanjun and killed each other once. Lu Shu no longer acted as a cover, but chose to take action himself. Now that it has been exposed, then simply use the most decisive method to kill the opponent. Reincarnation pool. A white light lit up. Wan Jun's body was condensed and formed again in the reincarnation pool. However, his eyes were full of fear. At that moment of death, he felt that the hair on his whole body stood up, and he felt a deep fear. What the hell is this? Wan Jun's head is still blank until now. When that terrible black light of death shrouded all the armies. At the moment of death, he felt as if his whole body had turned into a ball of air. This is a worse feeling than suffering. It's like my own existence has been wiped out in an instant. Not even the slightest resistance. If Wan Jun hadn't chosen to rashly bring in too many monsters this time, there would still be a chance for reincarnation. Then, he is already a dead man now. Wan Jun took a deep breath. He suddenly realized that the enemy who came to his island was beyond his imagination. At this time, Pikachu and the little white fox have already reached the front of Wanjun. How could they be so fast? Wan Jun's face changed drastically. The island's lookout point is located just off the coast. The reincarnation pool is located near the sacred tree. No matter how fast the opponent is, how could he have already killed him when he was just reincarnated? No time to think more. Wan Jun immediately summoned all the monsters to attack Pikachu and the little white fox. Stop them! Wan Jun roared with a gloomy expression. Nearby, the monster troops on the island rushed towards the direction of Wanjun in an instant. The sacred tree in the center suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light, covering the surrounding monsters. These monsters actually formed a big formation. The black mist set off a hurricane, covering the little white fox and Pikachu. If you want to kill me, pass through my monster formation. Wanjun looked at Pikachu and the little white fox who were sucked into the black mist, with a cold smile on his face. This formation is a combination skill formed by the island's monster troops and the sacred tree realm interacting with each other. It can instantly engulf the enemy into the formation. The lethality is also first class. Unless all the monsters in the black mist are killed. Otherwise, you will be trapped in this formation and be consumed to death. The most important thing that the sacred tree master of the city defense system needs to protect is his own life. The monster can die, but you can never die. This black mist formation can send enemies into another space. Unless you kill all the monsters in the formation, you can't hurt yourself. Sizzle, sizzle. At this time, in the dark fog, a flash of lightning suddenly shines. Immediately afterwards, thunder dragon-like lightning formed a whirlwind. The black mist's formation was instantly destroyed. How can it be? Wanjun's face suddenly froze, his mouth opened wide, and a look of horror appeared on his face. Only a second or two passed. My own formation was actually broken. How is it done? When the black fog dissipates, all the monsters inside were killed by 100,000 volts. There was a bit of disdain in the eyes of Pikachu and the little white fox. Coming out of the battle against a bunch of S-class monsters just now. Now, it's really not easy to deal with these miscellaneous fish. The way he looked at Wanjun was like looking at a fool who overestimates his abilities. Pikachu and little white fox each used their own attack methods, preparing to completely kill Wanjun. A teleportation light curtain suddenly landed on Wanjun. The attack failed. Immediately afterwards, Wanjun's body came to the other end of the island. There are various missiles nearby. The most advanced A+ level magic soldiers guard the right army. Using the island's teleportation light curtain, Wanjun successfully teleported over from the fatal attack. -7. Moreover, the surrounding defensive buildings can also give Wanjun a certain counterattack capability. Well, at least I can struggle a little longer and die a little more honorably. Wanjun's entire face was distorted. He immediately pressed the button for the city defense missile. I can't blow you up. Wanjun couldn't help roaring angrily, covering up the fear in his heart. The more desperate the situation, the more difficult it is for people to control their emotions. In fact, the army was in chaos and completely lost its judgment on the enemy. He immediately pressed the missile button, hoping to instantly kill the sacred tree master who had captured the island. Hundreds of missiles instantly filled the sky, preparing for a frenzied bombardment downwards. At this time, 1,000 blades suddenly came from the side of the island. Boom! While the missile was still in midair, it was shot down by the blade, causing a violent explosion. A figure walked over from the side of the island. It's Lu Shu. All the monsters near the island were killed by the 100,000 undead army and monster explosions summoned by Lu Shu. When Pikachu and the other little guys saw Lu Shu coming, they hurried over to join them. 100,000 dead soul troops, following Lu Shu, were extremely ferocious. The cute pet next to him looked quite cute and well behaved. The two different painting styles of Ultimate are integrated into the young man in front of you, but they don't appear to be any abrupt. Because the young man just used his fingertips to control these blades and easily diffuse the attacks of hundreds of missiles. Such means, Wanjun is completely desperate. Looking at the army of dead souls. Look at the pets. Axe, are you the #1 tree plaster? Wanjun seemed to have thought of something, and his expression was extremely horrified. As a sacred tree master of the city defense system, Wanjun, apart from building his own island defense line every day, the most he does is go to the water forum. Aren't the yellow-skinned mice at the beginning of the Divine Tree game the same 100 electric mice? And the person who got the first kill was none other than Lu Shuren. Not only that, the army of dead souls behind him was also mistaken by the Divine Tree Master of the Grey World as a neutral copy of the Grey World. The army of dead souls had killed the Divine Tree Master of the Dark Knight Alliance, and the Tree Master obviously had quite a few details with the Dark Knight Alliance. All kinds of information are combined. Wanjun was immediately sure. In front of me, the Divine Tree Master who appeared on his Divine Tree Island was the Tree Master, who had continuously ranked first in the rankings, and was also the heaven-defying player who took the first kill in the dungeon. So many armies of dead souls are following Lu Shu at this moment. This shows that Lu Shu has the ability to control monsters. And the troops you possess can completely crush your own monster army. Compared with the large army of the tree-lumping man, Wan Jun suddenly felt that his army was nothing. Put in front of others, you don't even have the ability to resist, you are just like cannon fodder. And at the beginning, he was still thinking about fighting such a terrifying existence. This is really crazy. Boss, I recognized you as the tree lover boss. It's because I'm so young that I can't recognize you. Can you spare my life? I am willing to work as a cow and a horse for you in this life. Wan Jun's consciousness of survival instantly made him kneel down and kowtow, bang bang bang. Joke, if you don't beg for mercy, are you seeking death? There is no way that an enemy of this level can be dealt with by oneself. He can only place all his hopes on the kindness of the other party. However, Wan Jun responded with a cold blade. From the beginning, Lu Shu had no intention of leaving the other party alive. What interests him is this guy's sacred tree. Even if Wan Jun is willing to be his servant, Lu Shu is not worried about leaving such a time bomb next to him. Kill him directly. Wan Jun sensed the flying blade and quickly summoned the demon soldiers around him to stand in front of him. Click. The blade was useless and instantly killed the demon soldiers. Wan Jun took a deep breath. Just a blade can instantly kill A+ level monsters. This person doesn't look very old, so how could he be so powerful? The decisiveness of the opponent's killing was completely beyond Wan Jun's imagination. He ignored any of his pleas and went straight to kill him. Now, he has realized that there is absolutely no chance of interceding against such an enemy. You forced me, Wan Jun roared angrily. The next second, he controlled all the troops and attacked Lu Shu. Start self-destruct, Wan Jun shouted. At this time, the monsters that rushed toward Lu Shu suddenly let out a terrifying aura. Boom! The black explosion instantly enveloped Lu Shu's body. Tens of thousands of monsters have the ability to self-destruct. In this desperate moment, Wan Jun knows very well that only by launching the strongest attack can he have a chance to kill the opponent. Without any reservation, he controlled all the troops, launched a charge towards Lu Shu, and launched a self-destruction in an attempt to destroy Lu Shu. It's kill. A black explosion passed. In the smoke and dust, a figure stood slowly. Lu Shu's whole body was not injured at all. This is impossible. Wan Jun shouted. He is completely crazy. This is your strongest attack. How is it possible that you can't even hurt the opponent's fur? Whoosh! A blade suddenly flew over from behind. Wan Jun didn't have any defense at all, and his throat was pierced by the blade. When he was dying, he wanted to summon another monster to stand in front of him and act as a scapegoat. However, when he was about to summon, he found that the last monster was also ordered by him to die with the enemy. Wan Jun could only close his eyes reluctantly and was completely killed. A soldier who doesn't cherish his subordinates is not a good soldier. Lu Shu shook his head and walked to Wan Jun's body. The moment the explosion occurred, Lu Shu engraved the teleportation array and quickly transferred Pikachu and Squirtle to his own sacred tree island. The little white fox took Yumi and hid in the crack in the void to avoid being harmed. The army of dead souls was also collected by Lu Shu. As for Lu Shu's identity, because the body of the netherworld has been awakened, as long as you turn your body into a dark element, all the damage will have no effect at all. Therefore, Lu Shu only needs to evacuate his troops quickly, and then he stands where he is. He doesn't need to do anything, and the army can't hurt him at all. For Lu Shu, even if it is a monster from the Grey World, as long as it is a member of your own army, you should try to reduce their battle losses as much as possible. Love soldiers as sons. Saving the life of every soldier will accumulate a huge number of troops. Wan Jun did not understand this truth. In Lu Shu's eyes, no matter how beautifully the defense line was built, it was just a flower screen without a core and soul. It breaks when touched. The moment when he killed 10,000 armies, Lu Shu immediately gained a sense of this sacred tree island. A prompt appeared in front of me. You have killed the divine tree master, Wan Jun. Get the sacred tree 10,000 arms. Sacred tree +1. Do you want to choose Fusion Island? Yes. The next second, Wan Jun's island merged with Lu Shu's natal island. This sacred tree, together with the other 4 sacred trees, is located in the very center of the island. At the same time, in front of Lu Shu, a new sacred tree panel appeared. Sacred Tree 10,000 Arms. Stage: Intermediate Spiritual Tree. Sunshine: 410 per day, 4.1x 100. Aura: 340 per day, 3.4x 100. Divine Tree Domain. Monster Aura B level. Product: Construction Fruit. Production Cycle: 2 days 1,100 550ths. Growth Points: 12,200, 14.7x 100 equals 1,470 per day. Next stage: Advanced Spiritual Tree 20,000 growth points. Sacred Tree Domain. Lu Shu's eyes focused on this special noun. Lu Shu clicks to view the information of Sacred Tree Domain. Monster Halo. Grade: B grade. Function: the attributes of all monster units in the field are improved by 1 level. It turns out to be similar to a buff halo. It enables all the monsters on the Sacred Tree Island to gain an attribute bonus aura. My undead army seems to be blessed by the effect of this halo. Lu Shu tried to summon his own army of undead. As expected, all combat attributes have received bonuses. There are only 10,000 monsters in Wanjin, so the bonus is not that obvious. But if Lu Shu's army obtains this benefit, the achievement will be much greater. When the level of the sacred tree increases, the effects of the sacred tree field will also be improved. Wanjin's sacred tree is only at the level of an intermediate spiritual tree. Lu Shu added top quality fertilizer and instantly increased the growth rate by 1 stage. It only takes about a week. You can upgrade it to a high level sacred tree. Next, Lu Shu focused on these city defense buildings. Death Missile B level, Reincarnation Pool exclusive, Monster Fusion Room exclusive, Observation Tower D level, Mobile Defense Fortress C level. Lu Shu glanced at some basic city defense buildings and didn't look at them anymore. The name sounds quite advanced. For example, the Death Missile seems to be very powerful. In fact, it was just a missile that was easily shot down by Lu Shu with his magic sword Thousand Blades not long ago. For ordinary sacred tree masters, the damage is quite considerable. But Lu Shu found it boring. It's not as satisfying as using your own normal attack. If not upgraded, these buildings are just decorations. Of course, the mobile fortress is a bit interesting, as you can use it for your own magical plants. In this way, the magical plants can have room for movement output. What is really interesting are the 2 exclusive city defense buildings. Reincarnation Pool. Level: Exclusive. Function: after the creatures or monster legions bound to the Sacred Tree Island die, they can be reincarnated in the Reincarnation Pool. Rule: the cool-down period for reincarnation is 1 week. Reincarnation is not allowed beyond the scope of the Sacred Tree Island. If you die during the cooling period, you cannot be reincarnated. This building is quite impressive. Lu Shu couldn't help but nodded and smiled. The reincarnation pond can be said to be the most heaven-defying of all the buildings in Wanjin. As long as you are on the Sacred Tree Island, any existence that dies within a certain period of time can be reincarnated. The conditions are very simple. Within 7 days, just be bound to this Sacred Tree Island. Although it cannot be used against the troops in the Grey World, it is basically equivalent to a resurrection spring when used for city defense. The effect is simply not too strong. This is equivalent to as long as a monster legion is created to resist the attack of monsters in the Grey World, each monster has a chance to be reincarnated. If you encounter an extremely difficult boss and come to your Sacred Tree Island, then each monster has 2 lives. Stacking them all up can kill your opponent. Lu Shu nodded, feeling quite satisfied with the role of the reincarnation pool. Focus on the Monster Fusion Room. Monster Fusion Room. Level: Exclusive. Function: you can fuse different types of monsters once, and their attributes will have superimposed effects, and they will have all the skills of the fused monsters. Rule: monsters of the same type cannot be fused multiple times. When fusing, a certain amount of materials needs to be consumed. The more times you fuse, the higher the level of materials required. Can't monsters of the same type be fused? It's a bit of a pity. All the monsters I control now are undead. Lu Shu tried it and found that the 2 undead could not be fused. Focus on the sacred tree. We can only wait until the next monster fruit matures. Lu Shu will gain the ability to control monsters in the Grey World. By then, your Grey Realm troops will not only be of a single race like the undead. Instead, there will be an entire Grey Realm army. Still a monster that confuse. Other city defense buildings require some materials to be upgraded. Upgrading death missiles requires high-grade ore X1000. Do you want to upgrade? Yes. Death missile. B-level right pointing arrow a level. Next level upgrade conditions. Top grade ore X1000 plus demon energy crystal X50. At the same time, Lu Shu also unlocked many collection routes for upgrading building materials. The next time you enter the Grey World, you can collect some city defense building materials. Lu Shu's heart moved slightly. But, wait until the Grey World reopens. Lu Shu still needs to kill the Lord of the Netherworld in Howling Abyss first. I haven't gotten this first kill achievement yet. The reward for the first kill of the nightmare level boss will probably exceed your imagination. Focusing on the coast outside the island. After all, the islands are merged. The edge area of Lu Shu's Grey World has experienced another huge expansion. Now, after the integration of the coastal areas of several other sacred tree islands, the exploration of the sea areas has been greatly improved. The golden dragon koi dived into the bottom of the sea again, ready to become the big brother. At this time, Lu Shu's mind moved slightly. Looking at Squirtle. Squirtle, follow the golden dragon koi and go into the deep sea to explore together. Lu Shu said. Jenny. Squirtle nodded. Lu Shu's heart moved. He took out the other 200 spiritual fruits and said. Eat 2 each of you. Consider this your reward for exploring the deep sea. Jenny. Squirtle screamed excitedly. He quickly ate all these spiritual fruits. Bah, bah, when the Squirtles finish eating the spiritual fruits in front of them. A pet panel pops up in front of you. Squirtle. Type. Pokemon. Powers. Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Foam Light, Water Fruit. Physique. A+. Speed. A. Spirit. A+. Overall Potential. S+. At this time, Squirtle's mental power has reached A+ level. The effect is good. Lu Shu looked surprised when she saw Squirtle's panel. This speed of progress is beyond my imagination. I originally thought that Squirtle would only eat 2 more fruits, not that much of an improvement. After all, if you eat the same fruit, its efficacy will definitely be weakened. But because Squirtle's spiritual power level is not high, eating a few more spiritual fruits will not reduce the effect at all. When the mental power is upgraded to A+ level, and combined with Squirtle's own abilities, the consumption will be relatively small. In this way, in terms of long-lasting combat capabilities, Squirtle is not even worse than Pikachu. Plop, plop, after eating the spiritual fruit. 100 Squirtles went to the sea one after another. Lu Shu put down the deep-sea fishing rod next to the coast. Deep-sea depth, 3,000 meters. Treasures that can be harvested. Silver level to diamond level. This is thanks to the golden dragon koi, which has already explored enough deep-sea depths before this. Diamond level treasure chests can now be fished. However, the scope of exploration of golden dragon koi is also limited. After all, this guy is only at level 5, yet he dares to walk sideways like this. Although the golden dragon koi is a mythical creature, it has no obvious combat skills at this stage. Relying on the suppressive power of the bloodline over other fish schools, he dared to explore this depth. But further down, I didn't dare to continue exploring. Squirtle needs to go on the next journey. The 3,000 meters deep sea is an obvious watershed. Going deeper, there are monsters and lurking crises there, making sleeping even scarier. The golden dragon koi dare not go there, but Squirtle has an A+ level physique and the superpowers of the water fruit, and has a lot of room for exploration. I wonder if I can get a more advanced treasure chest if I continue. Lu Shu thought to herself. With a thought, he wanted to activate the power of resonance, and have a spiritual resonance with one of the Squirtles to see what was under the sea. At this time, suddenly a reminder came to my ears. The Grey Realm ranking has been announced. Lu Shu's consciousness was instantly placed on the ranking list. Open the World Public screen easily. At this time, a Divine Tree Master with the ID of Luo Tianchen, at all members in the chat box, attracting everyone's attention. Luo Tianchen at all members. Everyone, my friend died suddenly after the battle in the Grey World. What happened? As soon as these words came out, they immediately attracted the attention of other sacred tree masters. Upstairs, the tree master died in the battle in the Grey World. Isn't it normal? Luo Tianqian. No, I can confirm that he has passed the 3-day battle in the Grey World, but during this waiting period, he suddenly died. These strange words immediately made many sacred tree masters' first reaction be disbelief. How could he die suddenly when the battle in the Grey World has been completed? This should be the safest time a sacred tree master can face. Luo Tianqian's words were immediately questioned by others. Isn't that right? You may die sooner or later, but you died while waiting for the rankings to come out. What's going on? Is that person telling the truth? Why do I not believe it? I seem to have seen this name before. It was ranked in the top 100 on the ranking list. He's still a big boss. I'm so disrespectful. There is no need for the boss to joke with us, it will probably really happen later. If something can happen at this point, would it be suicide? Is it so difficult to think about it? It is possible that the Grey World has not been opened yet, but I went in out of curiosity and then died. Can anyone really be that funny? At this time, Luo Tianqian put 2 screenshots into the chat box. Same. In the God Tree game, screenshots cannot be forged. As long as there are pictures, there is the truth. When Luo Tianqian uploaded 2 screenshots, the time is just after the battle in the Grey World and when the rankings are about to be announced. In the first screenshot, there is a chat box. The names that appear above, except Luo Tian. Beyond Chen, there are tens of thousands of troops. Wan Jun. Alas, I only got a B-level evaluation this time. It's so difficult to sprint through the rankings. Even 1 million defense points is not enough. What kind of monsters are these big guys? Question mark closing square bracket. The second screenshot is a cold reminder. The Divine Tree Master, Wanjin, is dead. 2 screenshots. All the sacred tree masters who saw it could not help but remain silent. After a while, some people expressed their opinions in the chat box one after another. I don't think this guy committed suicide. Although his tone revealed a hint of sadness, I smelled a strong breath of Versailles in it. Yes, this guy is very similar to those stinky bosses that I feel. If a boss like this, who is at the pinnacle of his life, would choose to commit suicide, then there would be something wrong. Then how did this guy die? He couldn't be killed by himself, right? Ah, it's not impossible, I was almost killed by him. You can also die by yourself. This operation is too impressive, right? It's not that it's just Versailles. It can be the cause of sudden death. It's too nonsense. Wait a minute, I remember the name Wan Jun. He exchanged a fruit with me before. I know that his talent is towards the city defense system. That is a sacred tree master who focuses on survival. It is impossible for him to choose to send it away, right? If he chooses to send it himself, he won't get as high as 1 million defense points. This is very suspicious. How did Wan Jun die? The time before and after is too strange. Furthermore, have you noticed that the time when Wan Jun died happened to be around the time when the Grey Realm rankings were announced? When you say that, it seems like you are really right. The delay in the announcement of the Grey World rankings this time may have something to do with Wan Jun. Oh my god, this is really scary to think about. Who knows what happened to Wan Jun? I also want to know. Sit and wait in the front row to eat. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. The death of Wan Jun made some sharp-thinking Divine Tree Masters feel that this death time is related to the delay in the Grey World rankings. The big guys standing in front of the Divine Tree game are even more certain that there will be a Grey World Island war. It was originally a guess that there were enemies on the other side of the sea. But now, it has become a fact. This time is just the beginning. No one knows whether it will be their turn to fight this battle next time. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Lightite. Will the next Grey Realm rankings be announced after the Island War of the Divine Tree Master is over? The progress of the Divine Tree game has been pushed forward one step further. The God Tree game is not static, there is a hidden progress bar. Lu Shu couldn't guess what the situation would be like in the later stages of the Divine Tree game. The only thing you can do now is to become stronger quickly. At this time, the Grey Realm rankings have been announced starting from the 100th place. At this time, The reward for this ranking popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. The defense points ranking list has appeared, and all Sacred Tree Masters will receive different rewards according to their levels. First place, God level reward. Second place, Extraordinary Weapon plus Diamond Suit plus City Defense Cannon, Grade A. Third place, Diamond Suit plus Purple Spirit Mine X 50,000. Fourth to 10th place, Diamond Weapon plus Tianling War X 50,000. 11th to 30th, Platinum Weapons plus Platinum Suits. 31 to 50, Platinum Weapons. Number 51 to 100, Search Torch X10. The rankings will be announced soon, please wait a moment. With the announcement of the Grey World rankings, the attention of many Sacred Tree Masters was immediately attracted. No one talks about Wanjin's death anymore. The memory of the masses is always short. It will only be transferred one hotspot after another. After all, who would remember the death of a stranger? Soon, everyone forgot about Wanjin and started discussing the rewards for this Grey World ranking list. This time it feels no different from last time. It's the same set of extraordinary weapons. 2. Who said the same thing? Didn't you see that there is an extra city defense cannon on it? This is a good thing. If you encounter monsters again and capture the island, you can shoot them down with one shot. How cool would it be? When you say that, it seems like the city defense cannon is as high as grade A, so it should be quite powerful. Wow, I also want to get the second place on the list. Why are you so hopeless? Why don't you want to get first place on the list? First on the list. This one has been contracted by the big tree owner. Others want to occupy this position. It's a dream. It's all a dream anyway, why don't you dream a little higher? After all you will face in the end is failure. Is your mouth upstairs a reincarnation of a cactus? Why are you so worried? Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. There was a discussion among the people in the chat box. Soon, the 100th place in this defense points ranking has been announced. 100th place, Luo Tianqian, defense points, 1,290,000, overall evaluation, B level. When the rankings and ratings come out, the whole place was in an uproar. Oh my god, this big guy who got the 100th place actually has a comprehensive evaluation of B level. It's too curvy, it's really too curvy. The 100th one on the ranking list now doesn't even have an A-level rating. This is too scary. You must know that during the first 720 Grey Realm invasion, 1 million defense points was already the score that only the first place could get. Why is it now at the bottom, with a score of only B level? I can't imagine what state the monsters at the top of the rankings have reached now. Why am I still 100,000? I feel like the gap between me and the big guys is getting wider and wider. Don't forget that there used to be a person with a score of 50,000 who boasted about his score, but now the average score per capita is 100,000 and the gap is too big. What do you think this rating is about? It's understandable that it's at the bottom with 1 million points, but the rating is only B level. Isn't that an exaggeration? Perhaps the score of the top guy on the list has once again broken through the sky, raising the upper limit of everyone's ratings. The truth is revealed upstairs, ha ha ha. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Many people think of the mechanism at the top of the rankings that can raise the upper limit. If the points at the end of the rankings are all B level. So, there is only one truth. The person at the top of the rankings may have defense points beyond everyone's imagination. It's time to bet, it's time to bet. Don't bet on whether the Lushu boss will be number 1 on the list. No one will bet on this anymore. Everyone, come and guess where their points have exceeded. My 1,000 bags of primary fertilizer have been gathering dust in the warehouse for a long time. It's time to invest in it. Look at me transforming into the god of gamblers in the God Tree game, and I'm taking down the tree-playing boss with 10 million defense points. You repaid the 10 million defense points. You claim to be the god of gamblers. Go to sleep. Now the ratio of this plate is almost 1:1. Your 1,000 bags of primary fertilizer, you don't even know how much money you make in the country can it be earned. Brothers, 1,500,000 will be charged once. Based on Lushu's rule of doubling it 3 times each time, I will definitely guarantee 1,500,000 and charge 2,000 this time. It's so crazy that you can almost get 1 1 on a 20 million plate, and you're not letting anyone else make a profit. Be careful, Mr. Lushu is so obsessed with killing dungeons this time that he forgets to pull monsters, and he will pay you to death. Yes, based on my information this time, there are some bosses who are not responsible for raiding the dungeon, but are responsible for pulling monsters. They want to get god-level rewards. I first bet on the tree boss and he will not be the first on the list. Ha ha ha, when the time comes maybe you can make a fortune. The boss is so well informed. Is it true? I will backhand, and stop betting. In the gray world, many sacred tree masters began to realize the skills of pulling monsters. Divine tree masters who have some talents that are particularly suitable for pulling monsters have even found some teams to be responsible for pulling monsters, and then use their fruit talents to achieve extremely high scores in the defense battle of the Sacred Tree Island. There are also some big bosses who don't even bother with the dungeons during this period, and are just pulling monsters like crazy. Many divine tree masters have discovered a pattern. The rewards from the 2nd place to the 100th place in the Grey World ranking list will change. Only the first one on the list is a god-level reward. This is always the same. However, the god-level rewards are currently only known to the Tree Master. His continuous dominance has left other sacred tree masters without even a chance to know the slightest bit of information. Like an itchy hair, it aroused the curiosity of many sacred tree masters. They really wanted to know what the god-level rewards were, but they only mentioned a noun so many times in a row without saying the specific content. But combined with the fact that Lushuran has dominated the rankings many times and achieved very high points every time, many sacred tree masters have begun to realize that the god-level reward items may be able to greatly improve the defense capabilities of the Sacred Tree Island, so that they can have so much space to kill monsters. This also gave rise to many sacred tree masters who gave up the strategy copy to open up Wasteland. Instead, after selecting the copy, they professionally pulled monsters, just for the sake of knocking the Tree Raider down from the altar. There are also some confident tree masters who, after performing a Zala monster operation, bet that the Tree Master will not be the first on the list this time, thinking that they can pull the opponent off the altar. There are no such people. Unconsciously, the list announced by the rankings has reached the top 50. Number 51. Master Guiyan, defense points, 4,999,999, overall evaluation, B level. 50th place. Shu Qing, defense points, 5,088,880, comprehensive evaluation, A level. Everyone took a closer look. Intel 5 million points. The evaluation of Sacred Tree Island barely reached a level. At this time, even many of the top players on the rankings have broken through their defenses. Shu Qing. This ranking list really makes me numb. With 5 million defense points, I was given an A-level rating only after ranking 52nd. What kind of monsters are there in front of them? Master Guiyan. Stop talking, I'm still below you. Don't say that I didn't get the A-level rating now. I'm just 1 point short of it. I even lost the platinum suit. There are people worse off than me. What? Luo Tianchen. I barely want to talk about being ranked 100th. I am embarrassed by everyone. I was only given 10 search torches, which is almost the same as not being ranked. The big guys who saw the ranking couldn't help but complain. All the sacred tree masters eating melons around them couldn't help laughing. It seems that not being on the rankings is not a bad thing. Nowadays, many middle-level sacred tree masters will not lack platinum weapons and platinum suits. Not to mention props like search torches. You can find some things just by searching in a safe zone. Now, some people even take such things to the trading interface to sell. Logically speaking, the search torch should be a very important prop. Being able to get the trading interface means that at this stage, the quantity of some basic props is also saturated and the value is not that high. The prices of items on the rankings have not increased, but the requirements have become higher and higher. Seeing those big guys with high points on the list but unable to get any good things, many CCFC, Sacred Tree Masters have become mentally balanced. What do you think the god-level rewards are? Ask the boss of Lushu, the Billion Divine Tree Master. He is the only one who knows what the god-level rewards are. People will tell you that there is a ghost. I feel that this reward mechanism is to tell all the sacred tree masters that if they want to compete, they must compete for the top spot on the list. Other lists are meaningless. The first 3 rewards are pretty good, but the rewards at the end are basically average. I still have to be first, a god-level reward. I don't know why, but the more I see this reward, the more itchy my heart becomes. When the ranking points are announced to the 10th place. 11th place. Loves eating whales, defense points. 9,999,999 comprehensive evaluation, a level. 10th place. Chen, defense points. 10,001,000, overall evaluation, S level. It wasn't until the top 10 that the defense points broke through 10 million. 10 million. This is already a quite exaggerated number. Before the rankings came out, no one would have expected that this time the top 10 would all start with tens of millions of dollars. Last time, Lu Shu's first place didn't even reach 10 million points. Everyone thought that the only one who could break through the tens of millions barrier this time was the tree-lumping man himself. Unexpectedly, so many monsters were killed. The top 10 will earn you tens of millions of points. But what shocked everyone even more was, why tens of millions of points and an S-level rating? So what kind of figure will the SSS-level evaluation reach this time? See this situation. A group of gamblers who pressed Lu Shu's tens of millions of defense points immediately laughed wildly. Ha ha ha, the tree-rolling boss hasn't appeared yet, and his points must have exceeded 10 million. 15 million, go, go, go. The big tree-laying guy must be worth 10 to 20 million, but I've put all my worth into it. The person upstairs is really too brave. Newborn calves are not afraid of tigers. Be careful, the tree-rolling boss will use his backhand as a trader, allowing you to experience the pleasure of going bankrupt in an instant. Look next door, there is a new plate appearing on the list. How much can it beat the second place on the list? Times the points. What a grudge against the second person on the list. How dare you open such a dish without fear of being found and torn into pieces? I offended a big daddy by opening the plate. The person opening the plate is definitely a genius, the kind who is not afraid of death. What are you afraid of? How could the second person on the list know who opened the plate? I would have beaten him twice with my backhand. The layout has become smaller, it has become smaller, and the rankings, the defense points that have always been 2 or 3 times higher than those on the rankings, I will also triple this time. Not necessarily this time, the top 10 all have tens of millions. I feel that if the top guy on the list keeps improving at the same speed as before, tripling every time, then he should have 2,000 this time. Around 10,000 yuan, which is less than 3 times the amount of the previous 1,000 yuan. Yes, there are too many new big guys. If I bet 3 times, I'm afraid I'll lose my entire worth. It's better to be conservative and bet twice. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. On a sacred tree island, Mu Tingfeng was so angry that he almost vomited blood when he saw someone opening a plate that could be many times higher than the second place. This was because he was beaten 3 times last time, and he was always beaten 3 times, so he opened the plate. Can you tolerate it? Can you tolerate this? In a rage, Mu Tingfeng threw all 1,000 bags of high-level fertilizer into the plate. This is all the high-level fertilizer she has earned during this period. Very good. What can I say this time? I have 22.5 million points. How can I be beaten 3 times by this guy? Mu Tingfeng gritted her teeth. According to her information, if you only pull monsters from the Abyss level dungeon, the points are basically capped at 10 million. Don't look at the top 10, which have reached 10 million. In fact, the tree master behind can't go far, because the upper limit is there. Unless he provokes a nightmare level dungeon. But during this period, no one heard the news that Tree Man got the first kill in the nightmare level dungeon achievement. It's impossible to pull nightmare level monsters, right? If you really do that, then the big guys who dominate the list may never appear on the list again. This time, I must wash away the shame with blood. Mu Tingfeng took a deep breath. In her opinion, no matter how powerful the Tree Man is, pulling 2 Abyss level copies and getting a few points of 20 million is absolutely the best. It's impossible to pull 3 times as much. Press 1,000 bags of high-level fertilizer into it. Just then, the list has announced the top 3 points. Third place. Dark Knight, defense points, 11.1 million, comprehensive evaluation, S-Level. Second place. Mu Yu Ting Feng, defense points, 11.3 million, comprehensive evaluation, S-Level. When this score comes out, Vote Lu, the gamblers who had 20 million defense points began to panic. When it came to the 10th place, they all had 10 million. Why were the ones behind them almost the same? I can't get ahead. Can't you guys be more powerful? Seeing that the points at the top of the rankings have been stuck around 10 million. Many gamblers who had bet on Lu Shu's higher defense points felt a jolt in their hearts and panicked. Everyone's upper limit is not high. Will the upper limit of the tree puller also be restricted? 10 million points is indeed high enough. 20 million is too outrageous. Some gamblers began to secretly curse the second and third place for being so weak, with just over 10 million points, which didn't even reach the basic level of the tree puller boss. Such a low score made everyone feel suffocated. The next second. Finally, the last name on the ranking list appeared in front of all the God Tree Masters. First place. Tree Puller, defense points, 35.9 million, comprehensive evaluation, SSS-Level. When 35 million terrifying points appear on the ranking list, the entire chat box of the Divine Tree game was briefly silent for more than 10 seconds. It either breaks out in silence or dies in silence. After a while, suddenly, a flood of information flowed like a tsunami, scrolling crazily in the chat box. All the Sacred Tree Masters in the entire Sacred Tree game are completely crazy. World public screen. Kneel down. I really knelt down when I saw this rating. With a rating of 35 million, holy shit, I am worthy of being the number one, tree-lifting man, on the list. It is not an existence that we can even fathom. Who thought that the upper limit of the top leader would be the same as other Sacred Tree Masters? There is no upper limit at all. Those who say that all big tree-playing people have improved 3 times, they really laughed to death. Now they will show you a 5-fold improvement on their backhand. They use their strength to prove that there is no upper limit for the real strong ones. My mother asked me why I was kneeling down to read this score. The number was simply too long. Next time, will Mr. Lu Shu challenge hundreds of millions of defense points? Don't tell me, it's really possible. Will the rankings display such a long series of numbers by then? The tree rolling boss is so heaven-defying, YYDS. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Except for some Sacred Tree Masters who were watching the fun. And the gamblers who beat Lu Shu to get a high score and all his net worth this time were all laughing like crazy. Today, it's their lucky day. Ha ha ha, I just said that the one who topped the list of big tree masters won now, right? Upstairs, is there any fool who doesn't want to beat the leader of the tree-playing gang? Now it's all about points. It's so cool. I took 1,000 packs of high-grade fertilizer and defeated the tree-plumping boss and got 25 million points in the rankings. It's cool, it's so cool, and I'm making too much money. You started blowing after you put down 25 million. I just put down 30 million. I just don't give up. Now the villa is close to the sea, ha ha ha. Oh my god, no one has bet on 35 million. I remember that the ratio of this plate is as high as 10 times. If someone wins this plate, it will make crazy money. To put it bluntly, I did press this plate, but I didn't dare to press too much. I only put a pack of primary fertilizer on it and played with it. Now it has doubled more than 10 times. I feel heartbroken. I would have known better. Bet more. Get the boss who planted trees, make a fortune, and have a villa near the sea. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Some of the Sacred Tree Masters who suppressed Lu Shu and were not number one on the list all shut up at this moment and did not dare to say a word. When placing bets, they were still very imposing, as if they thought they knew the secrets of the gambling world and could make a winning bet in one fell swoop. It seems like they are about to make a fortune before the results come out. Result. After the string of numbers on the ranking list appears. Like a bucket of icy cold water poured on their heads. These Sacred Tree Masters who swore that they could make money by betting against the odds were silenced by the crowd, regretful, unwilling, and pandas shed tears. Depend on. Didn't I already say that the boss who doesn't suppress the tree is a fool? Why, how dare they do such a ridiculous operation? Just because you heard about other sacred tree masters, you started to give up on dungeon strategies and focus on pulling monsters, and you think you can do it. Look at the difference between the first and second list. From the original 3 times more than a few decimal points, now it is completely more than 3 times crushed. It feels like the number 1 on the opening list suppresses the number 2 on the list by how many times? It's not interesting. The ratio is not very high, and there are too few choices. Hey, let's play for a while, but didn't those guys in front bring a wave of rhythm? What is it that in the gray world now, there are some big guys who specialize in pulling monsters? The score may not be lower than that of the tree-playing boss, and then 3 times. Plate, you can still make money now, right? It's funny, who dares them to misunderstand and think that the big tree lover can't crush the second person on the list? I'll show you from 3 times to 5 times. Has anyone bet 3 times? I saw later that there were fewer people betting, and the ratio became quite high. I wonder how much the big guys made. Ha ha ha, I went to suppress my entire net worth, marred, it was so exciting. I suppressed the tree-living boss, I really made a fortune, now I am rich. Upstairs, how much did you press? Tell me how much you earned. Not too much, just a few thousand packets of primary fertilizer. This thing is not very valuable now, just take it for fun. I shed tears of envy and earned thousands of bags of primary fertilizer. Oh my god, isn't this so cool? Why is the gap between people so big? I regret it, I should have put more pressure on the tree-lugging boss, I will do it next time, I will do it next time. Tisk, tisk, there is no guarantee that a coward will have a better life in the next life. If a coward becomes fatter, I will follow the tree-rolling boss closely next time. It's hard to imagine what the dishes will be like next time. I'm afraid that the dishes that can suppress even a small goal of Mr. Lushu will appear. Small goal, 100 million. Let's go, tree-rolling boss. Wait a minute, when you are talking about this, have you ever considered the feelings of the second boss on the list? Be careful when you go out to the gray world, you will be chased and beaten by others. What are you afraid of? If you have the skills, just follow the line in the chat box and hit me. I am backed by the boss Lushu, and I even grabbed a copy of the boss's limited edition delicacies today, hee hee hee. No one has such luck. Envy, jealousy, hateful. When can I be as good as you? Opening square bracket comma closing square bracket. When Mu Yutingfeng saw the chat above, he was trembling with anger. These smug little people. Ah, if others rank first, rank first. Why do you always talk about yourself? What happened to number 2? Did the second person on the list eat your rice? Why do you look down on the second in the list so much? However, looking at the terrifying points of the tree-lumping man, Mu Yutingfeng suddenly lost his temper. Another 3 times crushing. 1,000 bags of high-grade fertilizer that I put in. It's just gone. Or should I be driven away by this group of villains who are mocking me? Ah, I will definitely come back next time. Mu Yutingfeng felt aggrieved and growled unwillingly in her heart. Rewards for defense points rankings have been distributed. In this ranking of defense points in the Divine Tree game, your ranking is first place. Prizes are being distributed. Have the rewards finally been distributed? Lu Shu saw the prompt popping up in front of her, opened her eyes, and exited the state of cultivation. The next second, several prompts popped up in front of me. You have obtained a god-level building, Lei Yin Temple. You have obtained the mythical treasure, Enlightenment Bell. You have obtained the mythical weapon, Zhu Xian Sword. You have obtained the mythical creature, Wudong Phoenix. Mythical weapons. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. Set your sights on the Zhu Xian Sword. The magic weapon panel suddenly opened in front of me. Shenxian Sword. Type. Weapon. Level. Myth. Conditions for use. Cultivation must reach at least the 5th level of Nascent Soul. Attributes. Improved according to the level of Sword Major. Skill. Kill a mortal with 1 sword. A divine sword that seemed to be born out of chaos floated in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Although it is just a peaceful suspension. But the invisible sword energy bursting out from the sword body seemed to be able to break the void. If the power of this sword is fully activated, it has the power to open the sky, and the sword energy can destroy the city in just a matter of seconds. Lu Shu walked over slowly and tried to touch it with her hands. But, The aura surrounding the Zushan sword rebounded slightly and bounced Lu Shu's body away. Can't you just cultivate enough? Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. As a legendary weapon, the Zushan sword is so powerful that it cannot be controlled by ordinary people. My current level of cultivation is not enough to control the immortal killing sword. If I forcefully drive it, I'm afraid it will be dangerous. You have to wait until the 5th level of nascent soul to use it. There is still a long time to come. Now, what Lu Shu needs is to quickly improve his cultivation level. In this way, you can use Zhu Xian sword earlier. Would you choose to build a mythical building, Lei Temple? Yes. The next second, a simple temple suddenly appeared where the Bodhi tree was. The temple looked very simple. But when you walk in, you can feel the ancient atmosphere. Revealing the breath of time. Makes you feel at peace. Lu Shu glanced at it and suddenly sighed. Although it is a mythical building, the Lei Temple is not complete now, and it seems that it has experienced a past that no one knows. The temple has begun to decline, and a lot of the divinity inside has been lost. But whether it's the temple's horizontal signs or the simple tables and chairs inside, they all reveal a natural Taoist charm. Clang clang clang. The sound of the enlightenment bell comes faintly from the temple, making people feel peaceful. This ancient bell is matched with Lei Temple. When the bell rings, the Bodhi tree suddenly bloomed with a glimmer of white brilliance. He actually had a connection with Lei Temple. At the same time, the light of wisdom emanating from the Bodhi tree is brighter than before. Evolved. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The moment the Bodhi tree and Lei Temple were connected, a lot of enlightenment points were gained. Quickly open the Spirit Tree panel to view. Spiritual Tree. Name: Bodhi Tree. Level: Advanced Spiritual Tree. Attribute: Comprehension plus 200. Enlightenment points: 20,500, 500 enlightenment points per day. Next stage: Holy Tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Turn out to be Lei Temple and Enlightenment Bell both have an enlightening effect on the Bodhi tree. Maybe it's because of the Bodhi tree I got, so the reward this time is a mythical building related to the Bodhi tree. Lu Shu looked thoughtfully at the naturally growing enlightenment point of the Bodhi tree. Original. The Bodhi tree can only gain enlightenment points when the cultivation of Lu Shu and the crane improves. But since the arrival of the Lei Temple and the Enlightenment Bell, the Bodhi tree has been able to gain enlightenment points from the buildings and treasures left over from these myths, and thus evolve. Lu Shu's enlightenment point has been greatly improved, and now she can break through to a higher realm. The evolution of the Bodhi tree made him feel that his understanding had been greatly improved. Open the Sacred Tree panel. Products: Blood Succession Limit Fruit, Advanced Golden Elixir Fruit. Production Cycle: 4 days 2600 650ths. Wait until the next time the sacred tree gives birth. Lu Shu has obtained the high-grade golden elixir fruit and can start to level up quickly again. Blood Inheritance Limited Fruit. This seems to be a kind of strange energy fruit, or a new super fruit. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, wondering what kind of thing this blood succession limit fruit would produce. It should be a talent. Is it a natural talent? It's something worth looking forward to. After the construction of the mythical building is completed, the Tianji array connects all the mythical buildings together. Make connections with each other. The aura of the entire Sacred Tree Island has become even richer. And all of Lu Shu's large troops have also received more attribute improvements with the blessing of mythical buildings. Mythological Site. Ruins. Tianmen incomplete. Tiandao Stone Tablet X2 incomplete. 5-color altar. Shantong Pavilion. Bodhi Tree. Attribute increase. Attack power plus 800. Defense plus 600. Spirit plus 300. Critical hit plus 35%. Puncture plus 150. Blessing plus 70. Understanding plus 20. At last, Lu Shu's eyes were on the mythical creature. A fiery red bird perched on the branch of the sacred tree. From the surface, the feathers of the Wudong phoenix look like they are made of flames, and the eyes look like a doctor's noble queen. In front of Lu Shu, a pet panel suddenly appeared. Wudong Phoenix. Level: Level 3. Skill: Divine Fire, a level. Evolution points: 200. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 4, 5000. Sacred Fire. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. I saw Wudongfeng coming in front of Lu Shu, opening her mouth and spitting softly. A small divine fire floats in the air and merges with Lu Shu's search fire source. Your searchlight source absorbed the divine fire. Divinity +1. The Wudong Phoenix has given birth to a source of divine fire. Remaining cooling time, 7 days. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. It turns out that the divine fire of Wudong Phoenix can breathe the source of divine fire and enhance my search ability. It's not just that. A fire source that contains divinity and has a wide range of uses. Combined with the fireball technique, special attacks with divine attributes can also be used. It has special blessing effects on some monsters. I still have 50 advanced growth fruits left. Lu Shu's heart moved. After eating the 200 high-grade fruits for the crane, there are still 50 fruits left. Just enough for Wudongfeng to upgrade to the 4th level. The Wudong Phoenix is obviously a more advanced mythical creature. It had a level 3 when it came out. Me. Have skills. This shows that Wudongfeng is capable of fighting. When he grows up, his fighting ability may even be as good as that of a crane. Lu Shu fed all 50 growth fruits to Wudongfeng. Wudong Phoenix swallowed an advanced growth fruit, evolution points +100. Wudong Phoenix swallowed an advanced growth fruit, evolution points +100. Suddenly, Wudongfeng's body was bathed in an extremely brilliant flame. That moment, the noble feathers on his body become more vivid, and his whole body is surrounded by golden flames, as if he has been reborn from the fire, and his life level has been transformed and sublimated. Open panel 1 again. Wudong Phoenix. Level 4. Skill. Divine Fire A+ level. Evolution points 200. The evolution points required to upgrade to the 4th level, 20,000. Wudongfeng suddenly spit out a mouthful of divine fire. The golden divine fire, with its divine fire, shines in all directions. If this attack falls on a monster, it can also cause considerable damage. The most important is, damage with divine attributes cannot be immune. Especially it has a strong restraining effect on nether monsters. Little Phoenix's level is only level 4. As time goes by, when it reaches a higher realm, the power of the divine fire will become even higher. By the time, Lu Shu can not only obtain a steady stream of divine fire from Wudongfeng, but also gain a strong fighting power. Sea area. 100 squirtles gathered on the coast. Lu Shu activated her resonance ability and connected with one of the squirtles. It's the same as when Pikachu resonates. Squirtle was born from the sacred tree, and his natural spiritual power is very close to Lu Shu. Will not resist his spiritual power. Soon, Lu Shu's vision resonates with Squirtle's. Jenny, go. With an order, the mighty Squirtle army immediately followed Lu Shu and dived into the deep sea. That's right. This time, Lu Shu plans to explore the deep sea. He wanted to see what was there in the sea where the gray fog had dispersed. The deep blue sea. Many schools of fish swim and play in it. As Lu Shu dived deeper into the sea, the schools of fish he encountered became larger and larger. At first, near the sea surface, I encountered only some small fish. But in the deep sea, the schools of fish we encounter are getting bigger as they get bigger. A fat-headed fish with a body length of more than 10 meters swam past Lu Shu. This species is not a ferocious fish species in the deep sea, but a relatively common fat-headed fish. But the body length has reached this point. No less than some sharks in normal seas. If you encounter those really big fish, I'm afraid they will be comparable to a giant ship. That's a huge thing in the deep sea. The golden dragon and the koi carp also followed the main force of the team. After a period of growth, the body length of the golden dragon koi has reached 30 meters, making it a giant in the deep sea. Come to a place. The golden dragon koi carp opened its mouth and sucked. Suddenly, the nearby fish are sucked into the mouth. With this one bite, you can eat a lot of fish. Lu Shu was amazed when she saw it. Unexpectedly, the golden dragon koi looks like a salted fish on its own sacred tree island. It only eats and sleeps, basks in the sun every day, and does nothing serious. I came to the deep sea and became a boss. Continue to dive into the deep sea. When many big fish passed by the golden dragon and koi, their eyes were filled with fear. Even some behemoths bigger than the golden dragon koi, when they saw Lu Shu and Squirtle, they wanted to come over and provoke them. As soon as the golden dragon koi appeared, this guy was so frightened that he ran away. Is it because of the suppression of the bloodline of mythical creatures? FFLX. Do other fish schools feel instinctive fear? Lu Shu secretly guessed. Dive to a depth of 2,000 meters under the sea. At this time, a deep-sea giant appeared in front of Lu Shu. Magic shark. Type: deep-sea devil fish. Risk factor: B+. Sensing range: 300 meters. Force: 1500. Speed: 1350. Defense: 1220. Skills: shark charge, brutal bite. Description: a behemoth with the bloodline of the deep-sea devil fish. The mako shark moves very fast, although the sensing range is only 300 meters. But it soon noticed the presence of Lu Shu and other squirtles. Immediately stepped forward angrily. He looks like he wants to bite them into pieces. The golden dragon koi stood up at this time. The mako shark seems to sense a hint of crisis. However, it made an angry and biting expression. It seems to be warning the golden dragon koi not to approach at will. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The reaction of the mako shark made him feel a little abnormal. Looking behind the mako shark, Lu Shu activated her S+ level mental power and activated her purple energy pupil power. His spiritual consciousness immediately crossed the sea and came to the coral sheep guarded by the shark. Turn out, in the center of that coral group, surrounded by an extremely bright treasure chest. It's a platinum treasure chest. Lu Shu was immediately moved. No wonder the mako shark was so angry. Turn out to be. It is worried that the rare treasure it is guarding will be taken away by others. Therefore, when they sense a strange presence approaching, they become so anxious. Even when faced with the suppression of the bloodline of the golden dragon and koi, he had to act extremely ferocious just to scare the enemy away. Jenny, get ready to fight. Lu Shu immediately commanded the squirtle beside him to launch an attack. The shark sensed hostility and knew that a fierce battle was inevitable, so it immediately bit one of the squirtles. Jenny, activate the water fruit's power. Lu Shu conducted the command calmly. 100 squirtles immediately activated the water fruit's superpower. In the water, the power of the sea will be controlled by the superpower of the water fruit. A terrifying Uzumaki suddenly appeared near the mako shark. Mako shark became extremely shocked and realized that Squirtle could control the power of the sea and was not an easy character to deal with. I wanted to run away immediately. Jenny, use bubble light. Lu Shu once again conveyed the battle instructions. All the Squirtles launched their foam rays towards the shark together. 100 rays of foam rays rushed towards the mako shark at the same time. Suddenly, the entire body of the mako shark was consumed by the foamy light. In addition, the water fruit created an Uzumaki, which pulled the mako shark's body, making it difficult to move. Just a moment, the blood of the mako shark filled the surrounding area. After a few struggles, Lu Shu launched another attack. A prompt pops up in front of you. You killed the magic shark and obtained rare fish meat X1. There are also enemies with good fighting capabilities in the deep sea. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, and she sighed in her heart. Compared to the gray world, the monsters in the deep sea have even higher combat power. Although they don't have very strong skills, their attributes are quite terrifying. The attributes of the mako shark are already very high in the gray world. But in the deep sea, their risk factor is only B+ level. It shows that there may be even more terrifying existences in this deep sea. The upgraded fish here made Lu Shu wonder if it had something to do with the gray world. When the gray fog dissipates, what is revealed is the deep sea. And in the gray world, there are some lost civilizations that have turned into secret realms that can only be found with treasure maps. What is the relationship between the gray world, the deep sea, and these secret realms? Lu Shu thought for a moment and couldn't find the answer for the time being. When the gray realm opens, you can continue to explore the gray realm to learn more about this place. He opened the panel and looked at the newly acquired items. Rare fish meat. Type: rare ingredients. Function: make extremely delicious seafood. If given to pets suitable for activities in the deep sea, it can also have a growth-promoting effect. That is to say, Squirtle and golden dragon koi, if they eat these fish, can they still grow? Then this is a good thing. Lu Shu smiled. Subsequently, Lu Shu swam towards the coral group guarded by the shark. A treasure box gradually appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. Tip: a platinum-level treasure chest appears ahead. You have obtained a platinum-level treasure chest. Do you want to open it? Lu Shu immediately chose yes. The next second, a water rune appeared. You have obtained advanced water rune X1. The ability of the water rune is activated together with the power of the water fruit. The power that can be released can be greatly improved. Continuing the adventure in the deep sea, if you have to fight these dangerous fish schools, it will be difficult for Squirtle to defeat them in hand-to-hand combat with Squirtle's physique. The role of supernatural powers is still important. Obtaining the water rune is equivalent to having an additional magical ability to control the water attribute. In the deep sea, water runes are equal to the power of all the seawater that can be controlled, and its price-performance ratio is unmatched by other powers. Lu Shu combines water runes with Resonant Squirtle. Try to activate the water fruit again. Combined with advanced water runes, Lu Shu discovered that the power of water attributes has increased by about 20%. Still quite impressive. Continue exploring nearby. Lu Shu activated her purple energy pupil power and kept searching for nearby treasure chests. Soon, treasure chests were found one by Lu Shu. Around the treasure chest, there are usually schools of deep-sea fish with danger coefficients ranging from sea level to B level, guarding them. The mighty Squirtle army jointly releases the power of the water fruit. Killing these blocking deep-sea devilfish is not a problem at all. You killed the magic shark and obtained rare fish meat X1. You killed the magic shark and obtained rare fish X1. Kill prompts kept popping up in front of you. Lu Shu used her pupil power to continuously find nearby deep-sea treasure chests. Certainly, I wasn't as lucky as the first time I found the mako shark, and I suddenly encountered a platinum-level treasure chest. Most of the treasure chests here range in grade from silver to gold. Most of the items released are elementary to intermediate water runes. It cannot be said that there is no gain at all. At least, Lu Shu basically upgraded this Squirtle army with water runes. Thus, Squirtle's overall combat capability is equivalent to an increase of 10 to 15%. Dive again some distance. We have reached 3,000 meters under the sea. Here we are. There is a fault on the sea floor. Lu Shu discovered that 3,000 meters is not the limit of the deep sea. Ahead, the fault on the seabed is a huge abyss. However, at the intersection of the abyss, swirling black sea water Uzumaki. If you approach Uzumaki rashly, you may end up in a terrible situation. No wonder the golden dragon koi dived to 3,000 meters and then stopped going any further. 3,000 meters is a threshold in deep-sea exploration. How can we find a way down to 3,000 meters? Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. That Uzumaki's destructive power is terrifying. Even with Squirtle's physique, he can't stop the impact of this Uzumaki. Can't find a way yet. Lu Shu first led Squirtle and began searching on the seabed 3,000 meters away. Miraculously, at a depth close to 3,000 meters, there are far fewer deep-sea devil fish nearby. It seems that few fish are willing to come close to this place. But the more this is the case, the more dangerous it is nearby. Lu Shu did not continue to keep the Squirtles close together, but issued the command of dispersed exploration. At this point, the dangers encountered no longer come from deep-sea fishing, but from the risks of the deep-sea natural environment. All the Squirtles are close together, which makes them more vulnerable to accidents. By spreading out, we can at least control the damage. At this time, Golden Dragon Koi had already separated from the main force, returned to more than 3,000 meters, and continued to collect its younger brother. It seems, the Golden Dragon Koi is currently unwilling to go to the abyss 3,000 meters below. Even the mythical bloodline can sense the danger. The Squirtles set up an exploration formation and spread out to look for treasures everywhere. Lu Shu also activated Resonance to bind all Squirtles' visions together, for fear of missing any key treasures. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip: a legendary treasure chest appears ahead. Legendary treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. He quickly looked towards the place pointed by the prompt. I saw a golden treasure chest, exuding the aura of legend. The surrounding coral groups appear even more dazzling because of this legendary treasure chest. Lu Shu did not expect that at a location 3,000 meters deep in the sea, he would trigger a luck critical strike and obtain a legendary treasure chest. Rush over quickly. Touch the legendary treasure chest lightly. Several prompts immediately popped up in front of me. You have obtained a legendary treasure chest. Whether you choose to turn it on. Yes. The next second, the legendary treasure chest is immediately opened. Lu Shu's pupils reflected the treasures in the legendary treasure chest. Dinghaiju. Level. Legend. Function. Fixing the flow of sea water in a sea area, it is a magical creature in the sea. The moment Lu Shu held Dinghaiju, the surrounding seawater flow seemed to have stopped. Feel the aura contained in this divine object too. Lu Shu tried to come near Uzumaki in the deep sea. The next second, use Dinghai Pearl. Suddenly, the Uzumaki in this sea area all stopped. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. With the ability to Dinghaizu, you can dive to the bottom of the sea below 3,000 meters. It turns out that we need to find the corresponding divine object. Lu Shu holds the sea pearl in her hand. Leading the mighty Squirtle army, they dived into the deep sea below 3,000 meters. After a period of diving, the surrounding vision suddenly became dim. Tip: you are entering the lightless sea. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. He frowned slightly. The sea area below 3,000 meters is quite strange. Even if you use the power of Purple Chi Pupil, you can't get more vision. No matter how you use your spiritual consciousness, you can sense farther away. Lu Shu found that her senses were compressed within a range of 500 meters. It's like coming to the gray world. Sensory abilities have been greatly compressed. Only, this sea area is not shrouded in gray fog, but in darkness. Not only that, the seawater pressure here has also become much heavier than above 3,000 meters. Just walking in this area will cause you to encounter the pressure of the seawater, making it difficult to move. At this time, in front of Lu Shu, a slightly hazy light appeared. When he used his spiritual consciousness to explore and leave, Jenny set up a defensive formation immediately. Lu Shu immediately commanded. Squirtle quickly gathered together. Suddenly, the dim light swam in the direction of Lu Shu. It turned out to be a huge fish of quite terrifying size. Ghost Lantern Fish. Type: Abyss Demon Fish. Risk Factor: A+. Sensing Range: 500 meters. Force: 2,100. Speed: 195022. Defense: 1520. Skills: Death Bite, Ghost Ray. Description: the special devil fish living in the abyss are extremely aggressive. The lights on their bodies can detect the enemy first and gain the initiative to attack. The Ghost Lantern Fish's perception range is the same as Lu Shu's, and its nature is quite bellicose. The moment I discovered Lu Shu, the Ghost Lantern Fish launched a death bite towards Lu Shu. Use the power of Water Fruit. Lu Shu uses Spiritual Resonance to put all Squirtles into a fighting state. Instructions received: 100 Squirtles, collectively using the power of the Water Fruit. At this time, Lu Shu also used the power of Dinghaizu. Combined with water runes, a violent wave suddenly attacked the Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish was pulled by the power of the sea water, and its huge body struggled wildly. At this time, it emits a Ghost Light Ray that turns into a long laser and shoots towards one of the Squirtles. Advanced Curse. Lu Shu quickly activated his power. Advanced curses can be activated directly through mental power. Therefore, with the help of Squirtle's body, Lu Shu can cast an advanced curse on the Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish has a strong resistance to water attributes. Even if 100 Squirtles use the water fruit together, it will be difficult to kill each other. Advanced curses have a strong effect on Ghost Lantern Fish. The Ghost Lantern Fish was suddenly enveloped in a black aura, and its body also began to decay in a very short period of time. The power of its flesh and blood shrank, and the aura on its body also became several points weaker. Seeing that his advanced curse was effective, Lu Shu moved his eyes and activated the purple energy eye power. The Ghost Lantern Fish's body immediately stagnated and could no longer move even half a minute. Using the power of illusion, Lu Shu made the Ghost Lantern Fish lose its ability to resist. Squirtle, launch the rocket headbutt and attack the Ghost Lantern Fish. Realizing that the Ghost Lantern Fish has strong resistance to water attributes, Lu Shu immediately changed the attack strategy, choosing to control the opponent first, and then let Squirtle launch physical attacks. 100 Squirtles used rocket headbutts together, and the hard turtle shell turned into a small whirlwind, hitting the body of the ghost lanternfish hard. Boom! There was a loud noise from the sea. Squirtle's physique has reached A+ level, and his physical attack ability is also quite good. The defense of the ghost lanternfish is not too strong. It was attacked by 100 Squirtles and the rocket heads used in common. His internal organs were smashed on the spot and he died completely. You kill a ghost lanternfish, and get Ghost Lantern X1. A ghost lantern, following Lu Shu's thoughts. His whole body immediately released a burst of hazy light, illuminating this dark sea. Accompanying this is the expansion of the field of vision and the extension of the senses. You used the ghost light, vision plus 50. Is this the source of search fire in the deep sea? Lu Shu showed a surprised expression. When exploring the deep sea, although there is no search torch, you can obtain a light source by killing the ghost lanternfish. Field of view increased by 50 meters. Lu Shu suddenly felt that her senses had improved a lot. Certainly, this place is different from the gray world. The sea area is larger. Moreover, the fish swimming speed here is really fast. The perception ranges of the ghost lanternfish and Lu Shu just now were both 500 meters. They sensed each other's presence almost at the same time. But the ghost lanternfish activates Death Bite and rushes over at a speed that only takes 1 second. In the deep sea, the search range of 50 meters is basically equivalent to the 10 meters in the gray world. The attack speed of the devilfish is generally much faster. Continue to explore forward. During this period, Lu Shu encountered several more lanternfish. At this time, his range of perception is 50 meters longer than that of the ghost lanternfish. Before the ghost lanternfish reacts vigilantly, Lu Shu activated the power of the purple chi pupil and used the power of illusion to control the ghost lanternfish. Reaching S+ mental power, Lu Shu can control the ghost lanternfish, which is already weak in mental power, with no effort at all. After the ghost lanternfish was controlled, it immediately lost the ability to resist. 100 Squirtles launch, rocket headbutt. Kill the opponent instantly. After a period of sweeping, you killed a ghost lanternfish, get Ghost Lantern X1. You kill a ghost lanternfish, and get Ghost Lantern X1. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. He killed about 10 ghost lanternfish, one after another. Soon, Lu Shu's range of perception has expanded to thousands. At this time, a prompt pops up in front of you. 1,000 meters ahead, a diamond treasure chest appears. Diamond treasure chests are quite rare in waters above 3,000 meters. Except for the deep-sea fishing rod found by the golden dragon koi, basically no diamond treasure chests were rated. Even platinum chests are quite rare. But coming to the sea below 3,000 meters, there are more and more diamond treasure chests here. It only takes a while to explore and you'll find it. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up, walking towards the location of the diamond treasure chest. Suddenly, a huge devil fish launched an attack on Lu. The strong suction force immediately made his body unable to move. Warning: the devil swallowing whale is devouring you. Lu Shu turned around and took a look. Not far from the diamond treasure chest, a giant whale with a length of 100 meters opened its mouth. Suddenly, the nearby water rushes into the whale's mouth. Squirtle, release the power of the water fruit, don't be swallowed by this guy. Lu Shu said immediately, with the blessing of the water fruit's superpower. The devouring of the demonic whale did not have any impact on Squirtle. In front of Lu Shu's eyes, a monster panel appeared. Magic swallowing whale. Type: Abyss demon fish. Risk factor: S+. Sensing range: 1,500 meters. Force: 3,100. Speed: 2,250. Defense: 4,520. Skills: Swallowing, Devilfish Tail Swing, 100,000 ton collision, huge waves. Description: The overlord level existence in the 5,000 meter deep sea often stays near the exotic treasure. If other existences come to catch the attention of the exotic treasure, they will completely anger the demon swallowing whale and suffer its crazy pursuit. As expected, the moment I saw Lu Shu pay attention to the diamond treasure chest, The devil swallowing whale immediately launched its most violent bites and attacks at Lu Shu. Advanced curse. Illusion. Lu Shu immediately used these two skills continuously. Although the size of the demon whale is much larger than that of the ghost lantern fish, the risk factor has also reached S level. But these creatures in the deep sea are not very resistant to spiritual attacks. Soon, suffered from these two superpowers of Lu Shu. The movements of the devil swallowing whale immediately became sluggish. The aura of curse spread crazily on him. At the same time, its consciousness also gradually fell into a vague state. Squirtle, launch the rocket headbutt. Lu Shu issued the same order again, repeating the same trick. 100 Squirtles, all heading towards the demon whale, continuously launched rocket headbutts. No matter how amazing the defense of this overlord in the deep sea is, he still can't withstand the crazy attacks of 100 Squirtles with A+ level physiques. What's more, the high-level curse also makes the life breath of the devil swallowing whale become weaker and weaker, and its defense power is also decreasing crazily. After suffering dozens of consecutive hits, finally, the demon swallowing whale's internal organs were completely shattered. A prompt pops up in front of you. You killed the demon whale, obtained Deep Sea Heart X1. Heart of the Deep Sea. Type: Deep Sea Consumables. Function: using the Deep Sea Heart in the deep sea can temporarily obtain the breath of all nearby deep sea creatures. Duration: 1 hour. Lu Shu immediately tried to use Deep Sea Heart. The next second, in his ears, there were several beating sounds of his heart. Pass. The strength, frequency and distance of this beating sound can probably determine the nearby deep-sea creatures and their types. Killed the demon whale. The nearest deep-sea devil fish is 2,000 meters away from Lu Shu, and it is also a less dangerous ghost lantern fish. Make sure there aren't too many dangers nearby. Lu Shu immediately rushed towards the diamond treasure chest. You got a diamond treasure chest. Do you want to turn it on? Yes. The next second, in the treasure chest, a 483 orb blooming like white jade appeared. In the dark seabed, it looks bright and shining. Information about this orb suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Essence of life. Grade: Advanced. Function: it can be used to nourish the sacred tree, allowing the sacred tree to quickly obtain a large number of growth points. It can actually directly increase the growth points of the sacred tree. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Top quality fertilizers have allowed the daily increase in growth points to reach the upper limit. But life essence and fertilizer have different effects. It can directly allow the sacred tree to obtain a large number of growth points. This is a treasure that quickly helps the sacred tree to upgrade to a higher level. With the heartbeat of the deep sea heart, Lu Shu immediately sensed the location of the nearby magic swallowing whale. The number of demonic swallowing whales nearby is 10 in total. Among them, there are 7 demonic swallowing whales that are wandering around nearby. Their movements are irregular and they should not be guarding the treasure. But the other 3 demonic swallowing whales have a certain range of activities. Even if they swim back and forth, they will not exceed this range. From this detail, Lu Shu judged that the magic swallowing whale, with a fixed range, should be a guarded high-level treasure chest. With the help of the perception of the heart of the deep sea, he bypassed the dangerous demon whale, and killed a few more ghost lantern fish, to expand his field of vision to 1,500 meters. Thus, even if the effect of the deep sea heart disappears, Lu Shu's perception range will no longer be worse than that of the demon swallowing whale. When you encounter these abyss demon fish, you will have plenty of room to counterattack. Next, Lu Shu went to the location of the 3 magic swallowing whales. As expected, a diamond-level treasure chest appeared near the first magic swallowing whale that I encountered. Advanced curse. Purple Chi power. Under the release of dual skills, the demon swallowing whale was immediately arrested. Squirtle uses rocket headbutt. Made according to law. You killed by 3 feet devil swallowing whale, and got X3 heart of the deep sea. You have obtained diamond-level treasure chest X3. Searched nearby for a while again. Lu Shu found no more unnecessary treasure chests. At this time, a system announcement came to my ears. The Grey World has been reopened, and all sacred tree masters can continue to go to the Grey World to explore. Let's explore here first. This time, the deep-sea exploration broke through the depth of 5,000 meters. The exploration range of deep-sea fishing rod has also reached an area of 5,000 meters. Diamond-level treasure chests can now be caught. And Lu Shu sent all the 4 life essences that were opened from the diamond treasure chest to the Sacred Tree Island. Do you want to use life essence? Yes. The next second, the sacred tree absorbed the essence of life. Your sacred tree has absorbed X4 of advanced life essence and gained plus 1000 growth points. Your sacred tree enters a rapid growth state. The production cycle is -4. You have obtained the blood boundary fruit X1. You have obtained high-grade golden elixir fruit X1. Several prompts popped up in front of me. Lu Shu looked in the direction of the sacred tree. Absorbed the essence of life. The sacred tree suddenly grew a lot and became thicker than before. Only 2 fruits were seen growing out from the lush branches and leaves. High-level spiritual energy fruits are larger than intermediate spiritual energy fruits, and their golden color also becomes bright and shiny. The other dark red fruit is the new blood inheritance limited fruit. Absorbing the essence of life can actually gain so many growth points. Moreover, the production cycle of the sacred tree can be greatly shortened and the fruit matures faster. This is great stuff. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. In the deep sea below 5,000 meters, as long as you open a diamond-level treasure chest, you can get this kind of good stuff. For Lu Shu, you can get the fruit bonus of the sacred tree faster. In the game of God Tree, one step is faster and each step is faster. It goes without saying how important the growth speed of fruit is. The essence of life can directly promote fruit ripening. The value is endless. Needless to say more about the high-grade golden elixir fruit. Lu Shu immediately buried it in the soil and obtained the high-grade golden elixir fruit tree. Advanced golden elixir fruit tree. Variety: subspecies spirit tree. Product: high-grade golden elixir fruit. Period: 0.5 days, 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 1. You only need to wait for the fruit to mature to synthesize the top-grade golden elixir fruit. By the time, my cultivation can break through to a higher stage again. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes are on blood succession limit fruit. This is a new fruit. Quickly open the panel and smell the second message. Blood inheritance limited fruit. Function: obtain blood succession limit, Sharingan. Skills: skill copy, weakness insight, illusion. Sharingan. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. He actually obtained the strongest blood inheritance limit. And skill copy: if you awaken Sharingan, you will temporarily copy one of your teammates' abilities. Skills equivalent to different pets can be shared. Who is better to take this fruit? Lu Shu fell into thinking. First, I don't take the blood succession limit fruit. He has already activated the purple energy pupil power. If there are more Sharingan, the abilities of 2 different pupil powers will be a bit repetitive, and there may be conflicts between different pupil powers, making it difficult to control. Little White Fox. Lu Shu felt it was unnecessary. For the Little White Fox, just use the abilities of Teleport and Dark Fruit to knock out the opponent for a second and that's it. Even with the addition of other abilities, the upper limit has not been increased much. Dark Fruit's power is so strong, of course it is a skill that should be copied. Then, the only ones left are Yumi and Pikachu. As for Squirtle, Lu Shu plans to create a force to explore the deep sea. Therefore, Squirtle will not enter the Grey Realm with Pikachu for the time being. Copying skills is a waste. Just give it to Pikachu. There was a moment of hesitation between Yumi and Pikachu. At last, Lu Shu chose to let Pikachu eat the blood succession limit fruit. Pikachu's mental strength and speed attributes are quite high. Insight into weaknesses allows Pikachu to maximize his speed gains, see through his opponent's weaknesses, and use his speed to counterattack. In addition, Pikachu can also copy the Dark Fruit ability of the Little White Fox, which will defeat the opponent. In contrast, Yumi's benefits from getting Sharingan are not that high. Possession can add a new level of attributes to teammates. If Sharingan is given to Yumi, then Sharingan's skills will not enjoy the effects of Yumi's blessing. In order to maximize the benefits of fruits, under balance, Lu Shu chose Pikachu. Ding! Your blood succession limit fruit tree has reached the production cycle, blood succession limit fruit plus 100. Ding! Your high-grade golden elixir fruit tree has reached the production cycle, high-grade golden elixir fruit plus 100. Half a day later, in front of Lu Shu, 2 prompts popped up in succession. Turn around and look. The blood succession boundary fruit tree is already full of bloody fruits. Little one, eat those fruits. Lu Shu immediately greeted Pikachu and swallowed the blood succession limit fruit. 100 Pikachu curiously came to the blood successor fruit tree and stared at these strange fruits. He seems to be curious about what these fruits taste like. Do not care. It's all about food anyway. Just swallow it and you're done. Bah, bah, 3 times 5 divided by 2. Soon, 100 Pikachus ate up all the blood successor fruits. Suddenly, a pair of red eyes with Magatama appeared in Pikachu's pupils. Pikachu was stunned for a moment, seeming to be thinking about why the scene in front of him became strange. There are many more things that are incomprehensible. After eating the fruit, blood succession boundary brings not only a new talent but also related knowledge. After just a brief moment of confusion, Pikachu knew that he had a new power and tried to use it. Sizzle, sizzle, a blade composed of thunder and lightning condensed in Pikachu's hand. This is. Lu Shu's eyes moved instantly. This thunder knife is not an ordinary lightning strike, but it is not 100,000 volts. Has Pikachu learned a new power? At this time, a pet panel appears in front of Lu Shu. Pikachu. Type. Pokemon. Powers. 100,000 volts, Shock Fruit, Sharingan, Chidori. Physique. A. Speed. S. Spirit. S. Overall potential. SS+. Pikachu has gained new powers and also unlocked new powers. The power of the Chidori is greater than that of an ordinary lightning strike, and it does not consume as much power as 100,000 volts. It is more suitable for causing damage to a single enemy. With weakness insight, Pikachu's Raikiri can specifically attack the monster's weaknesses, causing critical damage. After Lu Shu checked the description of the new ability, his eyes immediately lit up. Pikachu's progress after swallowing the blood succession limit fruit really exceeded his expectations. What a surprise! Subsequently, Lu Shu set her sights on the advanced golden elixir fruit tree. The trees full of fruits have all grown. His understanding has improved so much that Lu Shu now has no bottlenecks in his practice and is focused on breaking through to a higher level. Do you want to combine 10 high-grade golden elixir fruits into one top-level golden elixir fruit? Yes. The next second, in Lu Shu's hand, there was an extra top golden elixir fruit. Use your spiritual sense to feel a little. The fruit contains a majestic spiritual energy like the ocean. The aroma of spiritual energy that is so rich that it cannot be dissolved floats from the fruit. Lu Shu took a gentle bite. Suddenly, the majestic spiritual energy gathered in the golden elixir. Practice by running the exercises. Boom, it just took a while. There was a roaring sound of breakthrough inside my body. Breakthrough to the 6th level of Jindan. Not enough. Lu Shu shook her head slightly. His understanding has been improved, and his skills have been mastered to a perfect state. There are no longer any training bottlenecks. The Sacred Tree Island blessed by mythical buildings and heavenly secret diagrams allows Lu Shu to absorb spiritual energy and make breakthroughs at an astonishing speed. When he first broke through, Lu Shu had already completed the consolidation of his realm and could start sprinting towards a higher realm. Do you want to choose to fuse the high-grade golden elixir fruit X90 into the top-level golden elixir fruit X9? Yes, Lu Shu chose to use the fastest speed to make a breakthrough. In one go, you can be directly promoted to a higher level. Swallow the 3 high-grade golden elixir fruits again. Lu Shu's realm, the 6th level of the golden elixir breaks through to the 7th level of the golden elixir. The last 6, there is no pause in between. Lu Shu uses this breath to keep breaking through to higher realms. Boom, there was another muffled thunderous breakthrough sound. There is a strong wind and wave rolling around. Sean couldn't help but stop practicing and watch Lu Shu's breakthrough. As the body glows with a layer of golden light. Lu Shu's realm aura only stopped when it reached the 8th level of the golden core. Reaching this state, the nascent soul above the golden core is getting closer and closer. As long as he reaches the 5th level of nascent soul, at that time, Lu Shu can initially use the mythical weapon, Zhu Xian's sword. Lu Shu has been looking forward to what kind of power that sword can unleash in the Grey World. produced by the blood succession limit fruit and the high-grade golden elixir fruit. At this time, the sacred tree has a new product. Products: Nascent Soul Skill Fruit, Nascent Soul Fruit, Advanced Growth Fruit X3. Production cycle: 4 days 2600 650ths. Just need to wait for another 4 days. Lu Shu can wait until the Nascent Soul level fruit is produced. At that time, you can start upgrading towards a higher Nascent Soul realm. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. Come and gather. Get ready to go to the Grey World. After training, Lu Shu called all the pet troops to assemble. Pikachu has a new Sharingan skill. His own realm has also reached the 8th level of the Golden Core. It's time to trigger that Wailing Abyss and get rid of the Nightmare level boss, the Lord of the Netherworld. The mighty army set off towards the Grey World again. This time, Lu Shu plans to directly obtain the Nightmare level first kill achievement. Grey World. Location: Howling Abyss. Coordinates: 67, 58. Risk factor: SS. Set off towards the Grey World again. Arriving near the Howling Abyss, Lu Shu's brow suddenly frowned slightly. He doesn't know why, but he always feels that the space in the Grey World is larger than before. Shaked his head, Lu Shu first left a teleportation array in place. Later, with the Grey World, the large army set off towards the inner layer of Howling Abyss. The monsters in the outer layer were basically wiped out when they arrived last time. You only need to avoid the Nether Realm to avoid risks. In fact, the Nether Realm does not pose much danger to Lu Shu now. Come to the inner area. Finally some monsters appear here. Although the scope of the inner layer is not as broad as the outer layer, it is because when we came here to explore, it was already close to the time when the Grey World attacked the island. Therefore, Lu Shu just let the army of dead souls pull all the mainly troublesome S+ level monsters into the island battle. There are still some monsters left that have not been solved. In front of you, a dozen Netherworld magicians appeared, as well as a Netherworld Candle Dragon, imprisoned in chains. Netherworld Candle Dragon. Type: Nether Clan, Dragon Clan. Risk factor: S+. Sensing range: 400 meters. Force: 1500. Speed: 1350. Defense: 1220. Skills: Netherworld Dragon Breath, Angry Bite, Death Crash, Destroying Dragon Flame. Description: the powerful creatures guarded in the abyss, even the Lord of the Netherworld has not been able to truly tame them. Since the Netherworld Candle Dragon was imprisoned by chains, there was no attack on Lu Shu's island. But if you want to deal with the Lord of the Netherworld, then these elite monsters need to be killed first. Raise the Guardian Scepter. Lu Shu activates Angel Blessing. Suddenly, all pets are blessed with holy light attacks. As a blast of holy light sounded, the nearby Netherworld Mage was immediately killed by Lu Shu's holy light explosion. Netherworld Candle Dragon sensed the crisis, let out an angry roar, and broke free from the shackles of the iron chain. Pika Chidori. Before Lu Shu could give the order, he saw Pikachu activate Sharingan and suddenly kill the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Netherworld Candle Dragon raised its paw, with arrogance and contempt in its eyes, as if it was looking at this tiny mouse, trying to provoke him regardless of life or death. What I didn't expect was, Pikachu instantly jumped in the air, dodging the claws of the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and then instantly copied the skills of the Little White Fox. Unleash the power of Dark Fruit. The dark attribute Death Light immediately swallowed up the two front paws of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Netherworld Candle Dragon let out a cry of grief. The next second, Pikachu didn't even wait for the opponent to counterattack, and directly sent the Chidori Thunder to the opponent's heart. A fatal blow. The whole process can be described as running like running water. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu. You kill the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and get the Candle Dragon Heart X1. Candle Dragon Heart. Type: Monster Synthetic Material. Function: a necessary material for synthesizing the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. This is the monster synthesis route that I only have after unlocking the sacred tree of the monster fruit. As long as you have the relevant sacred tree and kill monsters, synthetic materials will drop. If the Netherworld Candle Dragon can be synthesized, then the island will need to add more S+ level lords with combat power. Pikachu is awesome. Lu Shu couldn't help but praise. Sharingan's insight into weaknesses, combined with the deadly Chidori, and Pikachu's speed and mental power. Copying the skills of the little white fox, seeing through the weaknesses of the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and then designing the kill. Pikachu was able to find a way to kill even Lu Shu couldn't think of. Have to say, Sharingan's ability is stronger than imagined. Yamato is much easier to use. Open the Monster Synthesis panel. Netherworld Candle Dragon. Level. S-Level. Synthetic Conditions. Candle Dragon Heart X1, Candle Dragon Wings X1, Candle Dragon Eyes X1. There happen to be 3 nether candle dragons here. Maybe we can directly explode all the synthetic materials. Lu Shu opened the Marauders map and found the locations of the other 2 Netherworld Candle Dragons. Leading a large army, he rushed towards the location of the Netherworld Candle Dragon. En route, the Netherworld Magicians, who passed by, were all raised by Lu Shu with the Guardian Scepter and sent away with an explosion of holy light. The troublesome thing about this kind of mage is that the attack power is quite amazing. But Lu Shu awakened the Netherworld body. Dark attribute magic is basically useless to him. You can clean up easily. After a while, Lu Shu successively used Holy Light Explosion, harvesting the enemy's life. You killed the Netherworld Demon Soldier, and obtained the Netherworld Armor, Diamond Level X1, obtained the Primary Netherworld Soul X1. You killed the Sir of the Netherworld, obtained the Netherworld Armguard, Diamond Level X1, and obtained the Intermediate Netherworld Soul X1. You killed the Netherworld Magician, obtained the Netherworld Ring, Diamond Level X1, and obtained the Advanced Netherworld Soul X1. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. Ghost Soul. Lu Shu's eyes were focused on this new material. Ghost Su. Type. Nether Monster Synthetic Material. Use. Synthesize Nether Demon Soldier, Netherworld Sun, Netherworld Magician, Netherworld Sacrifice, Netherworld Demon Lord. In. The stronger the synthesized monster is, the higher the level and the greater the number of souls required. Netherworld Demon Soldier. Elementary Soul X5 or Intermediate Soul X1. Children of the Netherworld. Elementary Soul X20 or Intermediate Soul X5. Netherworld Mage. Intermediate Soul X10 or Advanced Soul X1. Netherworld Demon Lord. Intermediate Soul X500 or Advanced Soul X100. Netherworld Sacrifice. Advanced Soul X100. To synthesize the Nether Demon Soldier and 650 descendants, you only need the primary soul. But if you want to synthesize higher level monsters, the number of souls required becomes extremely amazing. To synthesize the Nether Demon Lord, you need 500 intermediate souls, or 100 high-level souls. The Nether Sacrifice can only be synthesized by high-level souls. And if you want to synthesize a more powerful Netherworld Candle Dragon, then only by killing the body of the Candle Dragon can you collect these rare materials. Lu Shu looked at this panel and made a rough judgment on the combined abilities of the monsters. Although this ability is quite powerful and can create an army of monsters, the conditions are also quite harsh. In fact, the monster Lu Shu wants to synthesize is too high level. Monsters such as the Netherworld Priest and the Netherworld Demon Lord have reached S+ level or above. For other Sacred Tree Masters, these are boss level monsters that cannot be defeated. If it were another Divine Tree Master, let alone whether they could kill these monsters or whether they could stably explode so many materials, it was still a mystery. If Lu Shu can kill a monster, he will receive equipment and materials, as well as his Shi attribute bonus. The Golden Dragon Koi has reached the 5th level, and the luck bonus it brings is too high. Lu Shu's luck has reached level A. Basically, the probability of dropping equipment and materials is not much higher than other Sacred Tree Masters. The output of clearing the dungeon is definitely not comparable to that of ordinary Sacred Tree Masters. Sweeping all the way, most of the people around were Netherworld Magicians. After killing all the way, I collected as many as 500 high-level souls. The number of primary souls and intermediate souls reaches 4 digits. When the sacred tree produces monster fruit, it can be synthesized. Finally, finished taking care of the remaining Netherworld Magicians. The only remaining monsters are those 2 Nether Candles. Lu Shu continues to send out Pikachu. Turn on Sharingan. Pikachu still used quick and agile methods. After finding the weakness of the Netherworld Candle Dragon, he killed it with one strike without giving his opponent any chance. You killed the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and obtained the Candle Dragon wings. You killed the Netherworld Candle Dragon, and obtained the eyes of the Candle Dragon. Soon after, the remaining 2 Netherworld Candle Dragons were dealt with. There aren't many powerful monsters here, CCCF. The lucky attribute received a small burst, and Minshu also successfully collected all the materials needed to synthesize the Netherworld Candle Dragon. Ready for synthesis. The little white fox looked behind and was surprised. I thought I had caught up with Pikachu's progress. Why do you feel that Pikachu can now not only use his strongest power, but also kill monsters at a speed that is not slow at all? Yumi originally liked hugging the little white fox's lap, but she once abandoned Pikachu. So delicious. Tisk tisk tisk. Have to say, Yumi is such a creature who hugs whoever has thicker thighs. Again after a period of sweeping. Finally, all the monsters in the inner area died in Lu Shu's hands. Now, the number of his advanced souls has reached 1000. The primary soul and intermediate soul have exceeded 5 digits. It is now possible to form a nether legion of decent size. It's a pity that we didn't get such a good sacred tree earlier. Otherwise, by sweeping away the entire nightmare level dungeon, I can create a huge netherworld army. When the time comes, it will be of great use whether it is to defend the island or attack the islands of other sacred tree masters. Lu Shu thought in her heart. The last enemy. Only the Lord of the Netherworld deep in the core is left. On the Marauder's map, there is only one lonely big red dot, located at the deepest point of the Yuan Chu Abyss. Lu Shu led the large army towards the deepest area. In front of you, a huge dark domain space covers the entire abyss. Arriving at the deepest boss location. This is all a netherworld area. The Divine Tree Master can only fight the Lord of the Netherworld in the netherworld area. Without the blessing and protection of a guardian spirit, or without the profession of a priest, in this environment, fighting the SS-level Lord of the Netherworld is tantamount to courting death. Arrive at the entrance to the core area of Howling Abyss. Lu Shu is preparing to release an angel blessing towards the surroundings. Suddenly, the guardian spirit jade pendant worn on his chest suddenly burst out with a burst of holy light. The guardian angel emerged from the jade pendant. This was the second time he appeared in front of Lu Shu. I will protect you and kill the Lord of the Netherworld. The indifferent voice of the guardian spirit sounded in Lu Shu's ears. Suddenly, a protective light protects Lu Shu and the pet army. This holy light is immune to the Netherworld. At the same time, Lu Shu also unexpectedly discovered that all of his attack skills had a 100% holy light attribute conversion bonus. Not only that, all pets' attacks, even the little white fox's dark fruit, can have the holy light restraint effect. As expected of the power of the guardian spirit, it is indeed powerful. Lu Shu was overjoyed. The guardian spirit had been staying silently inside the jade pendant. She originally thought that its effect was very limited, but when it came to the real boss battle, its value was reflected. Entering the netherworld, the surrounding darkness suddenly wanted to swallow Lu Shu. But an extremely brilliant holy light emerged from his body. Like the light of dawn, it breaks through the darkness and illuminates everything around it. Walked some distance forward. At this time, a black shadow as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared in front of Lu Shu. Haha. No one has been able to enter my territory alive for a long time. The cold laughter echoes endlessly in the dark netherworld. Lu Shu's body instantly burst out with an extremely bright light. The Lord of the Netherworld unknowingly cast a dark magic on Lu Shu. However, the protective effect of the Guardian Jade Pendant immediately offset the attack of the Lord of the Netherworld. At the same time, the final boss of this instance finally came to Lu Shu. Lord of the Netherworld. Type: Demon, Netherworld. Risk Factor: SS. Perception Range: Netherworld Realm. Force: 3200. Speed: 3150. Defense: 3120. Skills: Nether Body, Nether Concealment, Dark Shroud, Ultimate Domain, Fury, Abyss Gift. Description: It is a powerful creature from the Abyss. It has received a gift from the Abyss. It will inherit the will of the Abyss and continue to spread the power of the Abyss to every corner of the continent. However, while receiving the gift of the abyss, it gradually turns into the abyss itself, and will never be able to leave the domain of the abyss. The next second, the figure of the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly disappeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. In its territory, as long as he is in the Nether realm, the Lord of the Nether can gain the ability to become invisible. Pikachu turns on the Sharingan. However, even these eyes cannot capture the position of the Netherworld life. At this time, the guardian angel suddenly floated into the air and chanted a long spell. As the sound of the incantation sounded, the nearby Netherworld area was immediately dispersed. The figure of the Lord of the Netherworld also appeared. There was a bit of vigilance in his eyes as he looked at the guardian angel. The power of angels. The next second, Lu Shu took out the guardian scepter and launched the holy light explosion towards the Lord of the Netherworld. The incandescent holy light produced a violent explosion. However, a layer of ink-black barrier appeared around the Lord of the Netherworld. Neutralizes the damage of holy light. Gift from the abyss of the Lord of the Netherworld, resists 80% of holy light skills. A gift from the abyss. Lu Shu frowned slightly. According to the description of the information panel, the Lord of the Netherworld comes from the true abyss. The damage of the holy light system only affects the nether system, but it cannot produce much restraint effect on the abyss. It can almost be understood as abyss as a more advanced attribute increase. It can help the Lord of the Netherworld and resist the powers of the holy light system. Drown in darkness. The Lord of the Netherworld's eyes suddenly turned cold. The surrounding vision suddenly darkened. It's like being blind and unable to see anything. In addition to the line of prompts in front of me, still shining like a star. The Lord of the Netherworld has activated the Dark Shroud. Your vision is temporarily lost, the Netherworld's resistance is reduced by 40%, and you enter a vulnerable state. Darkness enveloped Lu Shu's perception. Lu Shu immediately raised the Guardian Scepter. Holy Light Blessing, Angel Blessing, Holy Light Barrier. 2 blessings are imposed. Lu Shu's divinity and blessing attributes have been promoted very high. At this time, the Holy Light Barrier is turned on to resist the attack of the Lord of the Netherworld. That's right, destroy. Lu Shu took out the Divine Searchlight. The fire source with divine nature suddenly burst out with a burst of bright light, dispersing the surrounding darkness. His eyes suddenly became happy. Divine fire source, with the property of dispelling darkness. This can be used to deal with the dark realm of the Nether Lord. Lu Shu used the fireball technique again. Boom. The majestic flames swept across all directions like a fire dragon, lighting up everything around it. The Lord of the Netherworld turned into a shadow and attacked Lu Shu. Snort. Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter and once again directed a holy light judgment towards the Lord of the Netherworld. And the flame with divinity also launched an attack together with the holy light. Not only that, the surrounding Pikachu, Yumi and Little White Fox all launched attacks on the Lord of the Netherworld at the same time. The Thunder Dragon roars, the Magic Mystery shines, and the Dark Death light shrouds. The attacks of the Pet Army, gathered together, are an attack force that cannot be underestimated. Boom. With one blow, the Lord of the Netherworld took the attack of Lu Shu and the large army head on. Its body paused slightly, its eyes were filled with murderous intent. Staring at the god in Lu Shu's hand, the Lord of the Netherworld's eyes were obviously a little more fearful. The current offensive cannot kill the opponent for the time being. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Although the Pet Army plus its own Holy Light ability can cause some substantial damage to the Lord of the Netherworld. But in the enemy's territory, if you just rely on this level of attack, it will take too long to kill the opponent. The Lord of the Netherworld, who has his back against the abyss and gains the abyss's increase, has extremely high defense and resistance. It must have high enough damage. Lu Shu no longer hesitated and took out the Splitting Demon King's Soul Tool. He thought about it and chose to use it. A prompt pops up immediately in front of you. You use the soul of the Split Demon King. Acquire temporary ability, Split. Split. You can divide your body into 100 parts, and each split body has 100% of the attributes of the body. The next second, 100 Lu Shu appeared in front of the Lord of the Netherworld. Angel Blessing. Endless holy light of blessing immediately enveloped the entire venue. Except for Lu Shu, who received a 100-fold increase, all pets also received an increase of Angel Blessing x 100. This moment, the attributes of all Lu Shu's pet army exploded. Chapter 101. Open the panel. Lu Shu took a deep breath. Good guy. All these attributes are amazing. With the blessing of the guardian angel, why don't you pin this boss to the ground and hammer him? Now, the attribute panels of Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi are filled with a dazzling S that occupies the entire screen. It looks so comfortable. Receive the blessing effect of 100 times the angel's blessing halo. The attributes of all members exploded. This moment, the Lord of the Netherworld suddenly felt a sharp danger, and his expression changed. Yumi, possess Pikachu. Pikachu, copy Yumi's sparkling fruit power. Little White Fox, use Dark Fruit's ability to seal the location of the Lord of the Netherworld. Use all your attacks to kill it. Lu Shu gave an order, and most of the pet troops immediately took action. Yumi's sparkling fruit, combined with the holy light aura of the guardian angel, provides a very high holy light attack bonus. Therefore, Lu Shu chose to let Pikachu copy sparkling fruit's ability, which is also based on this. Sizzle, sizzle. The sound of Chidori's electric current is extremely crisp. The next second, Pikachu's body was as fast as lightning, and he rushed towards the Lord of the Netherworld. You humble insect, die. The Lord of the Netherworld's eyes turned cold, and he summoned a dark realm of the Netherworld with his backhand, preparing to swallow Pikachu completely. Righto. The thunder and lightning flashed casually in front of the Lord of the Netherworld and then disappeared. This thunder and lightning is just a cover for attack. 100 Pikachu formed a formation and surrounded the Lord of the Netherworld. The holy light was like daylight, like a small sun falling to the ground, turning into a sharp blade of dawn, piercing the darkness. Ah! The Lord of the Netherworld was hurt by the powerful holy light system, and he suddenly started to cry out in pain. The damage of your holy light attack overflows, causing a critical hit, and breaking through the abyss increases. When Lu Shu saw the prompt in front of her, her eyes lit up instantly. It is worthy of the blessing of 100 angels' halos of blessing. The attributes are overflowing, and even the Lord of the Netherworld's abyss amplification can't cause much resistance to attacks of this level. What's more, with the addition of the holy light attribute bonus of the guardian angel, the attacks of Pikachu and other pets essentially have a restraining effect on the Netherlord's nether body. Raise the guardian scepter. 100 Lu Shu, jointly facing the Lord of the Netherworld, unleashed the judgment of Yiguang. The endless holy light immediately cleansed the world. The entire sunless abyss suddenly turned into daylight. The Lord of the Netherworld was critically hit by the holy light, and the abyss amplification state was reduced by 20%. Boom! There was another loud noise of holy light explosion. The Lord of the Netherworld took dozens of steps back, his face became much weaker, and he kept coughing. Lu Shu continuously inflicts holy light critical strike damage to it, and the effect of abyss amplification is weakened, so the overall resistance will also decrease. Simply put, the Lord of the Netherworld has been breached. Stupid human being, you will pay the price for your actions. The Netherborn roared angrily. The next second, the aura on its body suddenly increased several times. The darkness of the abyss shrouded once again. The Lord of the Netherworld used rage, and obtained a 200% abyss amplification effect, attributes plus 200%, and holy light resistance plus 100%. The next second, a burst of black air flowed from the Lord of the Netherworld. When the attacks of Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi fell on the Lord of the Netherworld, they were blocked by the black airflow. It can't be hurt at all. Go into berserk mode. Not only does the attributes gain effects such as explosive increases and abyss amplification, but the Lord of the Netherworld and even all attacks from Lu Shu's army are completely immune. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi, retreat temporarily. Don't confront it head-on yet. Spread out the formation and pull. Lu Shu gave the order to let the pets disperse for the time being. Subsequently, he released the advanced curse towards the Lord of the Netherworld. 100 Lu Shu, releasing debilitating skills at the same time. Even though the Lord of the Netherworld has a high resistance, his momentum has been weakened a bit at this moment. Not only that, activate the purple pupil power. Cast illusion. Guang Henchin appeared in his hand. Lu Shu plays the piano beautifully. The sound of the strings immediately slowed down the movement of the Lord of the Netherworld. The resistance increased by the abyss does not increase the resistance along with the illusion. For the boss, the nether tree is completely controlled. Certainly, Suffering from such a powerful illusion attack, the Lord of the Netherworld's movement slowed down, sometimes entering a state of confusion, unable to see where the enemy in front of him was. Lu Shu's Guanghen Qin has a very strong piercing effect. Even if the Lord of the Netherworld is highly resistant to illusions and will not be controlled, he will still be severely affected. I saw the Lord of the Netherworld in front of me, and when he launched his attack, everything was blown into the air. During this period, Lu Shu did not let the pets attack. Once damage is caused to the Lord of the Netherworld, the consciousness of resistance will be triggered, thereby reducing the effect of the illusion. Take advantage of this time. Lu Shu continued to release the advanced curse, weakening the momentum of the Lord of the Netherworld. The Lord of the Netherworld has suffered a debilitating effect, and the duration of his rage has been reduced. Work. The Lord of the Netherworld's violent time has ended and he has entered a weak state. As the violent aura weakens, the Lord of the Netherworld's offensive is also declining. At this time, Little White Fox, Yumi, Pikachu, come on. Use your strongest attack with all your strength. Try to keep the Lord of the Netherworld's life as low as possible. Lu Shu then let all the pets unleash all their skills on the Lord of the Netherworld. In his weak state, the Lord of the Netherworld was completely controlled by Lu Shu and cannot move even a little bit. Then, bursts of dazzling light completely swallowed up the Lord of the Netherworld. In addition to the attack of the pet army, 100 Lu Shus who split off also raised the Guardian Scepter and used the Holy Light Judgment together. Boom! The endless holy light swallowed up the whole Netherworld again. A wail of incomparable pain came from the mouth of the Lord of the Netherworld, as pitiful as a ghost in the abyss. The Lord of the Netherworld's entire face was completely distorted, with hatred in his eyes. From the beginning, it never thought that these despicable humans could cause so much harm to itself. The pain and humiliation made the Lord of the Netherworld's murderous intention towards Lu Shu reach the most extreme state. I will plunge you into the cold abyss of despair, and you will never be reincarnated. A dagger made of black iron chains suddenly appeared in the hands of the Lord of the Netherworld. The next second, it actually pierced the dagger into its own heart. The ink-colored blood covering the heaven and earth suddenly enveloped the entire abyss. Endless murderous intent is distributed in every corner of the Nether realm, seeming to crush everything here. This is the killing field, released by the Lord of the Netherworld at the cost of half his life. It wants to transform half of itself into the underworld and die together with the enemy. The Lord of the Netherworld is launching the Death Realm. Closing square bracket. Please leave this area before the decisive battle is launched. Otherwise you will die instantly. Yumi, possess the Little White Fox. Little White Fox, enter the Void Crack. Pikachu, copy the Void Rift of the Little White Fox. Lu Shu immediately ordered. Pikachu's attributes have been greatly increased, and it only needs to consume mental power to quickly switch to another skill and copy it. The speed of light copied the Void Crack of the Little White Fox. All the pets have hid in another dimension. At this time, the Great Formation in the ultimate killing field is launched. However, Lu Shu's figure suddenly transformed into a ghostly form. Toit, the ultimate killing formation is to devour all things with the underworld. So Lu Shu himself is the Netherworld, so how could he be swallowed by the Netherworld? What's more, he is also protected by the Guardian Angel, which makes him very resistant to this kind of attack. Boom, boom, the endless killing array made the surrounding void tremble. However, Lu Shu's figure is as tough as a rock, unmoved by it at all. I don't know how much time has passed. Finally, the end of the decisive battle. The figure of the Lord of the Netherworld reappeared in front of Lu Shu. But by this time, the aura on its body has become extremely weak. The Lord of the Netherworld activates the killing domain, consuming half of the life attributes. Gift from the Abyss expires. All attributes reduced by 50%. Holy Light resistance reduced by 100%. Although by this time, Lu Shu's splitting effect has disappeared. 100 Lu Shu, merged into 1 Lu Shu. As for the 100 times Angel's blessing, blessings on the pets, time has almost passed. But, the current attributes of the Lord of the Netherworld have been reduced by not much. Even without the bonus of these attributes, just relying on Lu Shu's current Holy Light attack, it would be difficult for the Lord of the Netherworld to resist. Accept the judgment of the Holy Light. A sword of holy light suddenly appeared in the hands of the guardian angel. With the light curtain of judgment, his figure rushed towards the Lord of the Netherworld. A ray of holy light followed the tip of the sword and cut through the body of the Lord of the Netherworld. The dark aura on the Lord of the Netherworld completely collapsed and he was hit hard again. It's now. Kill it. Lu Shu instantly raised the guardian scepter. Holy light judgment. When the last ray of holy light landed on the Lord of the Netherworld, accompanied by a scalp-numbing wailing sound, the figure of the Lord of the Netherworld gradually disappeared into the endless holy light. It's over. Lu Shu took a long breath. After many days of preparation and a hard battle, the Lord of the Netherworld was eventually killed by himself. The little white fox and Pikachu also exited from the void crack and returned to Lu Shu's side. Those pairs of small eyes. Note. Watching the figure of the Lord of the Netherworld disappearing, there was also a bit of surprise. The Lord of the Netherworld's final attack is extremely destructive. If any Sacred Tree Master resists an attack of this level head-on, he will definitely die within a second. If Lu Shu hadn't had a nether body and the blessing of a guardian angel, he wouldn't have been able to resist the Nether Lord's killing field so easily. In any case, this fierce battle finally ended, and Lu Shu also successfully got the first kill of the Nightmare boss. Boom! There was a violent vibration in the abyss. After the death of the Lord of the Netherworld, this abyss has completely collapsed. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. He noticed that the aura of the abyss nearby was gradually dissipating. According to the introduction of the Lord of the Netherworld, this monster is only responsible for spreading the power of the abyss to every corner of the continent, but it is not the real abyss itself. And as a diffuser of the power of the abyss, when the Lord of the Netherworld dies completely, this abyss will naturally cease to exist. After a while, several prompts popped up in front of Lu Shu. You passed the boss of the Wailing Abyss, Lord of the Netherworld. Obtain the robe of the Lord of the Netherworld, legendary level X1. Obtain the heart of the Lord of the Netherworld X1, the Lord of the Netherworld's soul X1, the fragments of the Lord of the Netherworld X10, and the synthesis root of the Lord of the Netherworld has been unlocked. Obtain the search flame X1. Get Abyss key X1. Get the intermediate Abyss skills illustrated book, Abyss amplification. Obtain the intermediate Abyss skills illustrated book, Abyss decline. Congratulations on getting the first kill reward of the Nightmare level dungeon, and getting a special prop, the Abyss illustrated book. The moment when Lu Shu got the first kill of the Nightmare level dungeon. This reminder also echoes in the ears of the entire Divine Tree game and every Divine Tree city. Congratulations to the Sacred Tree Master, Shuren, for obtaining the first kill achievement reward of the Nightmare level dungeon. Originally, everyone in the chat box is eagerly discussing the recent changes in the Grey World. Everyone is happily chatting here. Result: when this prompt sounds, the chat box seems to be stuck on the network and no messages can be loaded. This moment, Shenshu Games seems quite quiet. It was as if billions of Divine Tree Masters had just evaporated and disappeared. There was a brief silence for a minute. What followed was an explosion of information flow like a torrent and tsunami. The entire world public screen was flooded with tens of thousands of messages. All the Sacred Tree Masters were like ants exploding on a hot pot, collectively boiling for hundreds of millions. World public screen. The boss of Lushu got the Nightmare first kill again. Didn't I have auditory hallucinations? So fast. Otherwise, everyone was silent just now. Maybe they all thought they were in a hallucination state. I won't say any more. I just slapped myself, and my face is still hurting now. The true god of the Divine Tree game has appeared, and I have reached the Nightmare level dungeon so quickly. I am still playing the difficult level dungeon. Ah, the gap between people is too big, right? Who said last time that Big Tree Master couldn't pass the Nightmare level dungeon so quickly? Come out and say something. Ha ha ha, great prophet, reverse prophecy. The boss of Lushu is too heaven-defying. He got the first place on the list, and then got the first kill. He can only be described as invincible. When the market opens next time, follow the footsteps of the tree-plumping guy. I will definitely invest 10,000 bags of fertilizer this time and make a lot of money. Follow the tree-plumping boss and get rich. Opening square bracket ... closing square bracket. Just when everyone was discussing it, suddenly, a prompt popped up in front of everyone. There are still 20 days until the next Grey Realm attack. The Linyuan mission has started. Stop the area that is about to become an abyss to get a new island range and specific mission rewards. Attention all Sacred Tree Masters. When this system prompt appears, all the Sacred Tree Masters were stunned. Linyuan mission. What the hell is this? Why did this thing suddenly appear? Does anyone know what the Linyuan mission is? I don't know. I also saw this prompt, but I don't have any clue. Well, 760 seems to have gotten this thing because the tree-playing boss killed the nightmare level copy. Is it true or not? Is it the tree boss who speeds up the progress of the entire Sacred Tree game again? What else? I just got the first kill of the dungeon. Why did the remaining time of the Grey World battle come out? And the Linyuan mission happened to pop up. It was obviously because the progress of Lushu boss reached the level of the Divine Tree game. One of the conditions is why this mission was started. But I don't know what the Linyuan mission is, and the system doesn't say anything about it. It sounds like you can also get new islands, which seems very powerful. Yes, can you get new islands in the Divine Tree game? It seems that there is no other way except killing other Divine Tree Masters. The Linyuan mission can also obtain new islands. It seems to be no ordinary mission. I don't know how to perform this mission. If you look at the description of the mission, it talks about preventing areas that are about to become an abyss. It should be related to exploration, but we don't know where these areas are. What does abyss mean? Is it an abyss level copy? I don't know, but it sounds like it means a dungeon. It's probably an abyss level dungeon. Now I can just enter the abyss level dungeon to try it out. Maybe I can complete a task of this level. Opening square bracket ... closing parenthesis closing square bracket. The new Linyuan mission has aroused heated discussion among everyone. The only thing everyone knows is that the emergence of this mission is related to Lu Shu's first kill on the nightmare level dungeon, which accelerated the progress of the dungeon. But most of the Sacred Tree Masters knew nothing about this task. Everyone is frantically looking for information on Linyuan mission. Even some highly talented Divine Tree Masters even took the initiative to exchange their talent fruits with Lu Shu in exchange for this precious information. DJ1#. All this received no answer. Dark Night Sacred Tree Island. When hearing this tip, Enyi's eyes instantly became cold. I learned that the Shuren had cleared the nightmare level dungeon. Think of the death of Netherworld again. This moment. No matter how dull Enyi is, he still realizes that it was Lu Shu who killed Netherworld. Taking a deep breath, Enyi had to restrain his anger. He is definitely no match for Lu Shu now. The progress between the two is very different. Even if he sends more subordinates, or even if he takes the entire Dark Knight Alliance to take action, he may not be able to kill the Tree Raider, but may be killed by the other party. Linyuan mission. A brilliant light burst out from Enyi's eyes. This time, there are new phased tasks in the Divine Tree game, which may be my chance to make a comeback. If I can get the Tree Man first and complete more Linyuan tasks, maybe my strength will give me the possibility to catch up. HMPH, when my strength catches up, I will definitely make you pay the price. Subsequently, Dark Knight canceled the mission of Dark Knight Alliance members to hunt down his Divine Tree Power Master. Instead, he went to investigate the Linyuan mission. Except Lu Shu, the most important enemy of the Dark Knight Alliance is Muyu Pavilion. After hearing this news, Muyu Pavilion will definitely start to pay attention to the Linyuan mission, and there may be a possibility of sparks between the two parties. Therefore, Enyi chose to focus all his efforts on the task of finding Linyuan and speed up the growth of the organization's strength. Only in this way can he steadily suppress Muyu Pavilion. After the news is conveyed, the Divine Tree Masters of the Dark Knight Alliance quickly began to take action. They blended into the night and began to explore the traces of Linyuan's mission in the Grey World. Muyu Pavilion. There was also a hint of surprise in Muyu Tingfang's eyes. This guy actually got the first kill in the dungeon again. Muyu Tingfang, who possesses the power of Monster Prophet, certainly knows how much more terrifying the Nightmare level dungeon is than the ordinary Abyss level dungeon. Even if the entire Muyu Pavilion is deployed now, it may not be possible to attack the Nightmare level copy. Righto. The Shuren has already achieved the first kill in a copy of this level. Muyu Tingfang could only smile bitterly. The strength of the entire Muyu Pavilion should be considered one of the top guilds in the Sacred Tree game, but in front of the Tree Raider alone, it seems a bit inadequate. Try to see if you can find any news about Lin Yuan's mission. Take a deep breath. Mu Yutingfeng tried to activate the power of prediction. Explore information about Lin Yuan mission. However, the next second, she suddenly felt a strong backlash impacting her mental strength. I felt a sudden tightness in my chest. A mouthful of bright red blood spat out from Mu Yutingfeng's red lips. It actually involves the highest secret. A trace of horror flashed across Mu Yutingfeng's eyes. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of thing could involve the highest secret. As for this matter, I am afraid that only the Shuren, who got the first kill, will know the information about the Lin Yuan mission. Grey World. Lu Shu's eyes first focused on the Lord of the Netherworld's robe. The robe of the Lord of the Netherworld. Category: Defensive Jacket. Level: Legend. Attributes: Nether Resistance plus 500, Abyss Resistance plus 100, Defense plus 1000, Negative Effect Resistance plus 20%, Durability 3000. Skill: Transform into Netherworld. Set effect: Netherworld 8-piece set sad face 7/8. Set effect: Nether Resistance plus 450, Nether Restraint plus 300, Nether Perception plus 200, Nether Gain plus 200, Nether Crit Rate plus 50%, Blessing plus 200, Divine Power plus 100. Until now, the Netherworld set has been assembled into a 7-piece set. Only the last suit is left to complete the 8-piece set of Netherworld. The effect of the suit becomes extremely explosive with the addition of this legendary piece of equipment. The robe of the Lord of the Netherworld also has an active skill, Transform into the Netherworld. Incarnation of the Netherworld. Summons a Netherworld realm, able to sneak into the Netherworld state, immune to damage, and cause Netherworld effects to enemies. Lu Shu's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Whether its attributes or active skill effects, this legendary piece of equipment is impeccable. Transform into the Netherworld, and even be able to summon a Netherworld realm. Combined with your own Nether body, you can have a stronger effect on the enemy. Especially when fighting against the Divine Tree Master, this kind of extremely resistant attack can often make the enemy helpless. The synthesis root of the Lord of the Netherworld. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. Even the dungeon boss can be synthesized. The fruit of Wanjin's sacred tree is actually more interesting than I thought. Lord of the Netherworld. Level: SS. Composition conditions: Heart of the Lord of the Netherworld X1, Soul of the Lord of the Netherworld X1, Fragments of the Lord of the Netherworld X10, Advanced Abyssal Soul X100, Cursed Breath X1, Heart of the Abyss X1. In addition to the materials dropped from the Nether Lord, Lu Shu discovered that if you want to synthesize the Lord of the Netherworld, you also need materials such as Advanced Abyss Soul, Cursed Breath, and Heart of the Abyss. These items cannot be found in the current copy yet. I can only let it go for now. Do you want to use Searchlight Flame X1? Yes. Vision plus 100, Fire Divinity plus 2, Fire Holy Light plus 1. Suddenly, the searchlight source in Lu Shu's hand became brighter than before. In the firelight, there was a faint sacred aura. If you use Fireball, control the source of fire. The attached fire attribute attack has both divine and holy light attributes of damage. 2. It also has a strong restraining effect against monsters such as the Netherworld. Even if you enter the Netherworld, these fire sources can continue to provide vision and will not be affected by the field. Set your sights on the key to the abyss. Get a tip. This is a key to the abyss, please keep it safe. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful look. It may be similar to the key to the Lost Holy Land, used to open a specific area. Shaked his head. I don't know yet what this key is used to open. But since it fell from the Lord of the Netherworld, it will definitely be useful for future exploration in the Grey World. Whether to unlock the intermediate skill illustrated book, Abyss Amplification. Whether to unlock the intermediate skill illustration, Abyss Decay. Yes. Continuous selection to unlock. In front of Lu Shu, 2 skill panels popped up. Abyss Amplification. Level: Intermediate Abyss. Function: Use the power of the Abyss to increase your own attributes by 20%, and have effects such as Abyss Resistance, Physical Resistance, Magic Resistance, and Holy Light Resistance. Abyss Decline. Level: Intermediate Abyss. Opening square bracket. Function: Using the power of the Abyss, weaken the opponent's attributes by 20%, and reduce the opponent's resistance to all attribute attacks. These two skills are quite useful. Lu Shu's eyes lit up. Abyss amplification increases attributes. Needless to say, this goes without saying. Various resistances allow Lu Shu to ignore many Divine Tree Master's supernatural attacks. Island Battle. With this skill added, even if Lu Shu encounters a city defense island with strong firepower and various attacks fall on Lu Shu, it will not have much impact. Abyss Decline. Weakening the opponent's resistance to all attributes is also a very useful skill. Especially used to deal with the Abyss demonic fish. Fish schools in the deep sea have very low resistance to curses, decay and other skills. If Lu Shu obtains this skill, it will be easier for Lu Shu to kill the Abyss demonic fish. The last item. Abyss Illustrated Book. Type. Special, Unique. Function. When an Abyss mission appears near you, you can mark the location of the Abyss. Linyuan Mission. Lu Shu opened the World Public screen and saw the system prompts and everyone's discussions. If I have the Abyss picture book, wouldn't I be able to directly find the location of the Linyuan mission? Moreover, this special item is unique. In other words, only I who have obtained the Nightmare level first kill reward can possess the Abyss Illustrated Book. While other Sacred Tree Masters are still looking for what the Linyuan mission is, I can already directly know the location of the mission. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. In this Sacred Tree game, one step faster, each step faster. It will be of great significance to be able to discover the location of Linyuan's mission first than other Divine Tree Masters. In this case, you can get the latest information. In front of you, a large number of invitation windows for Divine Tree Masters appeared in front of Lu Shu. Most of them exchange superpower fruits for information. Lu Shu always chose to refuse. Although some fruit talents do seem a bit exciting. But, for Lu Shu now, the intelligence value of the Grey World is even more valuable. If he leaks the information, the first Tree Master who knows his information can resell the information and others may make money. Therefore, Lu Shu would not choose such a stupid transaction method. Open the Abyss picture book. On this dark parchment scroll, a line of blood-colored text suddenly appeared. Elementary Abyss. Coordinates. 64,661. Risk factor. A. Abyss progress. 20%. Mission. Kill the Abyss monster on the island. Reward. A-level Abyss treasure chest. It's very close to my location. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The coordinates of Howling Abyss are 67, 58. The coordinates of the Abyss that appear in the illustration are 64, 66. At Lu Shu's current speed, it doesn't take long to get to these coordinates. After killing the Lord of the Netherworld, Lu Shu immediately led his large troops and rushed towards the coordinates of the Linyuan mission. Lu Shu summons an army of undead. The next second, the vast number of undead continued to clean up the area. Every time he rushes through the dungeon, Lu Shu will summon an army of undead to plunder everything nearby. Although there are only a few difficult level dungeons along the way. But what should be raided should also be raided. Maybe we can get a treasure map. Ding, you triggered a luck critical strike. Get the treasure map. Lu Shu was stunned when she saw the prompt in front of her. Do you really trigger a luck critical strike for yourself? Did you find the treasure map? It is indeed a lucky strike, YYDS. If you say you find it, you will find it. It's too strong. Lu Shu immediately rushed to the location mentioned in the prompt. I saw it in an abandoned town. There is a dry sewer, which is filled with a thick layer of soil. Just dig out the soil and you will see a moldy little wooden box. The moment Lu Shu opened the wooden box, a yellowed and worn-out parchment roll came into view. At the same time, the treasure map message appeared in front of me. Treasure Ma. Location. Immortal Vault Holy Land. Coordinates. 10,122. Description. A world hidden in the gray fog boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you have opened the door to the new world. T's a bit far apart. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression. From here to the location of the treasure map, even if we travel at full speed, it will take at least half a month. Let's go to the location of Linyuan's mission first. Lu Shu made a decision quickly after some thought. Get the location of the treasure map. Continue to lead the mighty army towards the 66 coordinates of the Linyuan mission. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu activated the resonance, descended on the Squirtle, and once again led the deep sea combat team members to dive into the deep sea. This time, Lu Shu did not choose to go directly to the sea below 3,000 meters, but first swept all the treasure chests above 3,000 meters. With the power of Ding Heizu, all the deep-sea devil fish nearby are no match for Lu Shu. After cleaning up, Lu Shu obtained quite a lot of rare fish meat. What is a pity is that the deep-sea devil fish does not seem to be included in the list of monster synthesis, so it will not drop synthesis materials. Only monsters from the gray world can be synthesized. After sweeping the sea area of more than 3,000 meters, Lu Shu obtained many gold and platinum treasure chests one after another. The ones that are opened are basically water runes. After the sweep, all Squirtles are now equipped with intermediate water runes. There are still a few who are lucky enough to find high-level water runes. Thus, the overall strength of Lu Shu's Squirtle army has increased by between 20% and 25% compared to before. In this sea area above 3,000 meters, it is already an invincible overlord force. After the sweep is completed, Lu Shu took the Squirtles and continued to dive to the sea below 3,000 meters. With the sacrifice of Ding Heizu, this abyss that can crush everything, Uzumaki, immediately stopped. Take Squirtle and quickly cross the water. After continuous diving, the vision gradually darkened. Lu Shu's body once again bloomed with light. The light of the ghost lantern fish allows Lu Shu to sense the abyss devil fish within a radius of 1,500 meters. After a period of exploration, several ghost lantern fish were killed by Lu Shu again. When the field of view expands to 2,000 meters, there are fewer and fewer ghost lantern fish around. Honestly, exploring in the deep sea is much more troublesome than in the gray world. At least the gray world has corresponding buildings. There are references, and if you match the location of the map and coordinates, at least you won't get lost. But the deep sea is like an endless dark space that can only be explored blindly, including nearby schools of fish, which are also swimming. What you can find depends entirely on luck. At this time, Lu Shu sensed that there was a demon swallowing whale nearby and appeared here. This guy came at the right time. Kill the demon whale to get the heart of the deep sea. This consumable allows Lu Shu to hear the heartbeats of other abyss demon fish, thereby determining the surrounding situation and the location of the demon fish. Immediately rushed towards the demon swallowing whale. Now, Lu Shu can release skills before the demon whale senses him. Try the effect of the abyss skills. Abyss amplification and abyss decay are also skills that can be directly used using mental power. As long as Lu Shu's mental power resonates with Squirtle, these two skills can be released. Abyss amplification, abyssal decay. An aura of the abyss suddenly appeared on Lu Shu's body. The next second, his attributes have been greatly improved. Received the gift of power from the abyss. When Lu Shu released abyss decay, again, its power was several notches higher than the advanced curse. The demon whale was weakened by the skill of abyss decay, and its movement speed suddenly became extremely slow. Like a dying fish, it has reached the last moment of its twilight years. The magic swallowing whale suddenly felt deeply frightened. When it realized that something was wrong, it hurriedly turned around and ran away. Release the advanced curse. Activate the purple pupil power. Release illusion. The following skills follow one after another. The demon swallowing whale, which had already been weakened by the abyss decay and was unable to move, was once again eroded by the high-level curse. Even the flesh and blood on the surface was rapidly shrinking and rotting. Seeing this scene, Lu Shu was secretly shocked. It shows that the abyss decline has caused the demon whale to basically lose all resistance to its own curse-based skills. After encountering the attack of illusion, the demon swallowing whale stayed motionless in its original position, completely unable to resist. Squirtle, get rid of the opponent, Lu Shu said immediately. 100 Squirtles turned into small whirlwinds and launched a violent collision towards the demon swallowing whale. Instant kill. You killed a demon whale and obtained Deep Sea Heart X1. Would you like to use it? Yes. The next second, various heartbeat sounds came from Lu Shu's ears. The number of magic fish nearby seems to have decreased a lot. When you turn on the heart of the deep sea, you can hear the heartbeat of the nearby devil fish. Compared to the last time we explored, these heartbeats were obviously much less frequent. Perhaps it was because the nearby abyss demonic fish sensed the massive death of the surrounding fish and therefore stayed away from this sea area. The instinct of creatures makes them different from the monsters in the gray world, knowing how to protect themselves and retreat in time. Lu Shu continued to search this sea area for a while. By the way, I killed a few ghost lantern fish to once again increase the range of my vision. Tip: a diamond-level treasure chest appears ahead. Finally come. Lu Shu's eyes lit up instantly. After exploring for so long, we finally got something important. Open the diamond-level treasure chest. It is still the familiar, advanced life essence. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. Although it is just a duplicate item, the real value of advanced life essence lies in increasing the growth rate of the sacred tree and reducing the product cycle. Generally speaking, the products of the sacred tree are towards the back. The more fruits are produced, the higher the grade of the fruits will be. The effect of life essence is equivalent to helping yourself greatly improve the progress of the divine tree upgrade. I saw nothing around. Lu Shu continued to explore deeper into the sea. However, when he dived to a depth of 6,000 meters, suddenly, a barrier blocked Lu Shu's exploration. Tip: you have reached the maximum exploration range of the sea. Acquire new islands to unlock more sea areas. Are you within range? Lu Shu was not surprised by this. The last time, he felt that the 5,000-meter sea area was already the maximum range he could explore. This is because of the integration of several other islands, so there is so much room for exploration. If those islands were not integrated, I am afraid that the sea area of up to 3,000 meters would have reached the end. We still need to get more islands. Lu Shu frowned slightly. To obtain a new island, you usually have to expand the scope and connect it with other islands in Shenshu City after the battle in the Grey World is over. Although you can get islands by killing other sacred tree masters, you have to wait until the islands are expanded and connected together before they can be fused. Before the fusion, the scope will still not be expanded, etc. Complete the Linyuan mission to obtain a new island. This is the fastest way I can get an island. Lu Shu suddenly realized. To get a new island, you don't just have to wait for this path. I have the Abyss Illustrated book in my hand. As long as you complete the task, you can get a new island. I can't continue to dive until my Grey Realm troops go to the Linyuan mission location and complete the mission. Lu Shu began to sweep nearby treasures in the sea area of about 6,000 meters. At this time, 3 magic swallowing whales appeared in the same area. Lu Shu activates the purple energy pupil power. Suddenly, I discovered that behind these 3 magic swallowing whales, there was a diamond treasure chest. His eyes lit up and he rushed forward. Abyss amplification. Abyssal decay. Once these 2 skills are used, the fighting ability of the demon swallowing whale instantly dropped by several levels. Use that set of chain skills again. Squirtle doesn't even need Lu Shu's command. When the time is right, just go ahead and hit him. Soon, Lu Shu got 3 deep sea hearts. He did not use these hearts directly, but saved them for the next time he explores deeper waters. Open the diamond treasure chest and get the second advanced life essence. Today's harvest is quite good. Lu Shu led Squirtle's army back to the Sacred Tree Island. Sacred Tree Island. Lu Shu's body threw all the diamond equipment swept up by Wailing Abyss onto the 5-color altar again. A burst of golden light shrouded 5 sacred stones, lit up. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Luck. Number of critical hits remaining, 1. Another lucky strike. The output of nightmare-level dungeons is really delicious. The collected equipment gave Lu Shu another opportunity for a lucky critical strike. He turned and looked towards the coast. The Squirtle army returns from this deep-sea exploration. The 2 life essences harvested can be used by the sacred tree again. Your sacred tree has absorbed high-level life essence X2, evolution points plus 2980000. Detection. Your sacred tree is in a state of rapid growth, product cycle -2. There is only 1 day left before the fruit can be produced. Lu Shu felt a little pity. If it can be harvested directly, You can reach the realm of nascent soul one day earlier. Suddenly, a prompt sounded in Lu Shu's ear. The deep-sea fishing rod has caught a diamond-level treasure chest. It actually fell into a diamond-level treasure chest. Lu Shu's eyes showed a hint of joy. Squirtle dived into the deep sea this time and came to an area below 6,000 meters. Therefore, the fishing rod can also dive to 6,000 meters. They probably found the area they didn't find just now and fished up the treasure chest. Open it and take a look. Advanced Life Essence. Use it again for the sacred tree. Now, you can quickly produce the next product. As the sacred tree absorbs the Advanced Life Essence, 3 prompts also popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! You have obtained Nascent Soul Skill Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained the Primary Nascent Soul Fruit X1. Ding! You have obtained Advanced Growth Fruit X3. Lu Shu buried both the Primary Nascent Soul Fruit and the Advanced Growth Fruit in the soil. Suddenly, 2 subspecies spiritual trees rise from the ground. Elementary Nascent Soul Fruit Tree. Variety: Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product: Primary Nascent Soul Fruit. Period: 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 1. Advanced Growth Fruit Tree X3. Variety: Subspecies Spirit Tree. Product: Advanced Growth Fruit. Period: 0.5 days 365 650ths. Production times remaining: 3. Subsequently, Lu Shu swallowed the fruit of Yuanying Kung Fu. Ding! You swallowed the fruit of Yuanying Kung Fu and obtained the heavenly Yuanying Kung Fu, 3 flowers gathering on the top. The next second, in Lu Shu's mind, there was an additional skill called 3 flowers gathering on the top. To advance to the nascent soul realm, you need to condense the nascent soul Dharma body. An ordinary nascent soul can only condense 1 Dharma body. However, the 3 flowers gathering on the top I obtained can condense the 3 Dharma bodies when I first become a nascent soul. The Dharma body is equivalent to a more advanced clone. It can even use supernatural powers and can be superimposed with the buff aura of angel blessing. For me, it can be said to be quite useful. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. You only need to wait for half a day to get the Yuanying fruit and hit the realm of Yuanying. At this time, the large army from the Grey World has arrived at the location of the Linyuan mission. Lu Shu's attention was immediately diverted. Grey World. Location: Broken City. Coordinates: 64, 66. Risk factor: E. Lu Shu led the Grey Realm army to the location of Linyuan's mission. This is a very ordinary safe area. Did a sweep around the area. Lu Shu didn't find much of value. The location of Linyuan's mission. Where did he go? Expand the exploration formation. Lu Shu activates Resonance to connect the vision of all pets. Pikachu, Little White Fox, and Yumi each spread out to explore the surrounding area. The speed of these little guys was already very fast, and they explored the entire area in just a moment. At this time, a prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Tip: 500 meters ahead, the entrance to the Linyuan mission appears. Go in the direction of the prompt. Lu Shu discovered that what appeared ahead was the boundary of the Grey World again. Is it the same place as the treasure map? The boundary entrance that appeared in front of him was somewhat similar to the entrance that Lu Shu saw when he entered the secret realm of the treasure map. A teleportation array is imprinted on the spot. You guys wait here first. I'll go over and see what's going on, Lu Shu said to the little guys behind her. First time doing Linyuan mission. The principle is still to focus on stability. Anyway, you won't suffer any loss if you go in separately. Let's first find out what the Linyuan mission is like. Crossing the border. The next second, Lu Shu opened her eyes and found that an island appeared in front of her. Sacred Tree Master Island. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Shu recognized the scene in front of her, which was no different from the Sacred Tree Island at the beginning. However, the area of their own island must be larger now. Could it be that Linyuan's mission is to start a battle between the Divine Tree Masters? At this time, Lu Shu activates the purple energy pupil power. My eyesight came to the center of the island. An extremely ferocious-looking monster, covered in ink-colored armor, spitting black flames from its mouth, much more powerful than ordinary gray monsters, it looks like H. Well. Black Flame Monster. Type: Warcraft, Abyss. Risk factor, S+. Perception range, Island. Force, 1200. Speed, 1150. Defense, 920. Skills, Power of the Abyss, World-destroying black flame, death sound wave, demonic roar, blood boiling. Description: the monsters in the Grey World successfully captured the island of the Sacred Tree Master. When they eat the sacred tree, they will turn into the abyss. Roar. The next second, the black flame monster let out a deafening roar. It raised its head, sensing an enemy coming, and looked at Lu Shu's figure with its ferocious eyes. Swallowing the sacred tree. ... Are the monsters in the Grey World attacking the island of the Sacred Tree Master just to eat the sacred tree and transform into the abyss? Lu Shu frowned slightly. He had many conjectures about the abyss. After all, many monsters encountered before were mentioned to come from the abyss. However, in the abyss of the Linyuan mission, it turned out that a monster from the Grey World ate the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree Master, and thus transformed into an abyss. Where did the abyss of the past come from? No time to think too much. The black flame demonic beast in front of him instantly jumped into the air and spit out a mouthful of black flames towards Lu Shu. The black flame seems to have different attributes, is extremely penetrating, and can even cause damage to the body of the netherworld. Court death. Lu Shu's eyes were slightly cold. Unmoved, he directly took out the holy sword and used the 1,000 blades of the demon sword. The black flame dissipated instantly when it collided with the magic knife blade. Is this the Divine Tree Master's superpower? Lu Shu noticed that the flames of the black flame monster were unusual. It's not like the attack attributes possessed by monsters from the Grey World. It's more like a Divine Tree Master's supernatural attack. If Lu Shu's attributes were not high enough and he had condensed the purple energy of the Golden Core Realm, then relying solely on the attributes of the Holy Sword might not necessarily be able to penetrate the Black Flame's attack. Roar. The Black Flame monster found that its Black Flame was ineffective against Lu Shu, and launched the death sound wave again. Lu Shu stood calmly on the spot, letting the sound waves resound throughout the world, without any impact on him. After surviving the Nightmare level Wailing Abyss, this S+ level monster, although its attack methods have some mysterious changes, is not enough in Lu Shu's eyes. Die. The next second, Lu Shu raised the Guardian Scepter. Two buffs overlap. Cast. Holy Light Judgment. A ray of holy light shrouded down. Your Holy Light Judgment. Attack overflowed and penetrated the abyss power of the Black Flame monster, causing critical damage. The Black Flame monster immediately let out a painful cry. The next second, the blood in its body suddenly boiled. The body instantly expanded several times more than before. The Black Flame demonic beast activated the power of its bloodline, doubling its size and doubling all its attributes. Lu Shu continued to control the surrounding magic knives and slashed towards the body of the Black Flame demonic beast. The damage from the holy light continues to fall on the Black Flame demonic beast. This monster soon couldn't stand the continuous attacks, and angrily launched a frantic attack on Lu Shu. Use all skills. However, the suppression of attributes allows Lu Shu to easily dodge all the skills of the Black Flame monster. The improved dodge of the Shadow Assassin, combined with the cultivation of the Golden Core Realm, makes the Black Flame demonic beast now even unable to touch Lu Shu's clothes Kakuzu. The effect of bloodline power has disappeared. The Black Flame monster has entered a weak state, and all attributes have decreased. As the last holy light exploded, it exploded on the body of the Black Flame demonic beast. The entire body of the Black Flame demonic beast suddenly turned into a ball of black flames and disappeared. You can complete the mission by killing the boss of the Lin Abyss mission and clearing out the surrounding abyss monsters. Except for the Black Flame demonic beast. This Sacred Tree Island, as well as some other Grey World monsters, also possess the attributes of black fire after gaining the power of the abyss. Most of the risk factors are between level A and level S. The mission to the abyss requires the elimination of the grey monsters that are about to become the abyss. They successfully captured the island of the Sacred Tree Master. After swallowing the sacred tree, their strength will increase crazily in the short term. The higher the level of the sacred tree of the Sacred Tree Master, the higher the attribute increase the monster will get if it eats it. Even if the level of the sacred trees is not high, as long as they transform into the abyss, their power will continue to expand. When the day comes when these monsters completely become the abyss, there will be another nightmare-level copy in the gray world. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Although it is only an A-level Linuan mission. But the danger factor of these boss is at least S+ level. And it is much more dangerous than the ordinary S+ level. If the Divine Tree Master who does not know this information rushes into the Linuan mission, he may face death. Pikachu, Yumi, Little White Fox. You all come in. Carry out the task of cleaning up the battlefield. Lu Shu passed his spiritual thoughts over. Soon. Received message from Lu Shu. The pet army immediately entered the island of Linuan mission. After killing the Black Flame monster, the monsters in this place are no longer dangerous. With this first experience, Lu Shu knew what kind of monsters he might face during the Linuan mission. Next time, then you can challenge the more difficult S-level missions and bring all the pet troops in directly. Suddenly there was a burst of electricity on the field. Pikachu activates Sharingan, and a Chidori Reikiri appears in his hand, instantly killing the surrounding monsters. Yumi possessed the Little White Fox and provided more mental power. The Little White Fox used Void Teleportation to continuously release Dark Fruit's abilities, harvesting all the monsters on the battlefield. Less than half a day. All monsters on the battlefield have been wiped out. Finally, when the last monster is eliminated, in front of Lu Shu, prompt 2 pops up. You have successfully completed this A-level Abyss mission and received A-level Abyss Treasure Chest X1. Do you want to open it? Yes. The next second. When the Abyss Treasure Chest is opened, information about various treasures popped up in front of Lu Shu. Ding. You have obtained the Heart of the Abyss X1. Ding. You have obtained Elementary Abyss Soul X1000, Intermediate Abyss Soul X300, and Advanced Abyss Soul X10. Ding. You have obtained the Abyss Key X1. Ding. You have obtained the Advanced Abyss Skill Illustration, Abyss Decay. Ding. You have obtained the Island X1, do you choose to merge? It turns out that the mission to come to the Abyss can produce high-level Abyss Souls, Abyss Heart and other materials. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Do you want to combine the primary Abyss Soul X1000 into the intermediate Abyss Soul X100? Yes. Would you like to combine the mid-level Abyss Soul X400 into a mid-level Abyss Soul X40? Yes. A synthetic light curtain shrouded. Lu Shu has now obtained 50 advanced Abyss Souls. There are still half of the Abyss Souls and a Curse Breath to combine into the SS Lord of the Netherworld. Next, Lu Shu set her sights on the Advanced Abyss Skills Illustrated Book. Do you want to unlock the Advanced Abyss Skill Illustrated Book, Abyss Decay? Yes. The next second, a skill panel appeared in front of Lu Shu. Abyss Decline. Level. Advanced Abyss. Function. Using the power of the Abyss, weaken the opponent's attributes by 35%, and reduce the opponent's resistance to all attribute attacks. The range of weak attributes has been increased by 15%. The bonus of the Abyss skills is quite good. Moreover, the success rate of Abyssal Decay is much greater than that of Advanced Curses. Even if it is used to fight against the Divine Tree Master, it can still be of great use. Lu Shu nodded slightly. Curse-type skills can easily be resisted by the spiritual power of the Divine Tree Master. Including many dungeon bosses, they are also highly resistant to debilitating skills. But the skills of the Abyss obviously do not have this limitation. Basically, it's almost as powerful as a superpower. Not only is the success rate high, but the degree of attribute weakening is also frightening. For a single enemy, it can often have a great impact. Do you want to choose Fusion Island? Yes. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, the cleaned Linuan Mission Island immediately merged with the natal Sacred Tree Island. Boom. With a violent vibration, this world, as if it had experienced a huge transfer, instantly merged with Lu Shu's island. The island's tectonic plates expanded like a miracle. The surrounding sea area has also become much larger. The depth of sea exploration has increased. Lu Shu used his spiritual consciousness to explore and left. While the Sacred Tree Island is expanding, the explorable sea area is also increasing. Integrated with this island, now, Lu Shu can dive to a maximum depth of 7,000 meters for exploration. Not only can you explore deeper seas again with the deep-sea fishing rod, you can also get more treasure chests. Below 7,000 meters, it may also be a watershed, where you can encounter other types of abyss devilfish and obtain higher-level treasure chests. Squirtle, gather and set off. Get ready to dive into the deep sea again. Go on a 7-kilometer exploration. Lu Shu immediately summoned Squirtle's army and headed to the deep sea. Open the Divine Tree panel. Products. Life Fruit, Special Growth Fruit X1. Production Cycle. 6 days 3,900 650ths. The production of nascent soul fruit is completed. Next, there are new fruits of life, ready to hatch. I don't know what kind of pet I will get next time I get the fruit of life. A hint of anticipation flashed through Lu Shu's heart. At this time, several prompt tones came from his ears. Ding, you have obtained the Monster Synthesis Fruit X1. Ding, you got the City Defense Construction Fruit X1. Ding, your primary Yuanying fruit tree has reached the production cycle, primary Yuanying fruit plus 100. Ding, your Advanced Growth Fruit Tree X3 has reached the production cycle, advanced growth fruit plus 300. Level. Several prompts sounded in succession. Lu Shu looked at the divine tree of 10,000 arms. This sacred tree produces monster fruits and building fruits. As long as you eat this fruit, you can unlock the roots of monster synthesis and defense building upgrade. Gently pick off the monster fruit. Take one bite. A prompt pops up immediately in front of you. Ding, you have gained the ability of monster synthesis. Monster synthesis root unlocked. Open the warehouse. Lu Shu looked at the soul inside. With the elementary soul, I can synthesize 5,000 nether demonic soldiers and 3,000 netherworld sacrifice. Intermediate level souls are synthesized into 1,000 nether mage, used for long-range firepower output in the back row. Advanced souls can be used to synthesize 5 netherworld priests and 5 netherworld lords. There are also some special materials, so it's not a problem to synthesize the S+ level netherworld candle dragon. Following Lu Shu's thoughts, a selection box immediately appeared in front of me. Do you want to choose synthesis? Yes. The soul materials in the warehouse were immediately wiped out. A huge white light curtain appeared on Lu Shu's sacred tree island. Nearly 10,000 nether monsters walked out of the white light. At a glance, the aura of the mighty nether troops is even more powerful than the army of 100,000 undead. All monsters are above A+ level in strength. Almost all the troops of Howling Abyss were moved to the sacred tree island. It would be a pity if these monsters were used to guard our homes, right? Lu Shu frowned slightly, thinking about how to take these monsters away. The range of the teleportation array is not large enough. If so many monsters pass through the teleportation array one after another, it will take a lot of time just to teleport. Can I put it into my bone staff and soul controlling order like my undead army, and take it with me? Lu Shu thought for a moment, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Yes, isn't there a monster fusion room available? If the nether system and the undead are fused and turned into undead ghost monsters, then the strength of these large armies will not be able to enter the bone staff and soul controlling order, directly carry them with them. Question mark. Think of this. Lu Shu thought about it. All the nether monsters, under the control of Lu Shu's thoughts, immediately came to the monster fusion room. The nether priest and the nether demon lord are fused with the S-level undead souls. Netherworld magicians fuse with A+ and A-level undead. There are too many nether demon soldiers and netherworld children. Just find some A-level to B+ level fusions, and that's basically it, right? Lu Shu selected the best troops from the undead army and merged them with the nether monsters. Since we are building an elite army, of course we must choose the best for fusion. Soon, follow Lu Shu to select good units. A fusion of light curtain descends. All ghost-type monsters have acquired the attributes of the undead. Lu Shu only needs to raise the undead bone staff and the soul control token to collect these monster armies and carry them with him. As long as it is useful, I can summon it at any time. Much more convenient than the teleportation array. Next, Lu Shu ate the city defense building fruit again. Gained new city defense building ability. You only need to spend some basic materials to upgrade some city defense buildings. Psychic Cannon Level A Right Pointing Arrow Level A+, consumes Tianling Ore X 500. Mobile Building Fortress. Upgrade the fortress area and movement speed, consuming primary Ore X 500. Observation Tower. Upgrade the field of view, consuming primary ore x 100. Lu Shu glanced at the upgraded projects. Currently, there are no particularly good options. The quantity of Tianling mine is currently being used to build a defense line, and there is no extra ore. If you want to carry out large-scale building upgrades, then there is a high demand for ore. Lu Shu only consumed the primary ore for the time being and broke through the mobile building fortress. In addition to the larger range of the fortress, the movement speed is also faster. The next city defense battle. Lu Shu can place magical plants in the mobile fortress and adjust the combat position of the magical plants at any time. In this way, the defense line of magical plants is equivalent to coming alive. It has a greater bonus effect than simply increasing the power of the psychic cannon. For the remaining items, if you find other treasure map locations, harvest a wave of supplies, and then carry out a larger improvement. Lu Shu has now obtained a treasure map. He only needs to go to the secret realm to explore and replenish supplies. There is no problem in upgrading these buildings. Focus on the elementary nascent soul fruit tree. Lu Shu was surprised to find that these fruits looked like ginseng fruits. Sit down cross-legged, hold your breath and concentrate. Meditate and adjust your breath. Afterwards, Lu Shu picked off a primary nascent soul fruit and slowly put it into his mouth. The first time you take this higher level fruit, the spiritual energy contained in it will instantly fill the entire golden elixir. If the control is not good, there is a risk of backlash. However, obtain the heavenly nascent soul technique. To practice, 3 flowers gathering on the top, Lu Shu originally needs to gather 3 Dharma bodies. If you gather the nascent soul Dharma body in advance before being promoted to the nascent soul, then the chance of success in promotion will be even higher. Swallow a primary nascent soul fruit. Suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy condensed in Lu Shu's belly. The golden elixir was injected with spiritual energy like a mountain torrent and a tsunami, and it suddenly began to vibrate. Lu Shu concentrated her mind, controlled the sea of consciousness with her spiritual thoughts, and instantly condensed a Yuan Dharmakaya. Boom! His cultivation also reached the 9th level of the golden core. Feeling the state of the body, Lu Shu's mind moved slightly and said, I only need to condense the remaining 2 Dharma bodies, and then I will enter the nascent soul realm. Pick the other 10 primary nascent soul fruits. Do you want to choose to fuse the primary nascent soul fruit X10 into the intermediate nascent soul fruit X1? Yes, with a flash of white light. The 10 primary nascent soul fruits in front of Lu Shu were immediately synthesized into intermediate nascent soul fruits and sold. Swallow this intermediate nascent soul fruit. Run. 3 flowers gathering at the top. Lu Shu began to condense the remaining 2 nascent soul Dharma. In vivo, a Dharma body has been derived from the placenta of Taoji, bathed in golden light and solemn with treasure. As Lu Shu swallowed another intermediate nascent soul fruit, suddenly, a majestic spiritual energy continues to condense around this Dharma body. The golden light slowly gathered into a human shape. The 3 Dharma bodies are in the posture of 3 flowers gathering on the top, and the ministers of Dao Fei are sitting here. Lu Shu slowly used her mental power to control. But how long? The appearance of the 3 Dharmakayas is getting closer and closer to Lu Shu's current appearance, until they are exactly the same. At this point, finally, the 3 Dharmakayas are completely condensed. Immediately afterwards, Lu Shu's aura suddenly increased a lot. Nascent soul realm. Take a deep breath. Lu Shu stands up. At this moment, he casually drew out his sword. The world suddenly trembled. A strong nascent soul can turn his hands into clouds and turn his hands into rain. Open the panel. Lu Shu discovered that her mental power had reached SS level. Summon the 2 clones to your side. Lu Shu unexpectedly discovered that his clone could summon 3 Dharma bodies. 3 clones, 3 Dharmakayas. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to have 9 Dharmakayas? When 9 Dharma bodies and 2 clones are used together with Angel Blessing, the effect properties explode. It's almost equivalent to using Split Demon King's Soul. After all, the effect CCFG of Dharmakaya's use of supernatural powers will not be weakened by 1/10. His eyes moved. The Bodhi tree sensed Lu Shu's realm breakthrough and slightly bloomed into a seed of light. Spiritual tree. Name: Bodhi tree. Level: Advanced spiritual tree. Attribute: Comprehension plus 200. Enlightenment points: 37,500 enlightenment points per day. Next stage. Holy Tree, 100,000 enlightenment points. Promoted to the nascent soul realm. Lu Shu instantly added 10,000 enlightenment points to the Bodhi tree. The higher the realm, the higher the attainment of enlightenment points. It is estimated that if the entire nascent soul realm is upgraded, tissue can also evolve into a holy tree. The holy tree and the spiritual tree are a relatively big dividing line. By the time, the Bodhi tree may also increase other attributes. Shan looked at Lu Shu with a bit more envy. During this period of time, Shan had only cultivated to the 8th level of Shantian. But Lu Shu has reached the Yuanying realm. This is a huge level improvement. Unconsciously, the realm of Shan was also thrown away by Lu Shu. Lu Shu can also take a long breath. This time, your pet won't be able to catch up with your cultivation progress. If this is the case, it would be so embarrassing. At last, advanced growth fruit. The large army from the Grey Realm returned to the Sacred Tree Island. The scent of high-grade growing fruits immediately attracted Pikachu, Little White Fox and Yumi. These three guys smelled the high-grade growth fruits and immediately knew something good was coming. Go and eat. Lu Shu smiled. It's been a long time since I've improved the strength of the Grey World troops. Hearing Lu Shu's instruction, these little guys immediately ran to the fruit tree excitedly, each got one, held it in their arms and started chewing it. 3 times 5 divided by 2. All the fruits were eaten. These pets are glowing with the brilliance of evolution. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. The attributes of all pets have been improved. The pet panel pops up in front of you. Pikachu. Type. Pokemon. Powers. 100,000 volts, shock fruit, Sharingan, Chidori. Physique. A+. Speed. S+. Spirit. S. Overall potential. SS+. Yumi. Type. Magic cat. Powers. Continuous hit and block, fishing missile, Yumi possession, strong energy, the final chapter of the grimoire, sparkling fruit. Physique. A. Speed. A+. Spirit. S+. Overall potential. SS. Escape fox. Type. Elf. Power. Void. Air teleport. Hostile perception. Void rift. Dark fruit. Physique. A. Speed. S. Spirit. S. Overall potential. SS+. Seeing all the friends around me getting advanced growth fruits, Squirtle couldn't sit still. Dragging his somewhat honest body, he crawled over. I'll give it to you later. Lu Shu couldn't help but enjoy watching it. Squirtle could only watch helplessly as the other friends ate, feeling a little aggrieved that he didn't get to eat. After half a day of waiting, the next 300 advanced growth fruits have also reached the production cycle. Squirtle finally ate the advanced growth fruit and evolved. Squirtle. Type. Pokemon. Powers. Rocket Headbutt, Water Cannon, Impact, Foam Beam, Water Fruit, Freezing Beam, New. Physique. S. Speed. A+. Spirit. A+. Comprehensive potential. S. Squirtle's physique is the first to reach S level. Gained a new ability, Freezing Light. It can be said that Squirtle's underwater combat ability has been improved again. The S-level physique allows Squirtle to collide in size with most of the abyss demonic fish. Attack power and other aspects have also been greatly improved. Lu Shu chose to feed the other 200 advanced growth fruits to Wudongfeng. Wudong Phoenix swallowed 200 advanced growth fruits, evolution points plus 20,000. Wudongfeng's level has reached the 4th level, and it requires exactly 20,000 evolution points to evolve to the 5th level. Lu Shu simply fed all 200 advanced growth fruits to this mythical creature. Wudong Phoenix. Level 5. Skills. Divine Fire. Level Divine Fire starts a Prairie Fire. Level. Evolution points. 200. Evolution points required to upgrade to level 6, 100,000. This moment, the flames on Wudong Phoenix become more divine. The figure has changed from the original little firebird to the phoenix, which is getting closer and closer to the real mythical non-object. Gently spit out a source of fire. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu. You have obtained S-level Divine Fire X1. Fire Source Divinity plus 10. Your fire source has evolved into an intermediate divine fire. Come to the coast. After the island's area expanded, the surrounding explorable sea area also became much wider. Squirtle, come and gather. Lu Shu looked at the vast coast and sensed that the explorable space in the sea became wider, and immediately let Squirtle go into the sea to explore. If you find a diamond-level treasure chest, you can increase the growth speed of the sacred tree. The mighty Squirtle army immediately dived into the seabed. Passing through the previous underwater abyss. Head towards the 7,000 meters below the sea floor to explore. When reaching the deepest distance, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu. You triggered a luck critical strike. A legendary treasure chest appears in front. Do you want to open the legendary treasure chest? Yes. The moment Lu Shu opened the legendary treasure chest, in front of you, a trident-like weapon appeared in Lu Shu's field of vision. This is. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. His spiritual consciousness probed away, and he immediately felt that this trident contained the power to control the secrets of the laws of nature. A panel popped up in front of me. Poseidon's trident. Type. Weapon. Grade. Legendary. Attributes. Attack power plus 1500. Puncture plus 500, critical hit rate plus 30%, durability 9 to 999. Skills. Endless Tsunami, Split Sea Water, Undersea Fault, Tearing Uzumaki, Poseidon Storm, Undersea Earthquake. Description. This is a weapon once owned by Poseidon. It has the power to control the sea. With this magic weapon, you can become the overlord in the sea. It turns out to be a legendary weapon. Lu Shu's eyes lit up slightly. Did not expect. The legendary treasure chest opened this time will yield a blockbuster reward. Compared with the auxiliary role of Dinghaiju, Poseidon's trident has higher benefits in terms of attack. Able to display extremely powerful attack power in the deep sea. At this time, in front of Lu Shu, an even bigger devilfish appeared. Overlord of the Abyss. Type. Abyss Demon Fish. Risk Factor. S. Sensing Range. 2,000 meters. Force. 3,300. Speed. 3,250. Defense. 4,420. Skills. Sweep, Devour, Split Sea Water, Demon Scale Armor, Abyss Bloodline, Super Recovery, Abyss Amplification. Description. The Overlord level Devilfish in the Abyss has received the amplification of the Abyss and has certain resistance to all attribute attacks. Not far away, a huge creature swam towards Lu Shu. It is clear, it's guarding the legendary treasure chest. Otherwise, a devilfish of this level would usually appear 10,000 meters below the seabed. Feeling that Lu Shu snatched away its beloved treasure chest, the Abyss Overlord immediately became extremely angry. Launched a death collision towards Lu Shu. Dodge sideways. Squirtle, spread out. Lu Shu could easily sense the movements of the Abyss Overlord and dodge. The nearby Squirtles heard Lu Shu's instructions and immediately dispersed to avoid being affected by the tyrannical attack of the Abyss Overlord. Activate the purple pupil power. Activate illusion. The Overlord of the Abyss has mental attack resistance, and your illusion ability has been resisted. Resist. Lu Shu frowned slightly. The Abyss amplification enables the Abyss Overlord to ignore Lu Shu's illusion attack. Tried to release the Advanced Curse and Abyssal Weakness. As a result, even the abyssal skills can't have much effect on it. After all, the Abyss Overlord already has Abyss amplification, so Abyss-based skills will not have much impact on it. In that case, let's test the power of the Poseidon Trident on you. Lu Shu raised the Poseidon Trident and immediately waved it forward. If the soft one doesn't work, then use the hard one. Directly use the most powerful attack to kill the Abyss Overlord. A wave of water immediately separated the sea surface and swept away towards the devilfish whose body was equivalent to the level of an undersea overlord. The body of the devilfish is too huge. Facing this attack, there is no room to dodge at all. Boom! The entire seawater shook with it. The scales on the surface of the Abyss Overlord suddenly cracked layer upon encountering this terrifying attack. The blood that emerged from its body filled the entire seabed, even attracting some ghost-fried fish and devil-swallowing whales. Squirtle, go deal with the magic fish around you. Lu Shu's eyes were fixed on the nearby fish and he commanded. Although Squirtle's physique is good, the attributes of the Abyss Overlord are too high. Without Poseidon's trident, it would be difficult to cause too much damage to such a behemoth. Activate the purple pupil power. Unleashes Abyssal Decay. Use illusion. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. These skills can't deal with the Abyss Overlord, so why can't they deal with other devil fish below S level? Suffered several negative buffs from Lu Shu. The nearby Abyss demonic fish was affected by several of Lu Shu's skills and was immediately unable to move. Squirtle directly collides with the hard turtle shell and can successfully defeat the opponent. After a period of combat training, Squirtle has now become very strong in terms of combat awareness. Many times, these little guys know what to do without Lu Shu saying anything. Oh, no, should he be called the big guy? After Squirtle's physique has been improved, his size is much larger than that of Pikachu and Little White Fox. If I eat a few more advanced growth fruits, I'm afraid I'll be comparable to the Golden Dragon Koi. With Squirtle to deal with other miscellaneous fish, Lu Shu can concentrate on dealing with this behemoth. The Abyss Overlord was threatened and began to swim crazily towards every corner of the sea. Although this guy is huge, his swimming speed is quite slow. Under full acceleration, it is even difficult to capture the opponent's movement trajectory with the naked eye. Plus, the field of vision in the deep sea is quite limited. Killed several ghost lantern fish. Lu Shu's field of vision is only more than 2,000 meters. However, the Abyss Overlord swam around casually and instantly left Lu Shu's field of vision. He didn't know where he went. Tip: 2,200 meters ahead, the Abyss Overlord appears. When this prompt appears in front of you, Lu Shu instantly took out Ding Haiju. Certainly, the water was immediately settled. The Abyss Overlord still wants to use roundabout tactics to confuse Lu Shu's vision. But as soon as Ding Hai Pearl came out, the surrounding sea water space was imprisoned. The Abyss Overlord could only struggle desperately with its huge body, but was unable to move at all. Completely control the Abyss Overlord. Lu Shu kept waving the Poseidon Trident. Waves of seawater turned into huge sharp blades, cutting the body of the Abyss Overlord. The Abyss Overlord could only stand passively and be beaten, without the ability to resist. After suffering several consecutive attacks from Lu Shu, finally, this behemoth in the abyss slowly sank towards the bottom of the sea. A prompt popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You killed the Abyss Overlord, received Rare Fish Meat X100, and received Cursed Breath X1. Can you actually get the Cursed Aura? Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. Did the Abyss demonic fish suffer some kind of curse to become so powerful? The most obvious one is the Overlord of the Abyss. Lu Shu vaguely guessed that there might be an abyss under the deep sea. This abyss may not be as simple as a dream-level copy. Anyway, being able to obtain Cursed Breath is a good thing. This special material can be used to synthesize more powerful monsters. Now, Lu Shu only needs to gather the other half of the materials to summon the boss of Wailing Abyss, the Lord of the Netherworld. Then clean up the nearby Ghost Lantern Fish and Magic Swallowing Whale. Lu Shu obtained a considerable amount of rare fish meat. The visual field of view perception range has also been increased from the original more than 2,000 meters to a perception range of 3,000 meters. This sea area is basically completely polluted by the blood of the abyss demon fish. The nearby demon fish sensed the aura of a large number of deaths of their kind, and they all ran to other places, realizing that this place contained a fatal threat. I continued to sweep around the area. Lu Shu did not find any more treasure chests. I got a legendary treasure chest, which means I have exhausted my luck. Lu Shu smiled and didn't pay much attention to anything. Getting a Curse Breath is already a pretty big gain. For the rest, you only need to find another Linuan mission, open the Linuan treasure chest, and synthesize the Lord of the Netherworld. It's not a problem. Next, Lu Shu has a great chance to upgrade the army of the undead into the army of the underworld. At that time, you will be a mobile nightmare level copy. Back to the coast, Lu Shu makes rare fish meat and top-grade fish meat into delicacies and publishes them to the transaction interface. TIJ. This time, Lu Shu changed the terms of exchange to silver level and gold level weapons. 100 servings of ordinary delicacies per day are exchanged for silver level weapons. Top-notch delicacies, limited to 10 servings per day, can be exchanged for gold level weapons. Transaction interface. Seller: Lu Shuren. Product: fish sashimi. Exchange condition: silver level weapons. Transaction interface. Seller, Lu Shuren. Product, rare fish sashimi. Exchange condition, gold level weapon. When these two commodities appeared on the trading interface, they were instantly sold out. World public screen. Lushu boss actually put fish-related delicacies on the shelves, and I actually grabbed them. Today is my lucky day. What? The boss of Lushu has also made fish meat, isn't he trying to compete with the boss of the shrimp catcher? Grabbing a piece of wool. You might as well say that the shrimp catcher is competing for business with the tree-lugging boss. You think he is the only one who can make fish delicacies in the entire Sacred Tree game, and the asking price is a platinum level weapon. Are you crazy? Ha ha ha, if the tree-lugging boss continues his operation, basically no one will buy the things of the people he captured. This wave of price reduction is beautiful. As expected of a tree-plumping boss, no one on the list has such outrageous market prices. Who does this shrimp catcher think he is? Lu Shu glanced at the chat box and felt a little surprised. Shrimp catcher, what the hell is this? I looked through the chat history. Only then did Lu Shu learn that there was recently a Shenshu master who specialized in making delicacies, with the idea of shrimp catcher. Because he was the only one who put fish-related delicacies on the shelves, he attracted many customers. However, the shrimp catcher, who has tasted the sweetness, has quite ridiculously increased the price of a delicacy. Platinum level weapons are so high. However, the limited edition delicacies he released were not only made from rare fish, but also only required gold level weapons. Suddenly, this is how the difference comes out. Lu Shu is still thinking about whether it would be a bit too high to exchange for a gold level weapon. Who knew there would be such a funny joke as shrimp catcher? The price is quite ridiculous. By contrast, all the Sacred Tree Masters found that Lu Shu was really conscientious. Not only is it number one on the list, but it also specializes in controlling market prices. It immediately won a pretty good reputation. The most important is, the fish delicacies produced by Lu Shu are many times more delicious than those of the prawn catchers. Oh my god, the delicacies produced by Lushu boss will definitely crush the shrimp catcher. It's not on the same level at all. I seem to taste the taste of a state banquet. It's hard to imagine that just a piece of sashimi can bring me such a wonderful and endless experience. Then what kind of garbage is the delicacy produced by the Xiaoshihu? Compared with the food produced by the Lushu boss, it is not on the same level at all. Gone. The last time I ate his food, I tasted a strange smell. Does this guy know how to cook? Did he just get some fish and start raising prices? Anyway, after tasting the delicacies sold by Lushu boss, I will never buy any product from that profiteer again. Whoever buys it is a fool. Last time I went to communicate with this guy, his attitude was so rude that I don't know what to say. Why did you give him face? That's right, just look for the tree-laying boss next time and you'll be done. Opening square bracket closing square bracket. After this comparison, none of the items sold by the shrimp collectors can be sold. For a while, his reputation suddenly turned bad. The peak of life and the trough of life are just in such a short moment. Lu Shu naturally didn't bother to care about these things. All the weapons exchanged were thrown into the 5-color altar. Buzz buzz. As 3 strange sounds sounded, the 3 sacred stones were lit. While Squirtle dives into the deep sea, Lu Shu also led the large army from the Grey World, passed through the teleportation array again, headed for the Grey World, and rushed towards the place where the treasure map was hidden. During this period, an Abyss-level copy was also raided. A considerable amount of equipment output was obtained. Open the warehouse. Lu Shu threw all the equipment to the 5-color altar. Ding! You have activated all the sacred stones in the 5-color altar. Remaining number of luck critical hits, 1. Get another luck critical hit. At this time, in front of Lu Shu's eyes, a reminder of the Grey World army suddenly popped up. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip: a treasure map appears ahead. Grey World. Location: Demon Outpost City. Coordinates: 77, 76. Risk factor: S+. The large army in the Grey World moved after several days. Came to an Abyss-level copy. This city was originally a human city. But since it was occupied by the demons, it was turned into an outpost. The scale is roughly similar to Castlevania. Now, The way Lu Shu looked at the abyss level copy was as if he were looking at a supply location. I just went in without any hesitation. Others go to the strategy copy. It's like he's going to rob. Behind, the army of the undead and the army of the underworld are approaching the city. With a sweep, soon, the city was swept away in an instant. Lu Shu used the various weapons obtained to throw them into the 5-color altar to activate the next luck trap. At this time, a prompt suddenly popped up in front of Lu Shu's eyes. You triggered a luck critical strike. Tip: a treasure map appears ahead. Found the treasure map again. Lu Shu's eyes were slightly stunned. The luck critical strike had just been triggered, and it happened again. The treasure map is hidden in this copy. But the location is even more secret. Hidden beneath an underground river. If it hadn't been for hints and lucky strikes, it would be hard to imagine that someone would hide treasures in such a place. Not long after, following the directions prompted, Lu Shu quickly found the treasure map. Treasure map. Location: Holy Land of 10,000 Stones. Coordinates: 77, 77. Description: a world hidden in the gray fog boundary. If you can find these locations, congratulations, you will open the door to the new world. Is it around here? Lu Shu was immediately happy when she saw the coordinates of the treasure map. His coordinates are now only one coordinate away from the location of the treasure map. Just move around to find the treasure map. Not as far away as the Immortal Vault Holy Land. There is treasure in the nearest place. If you don't dig it now, when will you wait? Complete the cleanup of this abyss level copy. Lu Shu rushed towards the direction of coordinates 77, 77. After half a day of traveling, the location of the treasure map is getting closer and closer. Just at this time, look, there seems to be a border near here. Should we go in and see what's inside? A voice entered Lu Shu's ears. At the same time, a reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. 500 meters ahead, a sacred tree appears. Look in the direction of the sound. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The person who came into view turned out to be the little boy in black whom he met on the edge of the city of the living dead. When he was about to attack Death Manor, the little boy in black followed several teammates and met Lu Shu. I originally thought this guy was just a cannon fodder, but I didn't expect that after joining the guild, he actually got involved. It's not Muyu Pavilion and Dark Knight Alliance. In the recent Xiangshu game, some other guilds have also been established, specially responsible for bringing the power of the Divine Tree Master together. The most important thing in forming a guild is the ability of the contract. Lu Shu once also obtained a devil contract. With the constraints of the contract, the fight between guild members will be restrained and they can be more trustworthy. Certainly, there are also some guilds that specially formulate tricks to deceive people and deceive the sacred tree masters, turning them into workers for others. There is nothing they can do about it. As the little boy in black finished speaking, teammates from several nearby guilds also rushed towards that place. They discovered the border. Lu Shu's eyes turned slightly cold. He doesn't intend to let others see this secret. Summon the undead and ghostly armies. Lu Shu directly let his monsters rush over and eliminate these sacred tree masters. Certainly, he himself did not immediately come forward. The Divine Tree Master can transmit memory videos. Lu Shu did not intend to expose his information, so he directly chose to control the Nether troops and went to deal with these Divine Tree Masters. Not even Pikachu planned to take action. Because if others see Pikachu, they will also doubt their own strength. If other sacred tree masters learn about his information, they may come up with ways to restrain and target. Although at this stage, it is unlikely that any sacred tree master will find this method, Lu Shu still chose to play it safe. Glancing at the size of this group of sacred tree masters, there seems to be no particularly valuable sacred tree. In that case, then just eliminate it and that's it. Texas. If you have extra souls, you can use them to replenish the undead army. The gray edge of the treasure map. A gap appeared in front of the little boy in black. This guy's eyesight is also quite sharp. Even small details like this can be discovered. Around, several young men and women walked in twos and threes. It looks like he is about the same age as the little boy in black. One of the young men with a slightly mean face couldn't help but sneered, "The gray world is so dangerous. If you approach this gap rashly, you won't even know how you will die." The little boy in black looked a little ugly after being criticized like this. But thinking that the other party had more abilities than me, I had to hold back my breath and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, a group of undead army suddenly swept over the group of men and women. Isn't this the neutral zone of the gray world? Why are there so many monsters? These teenagers were immediately frightened. Beside, a little loli in a short skirt raised a holy light staff and chanted a spell. With the arrival of a holy light, the little loli waved her staff and used restrained holy light magic towards the attacking undead. However, the undead spirit just shook its body slightly. But it didn't dissipate as quickly as expected. How can the undead be immune to my holy light magic? The little loli suddenly turned pale. The mean boy glared at the little boy in black with an angry face and cursed. What have you done to make these monsters come towards us? Quote question mark question mark question mark quote. The little boy in black has questions all over his mind. Holy shit, can you blame yourself for this? I just saw a gap. I didn't really go in. Moreover, it is obvious that these monsters did not come out from the cracks, so what do you care about them? Stop talking nonsense and quickly use the teleportation power. If you are still talking nonsense, do you want to survive? Behind the little boy in black, a lady wearing a red cheongsam scolded the mean boy. Snort. The mean boy snorted coldly, and then stretched out his right hand. A brief mantra chanting was performed. On the ground, a teleportation array suddenly appeared. As the teleporting light curtain flashed, it only takes a second or two for these boys and girls to be teleported to an area 2 coordinates away. A teleportation power. Lu Shu's expression was suddenly shocked. I just made a mistake. At a glance, these boys' abilities were all C level and B level, which did not interest Lu Shu. This sarcastic young man has awakened the A-level teleportation ability. The current trading market. An A-level teleportation ability is as valuable as an S-level ability. Lu Shu only focused on looking at the functions of the superpower, and noticed that the boy's superpower was more functional, but did not notice that it was teleportation. This baby cannot be let go. The transmission speed is a bit fast. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Obviously, that young man's teleportation fruit was extraordinary. It can be teleported quickly and instantaneously. It is a very valuable sacred tree fruit. Relying on the speed of the Netherworld army is not enough to kill these sacred tree masters before teleportation. On balance, Lu Shu activates the purple energy eye power. Unleash a mental attack on the boy. Reaching the level of nascent soul realm. Lu Shu's mental power has reached SS level. However, that young man's mental strength was B level at best. The distance between them is so different. With just one look, Lu Shu can kill the opponent instantly. The moment when his eye power fell on the mean boy, there was a trace of confusion in the other party's pupils. Then, the pupils gradually turned white. The consciousness of the mean boy gradually became completely blurred. A reminder appeared in front of Lu Shu. You killed the Divine Tree Masters. Quick pass, to get the quick pass Divine Tree. A teleported light curtain fell. These men and women finally escaped. Fortunately, we survived. The little boy in black took a long breath and felt lingering fear. He turned to look at the mean boy, only to find that the other man's body was pointing straight towards him. The little boy in black was suddenly startled and quickly backed away. Hey, are you okay? The lady in red stepped forward, leaned down gently, and stretched her green hand to the tip of the mean boy's nose. Suddenly her face changed. He is dead and has no symptoms. Everyone suddenly felt a chill behind their backs. A teammate beside him died so inexplicably. How did you die? Everyone only saw a teleportation light curtain flash by, but they did not realize how this young man died. The unknown is always scary. Sister Yu took a deep breath, looked at the little boy in black, and asked, You just saw a gap, right? The little boy in black hesitated for a moment and nodded. Yes, I sensed that gap. There may be other spaces inside, but I don't know what is inside. When I was about to go over and take a look, I was attacked by these monsters. Speaking of this, everyone actually vaguely guessed that the attack of this group of monsters might have something to do with the gap. Sister Yu's expression suddenly changed, as if she had realized something. We won't encounter a Linyuan mission, right? Linyuan mission. The other members of the team suddenly realized this. Some time ago, the progress of the Divine Tree game accelerated, and the Linuan mission appeared. Could it be that? Are these monsters part of the Linuan mission? Send it to the public screen of the world first and let other big guys take a look. Sister Yu pondered for a moment and then said, "This group of people is not a powerful guild. To be able to reach this point actually depends on the transmission of the mean boy. When encountering a crisis, this teleportation can evacuate all team members in a short period of time. Because of this, their strength is not strong, but because they retreated quickly enough, they dare to commit suicide in the gray world. Now, with the mean boy dead, this team no longer dares to wander around in the gray world, and it's almost time to return to the island to guard their homes." Ding! Memory video has been uploaded. Sister Yu is on the public screen at all members. Soon, the experiences of this group of teams set off a frenzy of discussion in the chat box of Shenshu Game. World public screen. Xiaokang at all members. Everyone, come and watch this video. We were attacked by a group of very powerful monsters in a neutral safe area. I don't know if it was Linuanlu. The content of the video is visible to everyone. Everyone was shocked immediately. Oh my god, this guy definitely didn't provoke a nightmare level copy. I can't even count the Densei level monsters. To be honest, I have been to an abyss level dungeon, and they are definitely not as scary as these monsters. Oh my god, what's going on with these undead souls? The restraint skills of the Holy Light system are useless against them. Aren't these things immune to physical attacks? Holy Light magic is useless, so how can we fight? It's just a joke. Your lives are too big, you can survive encountering these monsters, you are really awesome. These monsters have the attributes of the abyss, so they are immune to attacks from the Holy Light system. At this time, some big guys came forward one after another. Pointed out why these monsters cannot be killed by Holy Light powers. Is there such a heaven-defying skill as abyss amplification? These monsters are too awesome, so how do you kill them? You can ask the tree-laying guy at the top of the list, he must have experience in this. Yeah, I just cleared a nightmare level copy. I thought the gap between me and the boss was already big enough, but I didn't expect it to be even bigger than I thought. Do you think these monsters are part of the Linuan mission? It seems really possible. Could it be that Linuan missions are just monsters that move neutrally in these copies? Wow, wouldn't it be difficult for us to find the location of Linuan's mission? Nonsense, these monsters are all mobile, how can they be found so easily? Now, all the Sacred Tree Masters have reached a consensus. The Linuan mission is the kind of neutral monsters floating around the gray world that can run around. Mu Yutingfeng was also paying attention to this incident. Her brows furrowed slightly. The term Linuan's mission can be explained quite well. But I always feel like something is weird. And Yi's eyes narrowed slightly. So are these moving monsters the Linuan mission? He immediately dispatched his subordinates from the Dark Knight Alliance to find the location of these neutral monsters. Once you have any news, report it immediately and you will be rewarded. Soon, in the gray world, some big guys started to stir up a stir in search of neutral monsters. The real person behind all this, Lu Shu, was watching the new sacred tree appear in front of him. Quickly pass on the sacred tree. Sacred Tree Island. In front of Lu Shu, a new divine tree teleportation array appeared. Is this the island where the Kue Chuan Shenshu is located? As he stepped into the teleportation array, a teleportation light curtain enveloped Lu Shu's head. The next second, Lu Shu came to another island in an instant. As expected of the sacred tree related to teleportation. Even the teleportation array on the sacred tree island seems to have become much faster. Lu Shu marveled and turned his attention to the sacred tree in the center of the island. There is a magic circle engraved around this sacred tree. Lu Shu quickly used her mental power to communicate with this sacred tree. Just a moment, this sacred tree has become Lu Shu's sacred tree. A new sacred tree panel appeared in front of me. Sacred Tree, Quick Pass. Stage, Intermediate Spiritual Tree. Sunshine, 140 per day, 1.4x 100. Aura, 130 per day, 1.3x 100. Product, Kue Chuan Fruit. Production Cycle, 2 days 1,100 550ths. Growth Points, 5,500 11.4x 100 equals 1,140 per day. Next stage, advanced spiritual tree, 20,000 growth points. There is already a fruit growing on this Kue Chuan Shen tree. No need to wait, just pick and eat. Lu Shu walked forward quickly and gently picked the fruit. Information about this fruit popped up in front of me. Quick pass fruit. Grade. Upgrade. Function. Can instantly teleport all entities within the teleportation array to a specified distance. Rule. Your SS-level mental power can teleport up to 5 coordinate points, and the cooling time is 7 days. 5 coordinate points. This ability is already quite good. Although the cooldown time is 7 days, with this skill, the travel time can be greatly reduced. There was a hint of joy in Lu Shu's eyes. He can control the undead troops with the risk factor at level B to explore various areas of the Grey World, and then the main force directly goes to the dungeon to fight as quickly as possible. Spreading the troops out is also a better way. Anyway, with the Netherworld army, the current B-class undead are not very useful to Lu Shu. It would be better to let them explore everywhere in the Grey World, and bring as many monsters as they can to the island. Swallow the quick pass fruit. Lu Shu immediately gained the power of rapid teleportation. This teleportation ability not only spans a distance of 5 coordinates. Moreover, it only takes a second or two for the teleportation array light curtain to arrive and be transmitted. If you encounter dangerous enemies, you can even use this skill to pull them out of the dungeon instantly, which greatly improves safety. As expected of the fruit of fast transmission, it still has practicality. Lu Shu nodded with satisfaction. This boy's sacred tree is very good. However, it is now my own. Open World Public Screen. See the chat of the sacred tree master above. Lu Shu's brows wrinkled slightly. These guys actually thought that my Netherworld army was on a Linyuan mission. There should be many sacred tree masters now, starting to look for the gaps in the Grey World, thinking that this is the entrance to the Linyuan mission. Of course, the crack at the boundary of the Grey World may indeed be the entrance to the Linyuan mission. But it may also be the population of the treasure map. I have to move faster, lest others get there first and enter the location of my treasure map by mistake. There are so many players in the Divine Tree game. Even if they don't have a treasure map, if they really hit it by mistake, they might actually find the area where the secret realm is. Certainly, the announcement of this news is actually not necessarily a bad thing. Ellie, some timid Divine Tree masters would definitely not dare to enter the crack. Knowing this news can also make some weak sacred tree masters vigilant and not enter the cracks casually. Even, they got the treasure map and found the corresponding location, but when they saw a crack, they might have thought the treasure map was tricking them and gave up on entering, which is also possible. Think of this. Lu Shu immediately entered the Holy Land of 10,000 stones. Those few who have slipped through the net and sent the video to the chat box may attract nearby sacred tree masters. We can't let others get there first. Grey World. Lu Shu stepped into the crack. A new world suddenly appeared before our eyes. This sacred mountain in this holy land seems to have many good things. Activating the purple Chi power, Lu Shu's vision suddenly spanned 1,000 meters and focused on the sacred mountain in the distance. From the perspective of the purple Chi pupil's ability to see through the essence of all things, the sacred mountain breathes a majestic spiritual energy. It is not difficult to guess that there are immortal stones breeding there, and there are countless treasures. Lu Shu immediately rushed towards the direction of the sacred mountain. No need for Lu Shu to say more. Came to this familiar place. These little guys immediately spread out and looked for treasures everywhere. Not long after, reminders appeared in front of Lu Shu's eyes. Ding! You have obtained rare grade Tianling ore X 25,000. Ding! You have obtained epic purple spirit ore X 25,000. Ding! You have obtained the legendary Tianshuan mine X 25,000. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. This sacred mountain is a good place rich in spiritual minerals. Not only did they obtain Tianling mine and Ziling mine, Lu Shu also obtained another legendary ore, Tianshuan ore. This kind of ore, it seems to be specially used to upgrade buildings. And the attributes are more offensive-oriented. Lu Shu used his spiritual consciousness to explore the newly acquired Tianshuan mine. Compared with Xuanwu, which is made of stronger and more indestructible material, the aura contained within Tianshuan mine is even richer. Moreover, this kind of aura also carries the secret of Tianshuan. If it is used to upgrade the psychic cannon, it can also add other attributes to the psychic cannon, greatly increasing the damage to special monsters. Having just acquired the skill to upgrade buildings, Lu Shu is still worried about where to get a large amount of upgrade materials. While I was dozing off, the pillow came to me on its own. Isn't it beautiful? Behind the sacred mountain, there is also a relatively well-preserved palace. Look carefully. The buildings with carved dragons and paintings are full of luxury and wealth. The palaces are symmetrically distributed. The palaces display the statues of previous kings. Their faces are lifelike. It is conceivable that before this civilization disappeared, this place was once a place of emperors. Lu Shu explored the palace and discovered a rare clothing fabric, 9-clawed golden dragon silk. Ding! You have obtained a rare fabric, 9-clawed golden dragon satin X 10086. Using this kind of fabric, combined with master-level clothing production, you can create more gorgeous clothing. However, here comes the problem. Lu Shu's current clothing production is only top-notch. Above the top level is the master level. Collecting the rare silks and satins, Lu Shu walked towards the Sutra Pavilion of the palace. There should be some skill illustrations there that can be learned. As expected, several illustrated books were found by Lu Shu. Several prompts popped up in front of my eyes. You have obtained a master-level skill illustration, clothing making. You have obtained a master-level skill illustration, cooking. You have obtained the master skill illustrated, Emperor Hockey. Do you want to study? Yes, yes, yes. If you have skills to learn, how can you refuse? Soon, Lu Shu's cooking and clothing making have been upgraded to master level. Taking your cooking skills to the next level. One can imagine, next time, the delicacies produced by Lu Shu are probably going to be on the world public screen again, causing a heated discussion. Moreover, if master-level cooking uses rare ingredients, selling platinum-level equipment shouldn't be too much, right? At that time, you can speed up the activation speed of the sacred stones of the 5-color altar. Subsequently, Lu Shu's eyes were on 9-clawed golden dragon satin. Do you want to make it? Yes. Lu Shu immediately made a set of rare clothes for herself. The bonus of lucky points suddenly reached 100. The blessing bonus has also reached an astonishing figure of 200 points. Pets use less cloth, so the luck bonus is only 35 points, while the blessing bonus is 50 points. The costumes of all the members suddenly became several levels higher. The last skill, Emperor Hockey. Level. Master level. Function. The body releases Emperor Hockey, which weakens the opponent's combat consciousness and resistance, and can have an effect on Lord-level monsters and boss. It turns out that it is specially used to restrain Lord-level monsters and dungeon bosses. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly, understanding the role of this skill. It seems simple, but it should not be underestimated. Emperor Hockey can weaken the resistance of Lord monsters and boss, which is a very important skill. These monsters have extremely high resistance, and ordinary curses and debilitations have no effect on them at all. But Emperor Hockey was born specifically to restrain these monsters and boss. If you can break the armor with Emperor Hockey, the subsequent damage will instantly increase to a higher level. My Emperor Hockey can weaken the enemy's resistance to all attributes. Coupled with Abyss Decay and Advanced Curse, the enemy's strength can be reduced by at least 50%. Coupled with the purple energy and illusion, you can easily control your opponent and kill him instantly. Lu Shu showed a thoughtful expression and then nodded. When you enter the Abyss next time and encounter the Abyss Overlord, you only need to release Emperor Hockey to weaken the armor and resistance of this Lord-level monster. To solve it again, you don't need to work so hard to carry out continuous attacks. You can directly control it and kill it instantly, which is more refreshing. Explored some distance. Lu Shu has already made quite a lot of gains in this holy land. If you update your clothes in time and improve your luck attributes, it seems that some good things will happen. Not long after, Lu Shu found another Tiandao stone tablet. Tip: a Tiandao stone tablet appears ahead. Directly use the teleportation array to transfer to the Sacred Tree Island. Unknowingly, Lu Shu had obtained 3 heavenly Dao stone tablets. The goal of 12 heavenly stone tablets has been reached. It's a quarter of the way. I originally thought this would be an unattainable goal, but the progress is unexpectedly much faster than expected. The moment it was transferred, Lu Shu's Sacred Tree Island and various mythical buildings immediately resonated with the Tiandao stone tablet. The next second, the aura of the island becomes even richer. The heavenly secret formation connected the heavenly way stone tablets, and the phantom-like Tai Chi yin and yang appeared on the entire island again, but they looked more mysterious, repeating the numbers of heavenly way, and there was nothing hidden. Do your best. The aura of the entire island suddenly became much richer than before. Faintly, being in the formation not only has a blessing effect on practice. The suppressive effect on monsters in the gray world is greater and more powerful than before. The panel of myth ruins pops up in front of me. Mythological site. Ruins. Tianmen incomplete. Tiandao stone steel X3 incomplete. 5-color altar. Shantong pavilion. Bodhi tree. Attribute increase. Attack power plus 900. Defense plus 700. Spirit plus 400. Critical strike plus 40%. Puncture plus 200. Blessing plus 75. Understanding plus 30. Domain. Suppression plus 5%. Field growth plus 5%. Field suppression. Field growth. Lu Shu's eyes immediately moved to these two attributes. As the name suggests, the meaning of the domain is that you can get this effect if you are in the domain of the island. Suppression is aimed at monsters from the gray world that come to capture the island. Regardless of whether they are Lord-level monsters, they will be suppressed, weakening their resistance and making it easier to cause a lot of injuries. Harmful, and the effect of field growth is extremely broad. Any positive buff can increase by 5%. This is equivalent to a 5% increase in all attributes. It is a heaven-defying attribute. Although the bonus is very low, this attribute can increase even Lu Shu's cultivation speed, making it very practical. It's time for a breakthrough. Lu Shu's eyes moved slightly. After reaching the nascent soul stage and undergoing some consolidation, Lu Shu was able to make breakthroughs towards a higher realm. Last time, when I was promoted to the nascent soul realm, there were still a lot of elementary nascent soul fruits that I had not taken. Lu Shu immediately synthesized an intermediate nascent soul fruit and swallowed it. The next second, his cultivation level has once again entered a state of rapid improvement. As Lu Shu eats the nascent soul fruit, the breath on my body is rising again. After half a day of practice, the heaven and earth here suddenly triggered a vision. Golden clouds condensed in the sky, turned into golden waves, and poured down. The surrounding spiritual energy was actually blessed by the mythical ruins and turned into the purest golden spiritual energy, which was poured into Lu Shu's Yuan Yi. His cultivation level immediately increased rapidly in a short period of time. Breaking through to the second level of Yuan, Lu Shu opened her eyes, and her aura increased a bit again. Focus on building upgrade. After this period of exploration, Lu Shu obtained a lot of extremely high-grade ores in the Holy Land of 10,000 stones. The island's defense line has been almost completed. The extra ores can be used to upgrade other city defense buildings. As Lu Shu thought, the Tianling mine in the warehouse was immediately consumed in large quantities. At the same time, one prompt after another appeared in front of Lu Shu. You have consumed 10,000 Tianling ore, and all the psychic cannons have been upgraded from a level to A+ level. You have consumed Tianling mine. You spent 3,000 Tianling ore to upgrade the observation tower to a grade A observation tower, which can observe everything 3,000 meters under the sea. The power of the psychic cannon has been greatly enhanced, and it can now instantly kill monsters with a risk factor of around a level over a wide range. The defensive nature of the mobile building fortress has been improved a bit. The movement speed is nearly half of the original. It is easier to move and pull with the attacking monsters. The observation deck can actually observe the scene on the seabed, and the distance reaches 1,000 meters. This discovery gave Lu Shu some unexpected gains. Although the depth of 3,000 meters under the sea is not very deep, the scope of this sea area is much wider than the abyssal sea area below 3,000 meters. In addition, Lu Shu combines several islands, and there are still many places that have not been explored. It's just that after Lu Shu dives into the sea area below 3,000 meters, the income and output are higher, so there is no need to explore the ordinary sea area above 3,000 meters. But the observation deck can observe the scene 3,000 meters under the sea. In this way, wouldn't it be possible to have a panoramic view of all the treasure chests? The city defense buildings have undergone a large-scale upgrade. Next, Lu Shu came to the upgraded observation tower. There is a special lookout mirror here. It is somewhat similar to the mirror seen in Castlevania. Through this special mirror, Lu Shu can take in all the scenes 3,000 meters under the sea. With his mental power reaching an extremely high level, he could process this huge picture in his mind and write down the locations of all the treasure boxes. There are actually thousands of treasure chests. Lu Shu felt a little surprised. The 3,000-meter sea area is simply too small. In such a vast area, there are quite a lot of treasure chests. Although it is only a silver or gold level treasure chest. But Lu Shu has the skill of synthesis. The obtained water runes can be synthesized to obtain more advanced water runes. Got the exact location of the treasure chest. Lu Shu immediately sent Squirtle to explore. Squirtle's level has evolved, and he has learned a few more abilities. He can completely spread out and explore. There are no threatening monsters in the 3,000 meters of sea. Soon, hundreds of treasure chests were found after precise location exploration. Select all to open. Suddenly, the treasure chests full of silver and gold all contain elementary to intermediate water runes. There are also a small number of platinum treasure chests, which can produce high-level water runes. Although the grade is not very high, the advantage lies in the quantity. Lu Shu immediately opened the synthesis panel. Do you want to choose synthesis? Yes. The next second, all primary water runes have become intermediate water runes. All the intermediate water runes have become advanced water formation runes. 100 Squirtles, all equipped with advanced water runes. There are even dozens of extra water runes, which Lu Shu synthesized into top-level water runes. The increased water attribute suddenly reached 50%. From an overall perspective, the water attribute abilities of Lu Shu's deep-sea troops have been increased by 30 to 35%. In the future, I acquired more islands and upgraded all water runes to top-level water runes. Thus, the strength of the entire Squirtle army can be increased by 50%. Ding! Your deep-sea fishing rod caught a diamond-level treasure chest. After these few days of exploring the Grey World, the CD of the fishing treasure chest has expired. Lu Shu immediately opened the diamond treasure chest and obtained advanced life essence again. Your sacred tree has absorbed advanced life essence, growth points plus 1000, production cycle -1. Ding! You get life fruit x1. Ding! You have obtained a special growth fruit x1. Finally mature. Lu Shu hurriedly buried both fruits in the soil. Soon, 2 subspecies spiritual trees grew. There is only one production cycle. New fruits can be produced from the sacred tree. Product: blood succession limit fruit x1. Production cycle: 6 days 3,900 650ths. Another blood limited fruit. Lu Shu's eyes suddenly lit up. The last Sharingan gave Pikachu a great improvement. I don't know what I got from the blood succession limit fruit this time. The rest just needs to wait. At this time, Lu Shu frowned slightly. Is there someone coming from outside the Holy Land? Before entering the 10,000 Stones Holy Land to explore, Lu Shu knew that during this exploration, the location was exposed. Therefore, before coming in, he laid out the wicks of street lamps nearby. Through the extra perspective, Lu Shu sensed a team of dozens of people approaching nearby. It seems that the overall strength is quite strong. People from the Dark Knight Alliance. Scan through the panels of these sacred tree masters at a glance. Lu Shu immediately discovered that the skills of these sacred tree masters were very similar to those of the Dark Knight Alliance. Until now, the Divine Tree Master Guild recruits Divine Tree Masters and generally selects people based on their talents. The Salted Fish Guild is specifically responsible for collecting Divine Tree Masters with flat-type talents. The Strategy Dungeon Guild specifically selects Tree Masters with different positions, forms a team, and conducts cooperative training. Generally, there are 1 or 2 Tree Masters of any position. The guilds of the Dark Knight Alliance mainly engage in sneak attacks and assassinations from behind, and many of the sacred Tree Masters they recruit are those with weird and assassin talents. Scan at a glance. This large army of Divine Tree Masters all have similar talents. Moreover, the scale is not small. It is not difficult to judge that the team of sacred Tree Masters in front of them may be related to the Dark Knight Alliance. Following a conversation, it came to Lu Shu's ears. He became more and more certain that these sacred Tree Masters were members of the Dark Knight Alliance. Is this the place those people mentioned? That's right, I've been here before. Although the undead in the video obscured some of my vision, I'm sure it's this coordinate location. You should first detect the movement nearby. When you find an army of undead, immediately activate the night formation and retreat. In the team, the leader, a man in black, with sharp eyes and vague decision-making power in the team, commanded. Although our strength is definitely impossible to defeat these monsters. But for this mission, we are going to find out whether this is the location of Lin Yuan's mission. If we can get some information, the Alliance leader will reward us with S-level fruits in the future, and then our strength will be raised to a higher level again. Other members responded and nodded. Everyone set up a defensive formation and be on alert. Explore forward. Although the captain in black held a trump card in his hand, he still acted cautiously. After all, there were so many monsters in that video. Moreover, the level of these monsters is not low at all. If you relax a little, there is a risk of the group being wiped out. Led by the captain in black, this group of people immediately began to explore the vicinity. Recently, many sacred tree masters have joined the Dark Knight Alliance, also because Dark Knight has offered a heavy bounty, S-level fruit. As long as you can complete the high-level bounty mission issued by Dark Knight himself, you can obtain the Dark Knight fruit produced by the Dark Knight Divine Tree. For most of the sacred tree masters who come here, the strength that S-level fruits can increase is too strong. Lu Shu defeated the Dark Knight Alliance's deterrent power last time and lost several of its influence. In order to re-inject new blood into the guild, and ye had to pay a heavy price and use S-level fruits as conditions to recruit some more powerful sacred tree masters into the guild as ministers. Many sacred tree masters were immediately moved when they saw the conditions. Therefore, in recent times, Dark Knight Alliance has a pretty significant expansion. These sacred tree masters are all chess pieces working for the Dark Knight. A divine tree master with S-level talent can have such appeal if he can produce S-level fruits. This is also the reason why some sacred tree masters gave up personal exploration and turned to establishing guilds. Other sacred tree masters took the lead in charging into the battle, clearing up wasteland for themselves, and the danger was greatly reduced. The guild leader who sits in the back and secures the profits seems to have spent a lot of money, but in fact, if he does it well, the benefits and rewards will be considerable. Holy Land of 10,000 Stones. Lu Shu frowned slightly. Through the wicks of the street lanterns, he could see that this team of sacred tree masters had a strong ability to retreat. The leader of the team, the captain, has the power to turn into darkness. Different from Netherworld, the Night Realm allows everyone nearby to blend into the night and become immune to physical and magical attacks. No wonder this group of divine tree masters dare to challenge the Lin Yuan mission rashly. They have calculated the worst plan. Even if they fail to successfully challenge the Lin Yuan mission, with the help of the Night Realm, this group of people also have the capital and means to retreat. Unfortunately, they met me. Lu Shu smiled lightly. His Netherworld army can completely ignore the realm of night and attack these sacred tree masters. Nether-type monsters have abyss amplification and can ignore the captain's night domain and cause attacks. Although the damage is not that intuitive, there are too many, and Lu Shu can also support the weakening of illusions and curses from a distance. If so, let me give you a gift. Take out the Undead Bone Staff and Soul Control Order. Lu Shu summoned tens of thousands of Netherworld armies. A huge teleportation array appeared on the ground. After eating the quick transfer fruit, Lu Shu only needs to consume more mental power, and Lu Shu can even make the range of the teleportation array become extremely huge. A teleportation light curtain descends. Soon, all the Netherworld army was instantly teleported to the outside of the edge of the Grey World. Lu Shu did not intend to let these sacred tree masters get close to the edge of the Grey World. Although the strength of most sacred tree masters is very average, there are too many types of superpowers. With so many divine tree masters, there will always be some people with special skills who can break out of the encirclement and become a fish that slips through the net. If they were allowed to enter the Holy Land and expose the existence of the treasure map, wouldn't there be many more competitors in the future? Lu Shu directly airdropped the entire Nether army using his Quick Pass ability. Although there is no guarantee that this group of sacred tree masters will be wiped out, Lu Shu is still 99% sure. How come you haven't met a monster yet? Someone in the team made a confused sound. Toit, if the location in the video is this place. So, shouldn't there be an army of undead monsters? Why did you walk for so long without seeing even a single monster? Don't let down your guard. It's probably the Linyuan mission, and something needs to be triggered to lure these monsters out. The captain in black frowned slightly and immediately scolded the slightly relaxed team members. The last time you saw the Sacred Tree Masters in that video, they didn't know when they were attacked by so many monsters. If you let your guard down and you are attacked by that kind of monster and don't react, you will die. These monsters are outside the scope of our experience, and they are even immune to the powers of the Holy Light system. This scolding made many Sacred Tree Masters in the team become vigilant and did not dare to relax in any way. The words of the captain in black reminded them that the monsters in the video were even immune to Holy Light powers and were not normal undead monsters at all. But with the Dark Night Realm, the members of this team did not panic. Even if these undead monsters are immune to attacks from the Holy Light system, can they still cause harm to them in the Night Realm? Monsters like immune to death can always run away from each other, right? At this time, a team member suddenly pointed forward and said, "Look, there seems to be a legendary crack there." Everyone looked up at the pointed place. A crack appeared in the field of vision. It looks like the edge of the gray world. It seems that through the crack, you can reach somewhere outside the gray world. Would you like to go in and take a look? Among them, a Sacred Tree Master asked. When everyone is hesitating, suddenly, a huge teleportation array appeared under their feet. Before everyone could react, the next second, the endless Netherworld army immediately surrounded everyone present. The captain in black's expression changed drastically, and he yelled. This crack must be the mechanism that triggers Linyuan's mission. The expressions of everyone in the team changed. What? We actually triggered the Linyuan mission. It's over, we're not going to die. The dense army of the underworld is coming like a tide. This scene, falling into the eyes of this group of Dark Knight Alliance members whose strength is about average at a level is tantamount to doomsday. Don't panic. The expression of the captain in black also changed. Faced with such a huge army, he was also startled when he suddenly appeared next to him. But his psychological quality was obviously much better than the others in the team, and he shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone come to me and enter the Night Realm." Only then did everyone react and quickly move towards the captain. Resistance is absolutely useless. Now, what they have to do is to try their best to leave here, and then send the memory pictures back to the Dark Knight Alliance. In this way, Dark Knight's mission can be regarded as completed. Although you may not be able to get the rewards of S-level fruits, the benefits are definitely indispensable. The Dark Knight Alliance is so real. If you exchange your life for benefits, you will definitely get what you deserve. Everyone in the team began to hide in the realm where night fell one after another. At this moment, they took a long breath and looked at the monsters outside the domain, and the expressions on their faces became a little more relaxed. They have all hid in the realm of Nightfall. These monsters can never reach them, right? However, a scene beyond everyone's expectations happened. I saw monsters outside the realm coming into the Night Realm without any hindrance. An undead holding a scythe crossed the floor towards one of the Dark Knight Alliance's young men who faced an evil look. The young man had a sneer on his face. I am in the field. It has become one with the night. Can your attack hit me? The next second, the sickle pierced the boy's heart. There was a hint of disbelief in the young man's pupils, and then his body slowly fell towards the ground. How can it be? Seeing the scene in front of me. The other people in the team were stunned. Wasn't it promised that the Night Realm could protect others from being harmed by monsters? Why does it seem like this attack is not only not immune at all, but also instantly killed? Captain, what's going on? The members of the team couldn't stand it any longer. Fear is in everyone's heart again. The captain's expression changed erratically, and then he seemed to realize something, and said with horror. Stop hiding in my domain. These monsters are not just undead. They are a mixture of netherworld monsters and undead. Therefore, not only are they immune to physical attacks, they can also ignore the shroud of the Night Realm, and they are also immune to ordinary holy light magic. This news, like thunder, shattered the dreams of all the Sacred Tree Masters. The physical immunity of the undead, plus the ghost-type monsters that are immune to magic. What kind of combination are these? Wouldn't that be equivalent to invincibility? The face of the captain in black also became ugly at this moment. Nether-type monsters are monsters that can be assimilated into a specific field, so they can also harm all members in the night field. Even if you are immune to ordinary physical attacks, it can also break the immunity of people like yourself. It makes no sense. It can also have a certain resistance to attacks from the holy light system. This is too heaven-defying. Even if the undead plus the netherworld are there, they shouldn't have any resistance to the restrained attacks like the holy light system. Is it possible that they also incorporate the attributes of cockroaches? Actually, the part of the netherworld army that rushed at the front was also integrated with the dead soul of the sacred tree master. For example, the undead holding a scythe. Actually, fusion of the soul of an A-level sacred tree master. The undead army formed from the soul of the sacred tree master has a certain resistance to holy light attacks. Their special abilities are transformation-specific skills, and their mental power is inherently stronger, making them much more stable than ordinary spirit forms. Therefore, it also has a certain resistance to attacks from the holy light system. It cannot be said that there is no harm at all, but the restraint effect is not that great. It takes more advanced holy light magic to deal with this undead army. D#. The organization of the Dark Knight Alliance, usually CCDB, finds a sacred tree master of the holy light system and kills one when caught. Their organization is a sworn enemy of the holy light department. How is it possible to summon the relevant abilities? When encountering this kind of situation, everyone is helpless. In the face of the night realm, even if you are not immune. The expressions of the divine tree masters present were all desperate. The only hope was extinguished by these terrifying monsters. Accompanied by wailing sounds, the netherworld army killed them cleanly, and the scene spread out in front of everyone like a nightmare. That moment, everyone realized that these monsters were simply not something they could handle now. What are you waiting for? Let's go. The captain in black looked extremely ferocious and shouted angrily. Only then did everyone realize that staying in the night realm had no effect. With so many people gathered together, it is easier to be surrounded by the undead army and kill them. If they spread out, there is still a glimmer of hope for survival. A sharp look flashed in the eyes of the captain in black. You all die. The next second, a blade made of night appeared in his hand. Following a sword light in the dark night, it swept across all directions. The surrounding netherworld army was actually driven back half a step. Within the Holy Land, Lu Shu observes the battle ahead through resonance. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the captain in black. This sacred tree master is quite powerful. However, Lu Shu discovered that the supernatural power on the other party did not come from his own sacred tree, but a gift from the Dark Knight. His own sacred tree, which is a relatively common power, probably achieved outstanding achievements in a certain mission, so he received the S-level power given by Dark Knight. Therefore, among this team, there is a good fighting history. Just by accepting the gift of a fruit, you can have a certain degree of resistance in front of this netherworld army. The Divine Tree Master at the top of the rankings has quite a lot of talent, right? Certainly, if it is a pure netherworld army, it can still resist for a while. But if Lu Shu takes action, the ending will still be an instant kill. Activate Spiritual Resonance. In the army of the underworld, a monster's eyes suddenly glowed with a layer of purple pupil power. Cast the pupil illusion. The next second, the black-clothed captain's expression froze for a moment, and he stayed in place, unable to move at all. The nearby monsters immediately pounced on. Just a few seconds. The other party's body was penetrated by the weapons of the netherworld army and fell to the ground. How so? When the other team members saw the dead captain in black, their entire faces became distorted. In their view, the captain in black stood there strangely, just waiting to die. No one knows what kind of attack they suffered. Without even understanding what happened, the most powerful combat force in the team just lost the ability to resist and was slaughtered by the monsters around him. This scene let everyone's brain go blank. Endless fear spread and swallowed up the reason of these people. They simply couldn't imagine when this terrible attack would fall on them. When the time comes, will we face the same or even more terrible fate? The backbone of the team is dead. The remaining team members were completely reduced to a mob, running away in all directions without discipline. The entire combat system collapsed instantly. There is no cooperation between superpowers. Lu Shu's Netherworld army made the process of killing these sacred tree masters easier. Within a few minutes, only the last sacred tree master was left in place. Even if I die, someone will definitely come to take you in the future. The divine tree master's face was completely distorted. The only thing he did surprised Lu Shu. He actually uploaded the memory video of today's encounter to World Public Screen. His last words before his death were that these monsters killed him. Sooner or later, other sacred tree masters will come over and solve this Linyuan mission. Lu Shu couldn't help but feel a little funny. If someone else clears the dungeon, what does it have to do with him? It seems as if others are specifically seeking revenge for this person. And, in Lu Shu's eyes, it's another question whether other divine tree masters dare to come when they see this scene. Even if they come, they are just adding a few more undead armies to Lu Shu's team. Just the troops. There are dozens more dying souls on the field. Lu Shu explored the Holy Land and found nothing else, so he came outside with a huge army. Lu Shu did not waste the souls of these sacred tree masters. Instead, he used the power of necromancy to refine them into souls. There are dozens more high-level souls in the team. Most of their strengths are around a level. The captain's strength is at S level. There are also several other S levels that are relatively not that strong. They can be refined into members of the undead army and fused with monsters. They are also good combat units. With the joining of these sacred tree masters, Lu Shu's Netherworld army's strength has risen to another level. And when today's events were made into a memory video and uploaded to the World Public Screen, it also set off a wave of discussion. World Public Screen. Ding. Divine Tree Master, Yi Feng, uploaded a memory video. When the other sacred trees opened this video, they were all shocked when they witnessed the scene where the Netherworld army caused the dozens of sacred tree master teams to completely collapse. What are these monsters? Oh my god, they are so scary. The number is so scary. They seem to be the sacred tree masters of the Dark Knight Alliance. How come they suddenly uploaded such a video of being wiped out by the group? Hey, don't you think this place looks familiar? It seems to be the place where the sacred tree masters were attacked by monsters last time. As mentioned above, it seems so. This place looks familiar, and so do these monsters. Understood. The Dark Knight Alliance was eyeing the Linyuan mission, so they sent a team to carry out the mission, but who knew they were killed instantly by a monster in turn. I feel that the strength of this team should be able to compete with an Abyss-level copy. However, in front of this monster army, it has no resistance at all. How difficult is the Yuan mission? More than that, you see, the young man in black clothes in the picture has created a field, and the bodies of all the sacred tree masters are hidden in the night. This state is very powerful. They are immune to damage, but these monsters ignore the domain and can still kill them, which shows that the difficulty of this dungeon is beyond our imagination. Oh my god, it's impossible to go over and kill these monsters, right? Yeah, wasn't it just looking for death in the past? What's the point of arranging such a difficult dungeon? For you, it means dying. For Mr. Lushu, it means when you clear the level. Yes, the Linyuan mission is a special stage mission that is only opened after the first kill achievement of the Nightmare level dungeon is released. How can it be lower in difficulty than the Nightmare level dungeon? I understand, this is the difficulty of a Nightmare level dungeon. It is really a Nightmare level. Fortunately, I have never been to such a place, otherwise I would not know how to die. Oh my god, the guild released a mission a few days ago, asking us to explore the Linyuan mission. Now I don't even want to go, whoever goes will be a fool. Do you think your life is not long enough? Boss Lushu is very angry at your words. That's a bug, Mr. Lushu, can it be included in it? Look, they all seemed to have seen that crack and were attacked by monsters. Understood. If I encounter any cracks in the gray world in the future, I will definitely roll as far away as possible. Me too. Learn from the past and learn from the future. With the death of these people as a warning, I will never rely on these cracks again. Curiosity killed the cat. If you want to be someone's scapegoat, go ahead and quit the guild at worst. This video not only did not play any role in guiding the Sacred Tree Masters, but also scared away a large number of Sacred Tree Masters who wanted to try it. Try it or die. Even some big bosses began to frown when they saw the strength of these monsters. Many guilds have also cancelled these tasks. If they continue to publish them, will they be regarded as fools by other sacred tree masters and trick people into killing them? Unless you offer a sky-high price. Otherwise I will definitely not go. Lu Shu saw this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Thus, with fewer sacred tree masters entering the cracks, the chance of finding the location of the treasure map will be much lower. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.